Chapter 4482. The guard said, "My advice to you is to find an organization. The stormy ruin is extremely dangerous, and if you go in alone, you might lose your life. You don't have to worry about that." Ling Xiao thought for a moment. He didn't know anyone in the board of patriarchs. Also, he didn't want to cause any trouble. The only way was to join an organization. Or to form an organization. While he was thinking, a group of men suddenly rushed towards him. Obviously, this guard had used some special method to contact his companions. There were a total of 9 men who came, and including this guard, there were 10 of them. One of them was obviously stronger than the others. But, he was only a peak heavenly core warrior, the same as Jiang Chen. "Captain, this is the man, how dare he attack me?" When the guard saw his companions, he quickly shouted out. "Young man, are you tired of waiting? How dare you attack my men? Brothers, let's kill him." The captain didn't waste any more time, he just wanted to attack. Right at this moment, a terrifying explosion suddenly sounded out from afar. What's going on? The explosion attracted the captain's attention, causing him to forget about Ling Xiao. Right at this moment, shouts could be heard coming from the street. "That crazy girl is fighting with those people from the board of patriarchs again." "Which crazy girl?" "That Sheng Yu. I heard that girl was targeted right after she entered the chaotic desert. But, I never expected her to be even more brutal. She actually killed those people from the board of patriarchs. She is now wanted by the board of patriarchs. She has a bounty of 10 million upper rank soul stones." Hearing this, the captain looked at Ling Xiao and said, "You're lucky. Brothers, let's catch Sheng Yu." Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was in a daze. Sheng Yu. He remembered this name very clearly. Wasn't she the disciple he had taken in? From the Heavenly Dragon continent to the Black Tortoise continent, he had made many friends, but he only had one disciple. That was Sheng Yu. More accurately, her name was Donghuang Yu. Donghuang Yu was a monstrous genius. Also, she had the bloodline of the ancient East Emperor, which made her even scarier. This was the only person he had ever met whose aptitude was not inferior to his. Ling Xiao also felt that it was best to keep the goodies within the family. This was why he accepted Donghuang Yu as his disciple. To be honest, he was quite concerned about this girl. Back then, Donghuang Yu's cultivation base was still very weak. To think that she was able to come to the chaotic desert sea. Since his disciple was in trouble, as her master, he naturally had to help. Thinking of this, he followed the crowd and chased after them. Of course, when he went over, he also smashed the body of the guard into pieces. Not killing him was already a sign of mercy. On the surface, this person was obedient to him, but secretly called for reinforcements. He really deserved to die. After sending that person flying, he turned into an afterimage and instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. Remember this lesson. Otherwise, if you hit a metal plate, you'll die immediately. His voice rang in the ears of the guards. The guard captain was terrified. His heart was trembling. Mother **K, just how strong is this person? I feel that even I would be sent flying by that palm. Captain, what should we do? That person seems to have gone over. We can't afford to offend him. Maybe we're not on the same path. It's fine as long as we don't become enemies with him. This Sheng Yu is someone the Doyen Society wants to capture alive. As long as we can capture her alive, we'll be able to enter the middle ranks of the Doyen Society. We won't be a mere captain now." The guard captain gritted his teeth. Compared to his future, what was fear? It was easy to overcome it. Ling Xiao really wanted to see how strong this disciple he casually accepted back then had grown. However, before he could see Sheng Yu, he saw cultivators killing each other. After thinking about it carefully, he understood. The reward for capturing Sheng Yu was very generous. Whoever captured her would definitely receive a huge sum of money from the Doyen Society. Moreover, they would be able to enter the middle ranks of the Doyen Society. The temptation was simply too great. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao's speed grew faster and faster. In the crowd, it was like a beam of light shooting past. Many people didn't even realize that someone had passed by them. That person is so strong. Seems like we won't even be able to get any scraps. That's right. Such a strong cultivator, he must be here to capture Sheng Yu. Sigh. There were also some who noticed Ling Xiao's speed and mistakenly thought that Ling Xiao was a strong cultivator. They couldn't help but sigh. Who cares? Maybe it's a fight between strong cultivators, and it's our chance. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't pay attention to what these people were talking about. His Tai Chi eye was still open, and soon, he saw Dong Huangyu. Right now, Dong Huangyu's body was covered with wounds. But, this girl was really ferocious. When he first met her, she was so weak. But now, she was already a late heavenly core warrior. Judging from her combat strength, perhaps even a peak extreme core warrior wouldn't be a match for her. Just like Ling Xiao, she could challenge cultivators who were stronger than her. Even so, ants could bite an elephant to death. Dong Huangyu was still in trouble. If this continued, this girl would definitely die from exhaustion. In terms of escaping ability, this girl was no match for him. The cultivators who surrounded Dong Huangyu were all pretty strong, and even the weakest among them was an Earth Core warrior. The strongest among them was a peak extreme core warrior. Luckily, there weren't any shattered core warriors around, or else Dong Huangyu wouldn't have been able to last until now. It really is her. This little girl is getting prettier. Ling Xiao smiled, but he didn't slow down. Although he could see the battlefield now, he still didn't slow down. But in fact, he was still very far away. It was just that his Tai Chi eye could see further. Even in this dangerous situation, Dong Huangyu still showed a tenacious fighting spirit. Even though she was surrounded by so many people, she was still able to take advantage of the fact that her opponents couldn't kill her. She even caused fights between the cultivators from time to time. It was quite similar to Ling Xiao's style. You guys are really shameless. So many of you are surrounding a little girl, and you're still acting so righteous. If my master is here, all of you will die. It looked like Dong Huangyu still hadn't forgotten that she had a master called Ling Xiao. Your master? That's right, my master is Ling Xiao. After you guys see him, all of you will definitely be scared witless. As Dong Huangyu spoke, she prepared to break out. She didn't expect a miracle to appear. She had to rely on herself. This was what her master had said before. It was useless to place your hopes on others. No matter how difficult the situation was, you had to think of a way to solve it yourself. Ling Xiao? I've never heard of him before. I wonder where he came from. Ling Xiao's reputation was still too small, especially in this chaotic sand sea. There were very few people who had heard of his name before. Hence, when Dong Huangyu said this name, others would naturally mock her. If your master is here, we will still kill him. Moreover, we will kill him in front of you. Everyone roared with laughter. Chapter 4483. Even if your master is here, we will still chop him up and feed him to the dogs. Everyone burst into laughter. The one who said this was a martial artist at the middle stage of the extreme core realm. If Dong Huangyu wasn't injured, she would definitely be able to kill this guy. But now, she felt extremely depressed. Oh, is that so? I would like to see how you are going to kill me. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded out. Everyone looked towards the direction where the voice came from. A handsome young man suddenly appeared behind Dong Huangyu. His long hair was scattered behind his back, and it was flowing gently. There was a deep and cold smile in his eyes. Dong Huangyu was startled for a moment, then she was overjoyed. She turned around excitedly. There was no mistake. It was her master. Although a long time had passed, and someone told her that her master was dead, she didn't believe it. In order to find her master, she cultivated with all her might, and finally, she walked out of the golden heavenly region and came here. Master! Dong Huangyu shouted out in surprise, then she threw herself into Ling Xiao's arms. Tears flowed out from her eyes. Although she was strong, she was still a girl, and she wanted to find someone to act coquettishly. She was strong, but she also wished to be like the others, to have a master who could love her. Good girl, with your master here, no one can hurt you. Ling Xiao gently patted Dong Huangyu's head. Then, he looked at the surrounding people. Who dares to bully my disciple? Who will I kill? Ha 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 ha. The martial artist at the middle stage of the extreme core stage suddenly laughed wildly. So you are this little girl's master? You are indeed trash, a peak heavenly core warrior. Not bad. But too bad, in front of me, you are nothing. Is that so? Ling Xiao suddenly laughed and comforted Dong Huangyu. Come, let's see how your master is going to take revenge for you. Dong Huangyu came out from Ling Xiao's arms and nodded her head blankly. In the next moment, she saw Ling Xiao unsheath his sword. The sword flashed. Then, nothing happened. In the next moment, the dantian of the mid-core realm cultivator was penetrated. He struggled to say something, but in the end, he couldn't say anything. The surrounding people looked at the cultivator's corpse falling from the sky with fear. Bang! Finally, it hit the ground. No one dared to move. He was completely shocked by the strength that Ling Xiao had displayed. Bastard, you actually killed my junior brother. I'll kill you. After a long while, one of them reacted and charged towards Ling Xiao. This person's cultivation was also at the mid-stage of the extreme core realm. However, its aura was slightly stronger than the previous one. Ling Xiao looked disdainfully at the martial artist who was rushing over. Demonic eye, illusion. The heavenly devil eye opened. That person suddenly stopped in midair. The next moment, a cruel smile appeared on his face as he turned around and charged into the crowd. He was the one with the strongest cultivation in the group. Once they killed their way into the crowd, several martial artists immediately died tragically. That guy knows illusions. There were still people who saw through the clues. But whether or not it could be seen, they were all in a very dangerous situation. Left with no choice, the crowd could only join forces to attack the martial artist at the middle stage of the extreme stage of the core realm. Although that person was powerful, he was still outnumbered after all. After killing dozens of people, he was defeated. After killing dozens of people, he was blasted into pieces and died on the spot. Right now, the crowd was looking at Ling Xiao as if they were looking at a ghost. They were so scared that they didn't dare to get any closer. When Ling Xiao first appeared, he instantly killed a martial artist at the extreme stage of the core realm. After that, he used the demonic eye to make the martial artists kill each other. He killed dozens of people. In everyone's eyes, he had become a terrifying guy. Dong Huangyu widened her eyes as well. She thought that her cultivation was about to catch up with her master's, and her strength should be on par with her master's. But now, she knew she was wrong. Her master was indeed the greatest genius in the world. Never underestimate him, because those who did were all dead. Don't be afraid of him, he is just a heavenly core warrior. There are so many of us here, even if each of us spit a mouthful of saliva at him, he will be drowned to death. Dong Huangyu was a hot commodity, no one was willing to give up on her. Also, Ling Xiao's cultivation wasn't strong, at least it wasn't at a level where he could intimidate these people. Also, those who came to the chaotic desert were all fugitives. Although they were a little scared at the beginning, their greed was more important than their greed. But greed was always more important than life. That was what they thought. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at the crowd with an indifferent expression. He knew it was useless to say anything right now, the only way to intimidate these people was to kill them. Swoosh, swoosh. A few more figures appeared. This time, they were all at the extreme stage of the core realm, and some of them were even at the perfect stage. This brought a lot of confidence to these people. Unless Ling Xiao was a divine physique realm warrior. Otherwise, they wouldn't be afraid of him. Even if he was a shattered core warrior, they would still kill him. Do you still want to continue? Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, First, let me clarify one point. Whoever makes a move will have to die. I always keep my word. Master, let me help you. Dong Huangyu was a little worried about Ling Xiao. There were just too many enemies, at least a few thousand of them. No matter how strong her master was, once he was injured, he would become weaker and weaker, and it would be troublesome. No need. Just stand there and watch. Let me teach you another lesson. How to fight. You are still not ruthless enough. If you can't kill others, they will kill you. Ling Xiao shook his head and said indifferently. Dong Huangyu nodded hesitantly and then stopped. Everyone, attack together. Don't forget that Dong Huangyu is behind him. Only by killing him can we capture Dong Huangyu alive. For our future. For wealth. Voices rang out one after another. Madness was contagious. Thousands of people shouted in anger and charged at Ling Xiao from all directions. Everyone's eyes were filled with greed. Everyone's eyes were filled with ruthless killing intent. Ling Xiao smiled. The killing intent in his body instantly rose. He quickly entered the unbounded heavenly rat beast soul transformation. It seems that it's the same everywhere. If you don't bully others, others will bully you. Whether you keep a low profile or keep a high profile, the result is the same. Rather than that, I might as well kill to my heart's content. His eyes were covered with a layer of terrifying red. Even if the person who came today was a core fragmentation realm expert, he would still kill to his heart's content. With the great devil king here, what was there to be afraid of? He didn't believe that divine body realm cultivators were cabbages that could be found anywhere. He put away his sword. Ling Xiao's body emitted black and white light. His right hand glowed white. His left hand was black. His right hand was a god, and his left hand was a devil. Endless fists of gods and demons. He punched with both fists. The crazy fists of gods and demons blasted out like a violent storm. With him as the center, the attacks spread out in all directions. Once the endless fists of gods and demons hit, cultivators below the extreme core realm couldn't block a single move. As long as they touched it, they would be smashed into meat paste. They would die on the spot. Even if it was an extreme core realm cultivator, they would have to flee pathetically and wouldn't dare to take it head-on. After all, if they were hit by this move, even if they didn't die, they would be seriously injured. Chapter 4484. One had to know that during the Golden Battle, Ling Xiao used the Endless Divine Fist to suppress Lion Fearless, who was at the perfected stage of the Pill Realm. That was a genius who was stronger than ordinary cultivators at the perfected stage of the Pill Realm. The Endless Fiend God Fist was even more terrifying than the Endless Divine Fist. In just one move, nearly 1,000 people died. The enemies were too densely packed. Ling Xiao didn't even need to aim. He could kill a bunch of people with just a casual punch. In the face of this earth-shattering and terrifying divine fist, everyone froze on the spot once again. Do you still want to continue? Ling Xiao sneered. Dong Huangyu was dumbfounded. He was too strong. As expected of her master. If it were her, she wouldn't be able to cause such a huge destruction with the same strength. Don't be afraid of him. Such a fist technique must consume a lot of true essence. He can't use it again. Someone in the crowd shouted. That's right. This fist technique is so terrifying. How can he use it so easily? There must be some kind of restriction. Kill him. Don't be afraid. He's about to die. There were too many people. The death of 1,000 people didn't seem to be much at all. He didn't scare those people. All right, since that's the case, I'll show you something fun. Ling Xiao took out the Eastern Victory Heaven Sword and Eastern Victory Demonic Sword again. A cold smile appeared on his face. Double critical blood. 2 huge sword chi pierced through the crowd. In an instant, hundreds of lives were taken. Those people didn't even know what happened before they died. Broken limbs fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Devil. Devil. Finally, someone was afraid. They turned around and fled. Ling Xiao sneered. The killing didn't stop. Blood drinking. As this move was used, a spiderweb-like sword chi appeared in the sky. More than 1,000 people were entangled in it. While people were guessing what this thing was for, in the next moment, the people entangled by the sword chi had their blood essence sucked away and instantly turned into dried corpses. Nearly 2,000 people were killed again. In front of Ling Xiao's terrifying combat strength, the number of people was meaningless. The captain of the Storm Central Command who hurried over saw this shocking scene. He was so scared that his whole body trembled. How is this possible? How can he be so terrifying? In front of him, a martial artist with a cultivation at the Great Circle of the Alchemy Realm was actually unable to withstand it. It's too scary. Captain, let's go. This man is a demon, a murderer, a madman. He has already killed more than 3,000 people. F***ck, I want to leave too, but my legs are cramping. The captain was so scared that his legs were trembling. Thinking about how he had just been prepared to deal with Ling Xiao, he felt a burst of lingering fear. F***ck, encountering such a terrifying existence, no matter how many lives he had, it would not be enough. Ling Xiao also noticed this small captain. He laughed contemptuously. The squad leader was so scared that he scrambled to run away with his men. He didn't want to see Ling Xiao ever again in this lifetime. If he did, he would definitely treat him like a grandson receiving his grandfather. He couldn't afford to offend such a person. More people chose to run away. He chose to avoid it. Because not only was Ling Xiao powerful, but he was also ferocious enough. In the chaotic desert sea, in the territory of the Patriarch Society, he had no intention of showing mercy. This was a terrifying demon king, a crazy killing god. What are you afraid of? He's already very tired. Seeing that more and more people were running away, the few alchemy realm martial artists were unhappy. In the beginning, they didn't want to help. They wanted to use the remaining cannon fodder to weaken Ling Xiao's combat strength. In the end, they took advantage of the situation. But now, everyone had run away, leaving only the dozen or so alchemy realm martial artists. Ling Xiao looked at these dozen or so people contemptuously. He didn't care about martial artists who hadn't reached the shattered core realm at all. No need to shout. You're going to die anyway. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. The shadows of 7 types of giant beasts suddenly appeared behind him. To deal with these people, the 7th level of the 12 divine beast technique was more than enough. There was no need to use the 9th level at all. With the fusion of the East Victory Godfiend sword, 7 terrifying auras roared and rushed into the crowd. More than half of the dozen or so alchemy realm martial artists died in an instant. The remaining ones cried out in alarm and turned to run. Ling Xiao didn't chase after them. His goal was to scare these people and make them retreat. Since they had retreated, there was no need to chase after them. To him, at this stage, he still didn't want to encounter shattered core realm martial artists or even divine body realm martial artists. A bunch of trash. Disciple, let's go. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. Holding Dong Huangyu's hand, he slowly walked out of the crowd and into the distance. Although he walked very slowly, no one dared to do anything to him. Some people even hoped that he would walk faster. They were afraid that he would suddenly change his mind. Only when he disappeared did they heave a sigh of relief. However, their eyes were still filled with fear and uneasiness. Who exactly is that person? I heard Shengyu say that he's her master. I think his name is Ling Xiao. Why haven't I heard of this name before? Master, I think she's more like a lover. We can't let him take advantage of us. That's right, we can't let him take advantage of us. Report to the organization and ask them to send a shattered core realm martial artist here. I don't believe we can't kill him. We must kill him. Kill this Ling Xiao. All martial artists were people who would lick the blood on their heads. You kill me, I kill you, and so on. Although Ling Xiao's frightening strength had indeed frightened many of them this time, but they wouldn't let him go so easily. They had even stronger martial artists in their organization, and they didn't believe they couldn't kill this guy. As long as Ling Xiao was still in the chaotic desert, they would never stop chasing after him, unless all of them were killed. Dong Huangyu was held by Ling Xiao's hand. While walking, she was thinking about the battle just now. Her mind was in a mess. This was too shocking. This was too shocking. She had never thought that a peak heavenly core warrior could be so strong. She thought she was a genius, and she thought she could protect her master. But now, she finally understood that her master would always improve faster than her. He would always be stronger than her. As long as he worked hard to reach his master's level, he would be thankful. The two of them came to a secluded place and stopped. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of those people. However, he also knew that there were even more powerful martial artists behind those people. There was no need to waste energy on thanking them. Disciple, eat. Ling Xiao casually took out a recuperation pill and gave it to Dong Huangyu. He then asked in puzzlement, "Little lass, why did you come to the chaotic sand sea alone? And why did you offend the Doyen Society?" Dong Huangyu swallowed a healing pill. Then he said, "Aya, it's a long story. To put it simply, I'm here to find clues about Master. People said that the chaotic desert ocean was the most well-informed place. In the end, as soon as I arrived here, I met an injured person and accidentally saved him. Who knew that guy was such a bad guy? He insisted that he took a fancy to me and wanted me to marry him. I couldn't even refuse. He actually found someone to kidnap me. In a fit of anger, I killed that person. Who knew that he actually had a certain status in the Council of Patriarchs? He seems to be the grandson of one of the patriarchs. Mobile version of the website, M. Chapter 4485. Well done. After hearing Dong Huangyu's words, Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. This kind of ungrateful bastard really deserves to be killed. Dong Huangyu was originally worried that her master would blame her, but after hearing Ling Xiao's words, she instantly felt at ease. "Oh right, master, why did you come to the chaotic sand sea?" she asked happily. "To search for two things." Ling Xiao said, "They are related to the 12 ruins in the chaotic sand sea. Today, when I went to ask about the ruins, I heard that you were surrounded and attacked. Naturally, I had to come out. Master, you are so good to me." Dong Huangyu blushed and smiled sweetly. "But master, you caused a huge commotion here because of me. I'm afraid you will become a thorn in the side of those fellows. Why don't we leave the storm zone first and go to other districts to take a look?" "That's what I think too. We can leave the ruins in the storm zone for last." Ling Xiao was very clear that as long as he appeared in the storm zone now, he would definitely be surrounded and attacked by those people. Putting those trash aside for now, core fragmentation realm cultivators were still a little troublesome. He couldn't keep using the Great Devil King, right? Once the Great Devil King was exposed, he would definitely be targeted by divine body realm cultivators. Hence, if he could avoid using it, he would try his best not to. When he used it, he would try his best not to expose himself. "I'm sorry, master. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have to leave the storm zone so quickly." Dong Huangyu sighed. "Why do you have to say this between us? If I don't protect my disciple, am I still human?" Ling Xiao rubbed Dong Huangyu's head and smiled. "Master, since we are going, why don't we go to the Heaven District directly?" Dong Huangyu suddenly suggested. The Heaven District is the biggest among the 12 districts in the chaotic sand sea. It's also one of the 2 best ruins. If master wants to find something, it's best to go to the Heaven District or the Eternal Ruins. It's just that the Eternal Ruins are in the Eternal Ruins. That place is the Beast Gods Alliance's territory, and you can't enter it casually. So, let's go to the Heaven District. "Alright, I'll listen to you." Ling Xiao thought for a moment and agreed. Since they were going to leave the storm zone, they could go anywhere. The 12 districts were connected to each other through teleportation arrays. The Heavenly Hall district was the best. "Let's go there." The more outstanding the ruins were, the more likely it was to find the relics of Yu Shun and Zi Shun. "Then I'll lead the way." Since Dong Huangyu had found her master, she wasn't willing to leave so easily. Ling Xiao did not refuse. Dong Huangyu wasn't weak. As long as her opponent wasn't an expert at the Shattered Core realm, she should be able to deal with them. In addition, he couldn't bear to leave such a good disciple behind so easily. The two of them put on a disguise and paid some spirit stones. Then, they were teleported directly to the Heavenly Hall district. The Paradise district was much larger than the Storm district. The place they came to was just the edge of the Paradise district. The teleportation array was set up here to prevent people with ulterior motives from harming the main city. It would take at least a day to reach the main city from the border. Ling Xiao and Dong Huangyu sat on the flying eagle puppet together as they traveled. Along the way, they had encountered quite a number of killings. The biggest difference between Chaotic Sand City and the 4 regions and 9 worlds was that all the killing and looting was done outside. People don't have to pretend. They can do whatever they want. Compared to this place, the place Ling Xiao stayed at before was almost like a holy land. Half a day later, Ling Xiao could already see the central area of the Paradise District. Different from the Storm District Storm City, the Paradise District city was simply like a white building. All the buildings gave off a holy and elegant feeling. One wouldn't dare to offend it. As expected, Different cities have different styles. Ling Xiao thought to himself. After a while, the two of them arrived at the central area of the Paradise District. This place was even larger than the central area of the Storm District. And the defense was even tighter. Whether it was the city gate or the streets, there were Saint martial artists wearing silver-white armor everywhere. Saint martial artists were not just a name. They also had a unique energy. This energy came from the Paradise Holy Land. These people were all baptized by the Holy Land. Those who had the power of holy light in their bodies were stronger than ordinary cultivators of the same realm. But because the rules here were extremely strict, everything could be done according to the rules. Neither the guards nor the patrolling cultivators found trouble with them. But after coming to this huge and unfamiliar city, the two of them still felt a little shocked and even a little confused. Master, are we going to the ruins directly? We definitely need a token here. But it's not the storm token but the heaven token. And the difficulty of obtaining it is probably even higher. Dong Huangyu said. Where can we obtain the heaven token? Ling Xiao asked. Dong Huangyu came here earlier and should know more about this place than him. Naturally, it's also the central area. But the central area is also very big. There are many different parts. There's a place where the Doyen Society gives out the heaven token. Just go there. Dong Huangyu replied. Okay, let's go and take a look. Ling Xiao felt a little lucky that he met Dong Huangyu here. Otherwise, he would probably have to use some methods to figure out the situation here. On the way, Dong Huangyu told Ling Xiao. There was a white tower in the Paradise District that towered into the clouds. That was the core of the Paradise District. The central area of the central area. It was called the Heaven Tower. The Doyen Society's headquarters was set up there. That place wasn't a place that ordinary people could enter. If one barged in recklessly, it would be a direct challenge to the Doyen Society's authority. It would be very troublesome. Other than the White Tower, one could go to other places and it wouldn't affect them. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked over. As expected, the White Tower towered into the clouds and one couldn't see the end of it. Also, it gave off a huge pressure. Ling Xiao believed that the strongest existence in the entire chaotic sand sea was inside the White Tower. If I'm a disciple of the Golden City, I should be qualified to enter the White Tower, right? Ling Xiao sighed. Although he had become the champion of the Golden Battle, he wasn't an official disciple of the Golden City. He felt somewhat helpless. But at this stage, there was no need for him to go there. If he wanted to enter the ruins, he didn't need to go to the Heaven Tower. He only needed to obtain the Heaven Token. As for the Heaven Token, it could be obtained from the exclusive organization outside the White Tower. Even with his current identity, there was no problem. During the process of heading to the exclusive organization, Ling Xiao also paid attention to the situation in the central area of the Heaven Tower. The overall structure was different from the central area of the Storm Sand Sea. Even the living habits of the people were very different. It was as though one could see the existence of holy disciples at any time and place. Holy disciples were people who believed in the Heaven Holy Land. Their beliefs were fanatical and there was no reason for them to go crazy. They would even kill their own family members. Naturally, this was just Ling Xiao's hearsay. Maybe, it was just a form of slander. Wait a minute. There's a situation. As they walked, Ling Xiao suddenly pulled Dong Huangyu and coldly stared at a few figures flying over from not far away. Chapter 4486. Could it be that there were people from the storm region chasing after them? That was impossible. How could they be so fast? How did they know that we came to the central area of the Heaven region? Master, they aren't from the storm region. They are from the Heaven region's Jade Flower God sect. Dong Huangyu understood the chaotic mountain sea better and was able to tell the identity of these people with a single glance. Jade Flower God sect is actually an organization under the Doyen Society. They control everything in the Heaven region other than the Heaven Pagoda and have great authority. If you want to get the Heaven Token, you mustn't offend them, Dong Huangyu reminded. Ling Xiao nodded. Although he said that, these people were clearly here for them. From their expressions, he knew that they didn't have good intentions. What could they do? They couldn't possibly admit defeat, right? Just as he was thinking, those people had already arrived. Why are you guys from the Jade Flower God sect looking for us? Dong Huangyu calmly said, this is the first time, Master, and I came to the Heaven region. I don't think we have offended any of you, right? There were a total of 9 people. Among them, 3 were the strongest. They were at the core Shatterer realm. The others were also in the extreme realm of core. Jade Flower God sect's disciple, Li Dian. Jade Flower God sect's disciple, Zhong Mao. Jade Flower God sect's disciple, Feng Hua. The 3 of them actually introduced themselves. It seemed like they weren't prepared to fight. However, their attitudes were really arrogant. Their eyes were filled with disdain, sharp and indifferent. It was as if they were high and mighty imperial envoys reading the imperial edict. 3 disciples of the Jade Flower God sect, why are you looking for us? Ling Xiao asked. Li Dian calmly said, we aren't looking for you. We are looking for him. Originally, Dong Huangyu thought that these people were here for her. However, when Li Dian spoke, all of them were stunned. However, when Li Dian spoke, she understood that her master had probably done something big after coming to the chaotic mountain sea. But no matter what, she would stand on her master's side. Looking for me? Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and calmly said. That's right. You killed the Twin Tiger Gang's leader in the Nethersoul Valley and obtained the Twin Tiger Divine Seal. This Tiger Divine Seal is an Emperor artifact with a dragon pattern. It was originally something that belonged to my Jade Flower God sect, but it was stolen by the Twin Tiger Gang leader. Since you've obtained it today, then return it to us. For this reason, we can let bygones be bygones. Li Dian's cold tone didn't sound like he was trying to negotiate. It was clearly a threat. If you don't hand it over, we'll settle the score. It's that simple. What if I don't? Ling Xiao made Dong Huangyu stand behind him as he coldly laughed at the people from the Jade Flower Divine sect. You're not handing it over. Zhong Mao sneered, the Twin Tiger Divine Seal belongs to my Jade Flower Divine cult. Only the disciples of my Yuhua Divine religion can use it. Together with the Heavenly Tiger Dazzling Light Seal, its power was even greater. Don't self-comprehend. If you don't hand it over, die. Fire Beacon's words were even simpler. Interesting. I want to see what you can do to me. Since he had already said so much, the other party was obviously here to cause trouble. What Twin Tiger Divine Seal was from Yuhua Divine religion? That was just bullshit. The Twin Tiger Divine Seal had a much longer history than Yuhua Divine religion. Do you really want to die? A ruthless look flashed through Li Dian's eyes. With a wave of his hand, a long blade appeared in his hand. In an instant, the blade energy was unleashed in the air. It made one's skin feel like it was being cut apart. First level of the Shattered Core Realm, Ling Xiao smiled. This Li Dian was something he could deal with. While he was thinking, Li Dian suddenly attacked. The long blade in his hand flashed, and a bright light flashed. With incredible speed, Li Dian dashed toward Jiang Chen. The blade energy was extremely sharp, and it was aimed at Ling Xiao's neck. Li Dian was going to chop off Ling Xiao's head. Although a divine core warrior wouldn't die if his head was chopped off, he would be severely injured. Furthermore, his soul would be injured. This guy was really ruthless. After a cold shout, Ling Xiao took out the Eastern Victory Heavenly Sword. He immediately unleashed his flying sword. The sword energy and blade energy collided in the air. The blade energy shattered in an instant. However, the sword energy didn't completely disappear, and it even cut off a strand of Li Dian's hair. Li Dian coldly harumphed, then he swung the long blade in his hand again. The violent blade energy transformed into a ferocious white tiger. It opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate. He threw out a punch. A dazzling white light burst out from the god's fist, and it shattered the white tiger into pieces. Although the fist energy had disappeared, however, this caused Li Dian and the others to reveal shocked expressions. What's there to be surprised about? The leader of the Twin Tiger Gang is a third-level Shattered Core warrior. I can even kill him. Why are you so surprised when I blocked your attack? Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone, I don't want to be enemies with you who are divine sect, that's why I've shown you mercy. I hope you don't push your luck. Also, you better think about it carefully. I'm a disciple of the golden heavenly region. Do you really want me to snatch treasures in the heavenly hall? Li Dian's expression changed again. Ling Xiao was right. If they started a fight in the heavenly hall, it might cause a split in the patriarch society. Golden Emperor had a bad temper. Let's go. Feng Hua coldly harumphed. Actually, they didn't want to fight here. They just wanted to intimidate him. He thought that as long as an ordinary disciple was intimidated, the other party would definitely hand over the treasure. But he didn't expect Ling Xiao to be such a stubborn person. Stubborn and crazy. Senior brother, are we going to give up just like that? Isn't that a bit too cowardly? Li Dian looked at Feng Hua and said angrily, "Give up? Hehe, how is that possible? He can't stay in the heavenly hall forever. Even if we want to kill him, we can't do it here. This is the territory of our Yuhua divine sect. Once we kill him, no matter what, the golden heavenly region will suspect us." Feng Hua sneered. He's just an ordinary disciple. Does Golden Emperor really care about his life and death? Zhong Maro said. Ordinary disciple? You probably don't know, but he just won the Golden Battles Championship. He's about to become an official disciple of the Golden City. Everyone in the Golden City is paying attention to him. Feng Hua said, "There's no hurry, only we know that the Twin Tiger Divine Seal is in that kid's hands. If we don't say it, he definitely won't spread it around. What should be ours will be ours sooner or later. Senior brother is wise," Li Dian said respectfully. Feng Hua was the strongest among the three of them. Naturally, his words carried a lot of weight. Get someone to keep an eye on them. As long as they leave the Heavenly Hall's central area, we'll make our move. Feng Hua sneered. At the same time, he watched the people from Yuhua Divine Sect leave. Ling Xiao's eyes gradually turned cold. If this wasn't the Heavenly Hall's central area, he would definitely kill those three. But now, he had to plan for the long term. "Master, are we still going to the ruins?" Dong Huangyu asked. "Yes. Why not?" "H. Although I know that after entering the ruins, those guys will definitely chase after me even more crazily. But do you think I'm so easy to kill?" Ling Xiao wouldn't change his plan just because of Yuhua Divine Sect. He would do what he should do. Chapter 4487. Master, are we still going to get the heaven token? Dong Huangyu looked at Ling Xiao and couldn't help but ask. Yes, but we have to go to Paradise Sea City first. Ling Xiao was holding something in his hand. It was a dagger. Perhaps to outsiders, the dagger was nothing special, but Ling Xiao knew very well. He had given the dagger to Cold Plum. How did it fall into the hands of these people? He had to find out. As for why he had to go to Paradise Sea City, the reason was simple. Paradise Sea City was the base of Yuhua sect. Those people should have also returned to Yuhua divine religion. "Master, I'll do whatever you say." Dong Huangyu smiled sweetly. In the past, when she had no one to rely on, she had to solve problems alone. Now that she had a master, she felt so blessed. She didn't even need to use her brain, she just needed to let her master make the decision. The two of them changed direction and flew toward Paradise Sea City. Paradise Sea City was still in the Paradise District, but it was next to an oasis lake. The lake was huge, and it was a saltwater lake, so people called it Paradise Sea. This was the market, which was Paradise Sea City. The two of them didn't fly far when they suddenly saw a lively atmosphere. It was a big market, and there were many big and small ships by the saltwater lake. Was Paradise Lake really a lake? Ling Xiao was a little emotional. Looking from the sky, it seemed to be more vast than the sea he had seen before. Almost all kinds of ships were gathered here. There were tall turreted ships, flywheel ships, sailboats, and even steel-armored battleship. Anyway, all the ships that Ling Xiao had seen before had appeared here. He had to admit that the chaotic sand ocean was a good place. There were so many different kinds of people gathered here. Paradise Sea City was probably the most lively place in the entire chaotic sand ocean. "Master, the biggest shop in Paradise Sea City is called Sky Sea Pavilion. It's run by the Patriarch Society. Even Yuhua sect doesn't dare to do anything rash. If we want to buy something, it's the best place to go. There are all kinds of herbs, weapons, and treasures there that you can't imagine. There's nothing you can't buy. Also, if you want to sell something, they'll buy it. When they arrived at Paradise Sea City, Ling Xiao was still clueless. Luckily, Donghuang Yu was here. Where is the headquarters of the Yuhua sect? Ling Xiao asked. Well, it's right next to Sky Sea Pavilion. Donghuang Yu pointed at a building that looked like an imperial palace and said, there it is. A cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. To Sky Sea Pavilion. Now that he knew the location of Yuhua Divine Religion's nest, he didn't want to barge in recklessly. It was very dangerous to barge in without investigating anything clearly. If things went wrong, he might even get himself killed. The Sky Sea Pavilion was also luxuriously built. It was even bigger than the headquarters of the Divine Flower sect. It was a much bigger palace. Although he looked like one, he wasn't from the Imperial Palace. Not just anyone could enter the Imperial Palace. The Sky Sea Pavilion was a place to do business. The two of them arrived at the Sky Sea Pavilion. Someone came up to them and said, welcome, gentlemen. May I ask if you are here to buy or sell something? Let's take a look first. Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. These shop assistants weren't strong, they were only at the 6th Divine Core Realm. However, they weren't fighters, and their combat strength didn't matter. If anyone dared to cause trouble here, someone would come out to deal with them. Please come in. The shop assistant smiled and led Ling Xiao and Donghuang Yu into the Sky Sea Pavilion. Once they were inside, someone came to receive them. The shop assistant led them to a stall where they could buy and sell things. They could choose anything they wanted. After they finished looking and choosing, they could directly pay at the counter. It was very convenient. This place is really big. This was the biggest shop Ling Xiao had ever seen. Although he had been to some shops before, he had never seen one as big as this one. Furthermore, the Sky Sea Pavilion was built in a unique style. Almost every corner was protected by a formation. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to do anything rash after entering this place. Only those who were tired of living would dare to cause trouble here. Ling Xiao was looking around aimlessly, but in fact, he was looking around with his Tai Kai eye. Since he saw Cold Plum's things here, it was very likely that Lung Mai was here. Right at this moment, in a VIP reception room of the Sky Sea Pavilion, a few people were sitting there. The room was very luxurious and comfortable. One of them was quite handsome, and he didn't look very old. He looked less than 100 years old. There was an air of elegance in his movements. Everything he was wearing was made of treasures. None of them were ordinary clothes. Next to him sat a girl. She was wearing purple clothes. Her aura was cold and murderous. She was very beautiful. She was the kind of face that men would remember for the rest of their lives. However, the girl seemed to be in a lot of pain right now. She would frown and sigh from time to time. Behind the two of them were 9 powerful guards. They were of different ages, and they were wearing strange clothes. Among the 9 guards, 3 of them were at the 9th level of the Shattered Core Realm. Their strengths were different, but even the weakest of them were at the Shattered Core Realm. None of them were people Ling Xiao could afford to offend. Hey! There was one more person. Ling Xiao didn't notice that there was a terrifying existence whose aura was almost completely hidden. He was sitting next to the elegant man. He was obviously a guard too, but his status was higher. His strength was even more terrifying. He was a divine physique echelon expert. Who was this elegant man? How could he be protected by so many powerful experts? Ling Xiao frowned and continued to watch. Opposite the elegant man and Cold Plum sat a person. He should be the shopkeeper of the Sky Sea Pavilion. The elegant man said, "Shopkeeper Qin, if the Sky Sea Pavilion doesn't have that kind of thing, I'm afraid you can't find it anywhere else. Young Master Tianrue, it's not that I don't want to give it to you, but the thing you want is really out of stock. Generally, this kind of treasure can only come from the 12 ruins. It's a rare item, and it will be snatched up as soon as it comes out." Shopkeeper Qin smiled bitterly. Young Master Tianrue was the eldest young master of the Yuhua Divine Sect. Yuhua Tianrue. With his relationship with the Patriarch Society, he believed that the Sky Sea Pavilion would give it to him if they really had it. It was obvious that the Sky Sea Pavilion didn't have it at the moment. Young Master Tianrue, it's fine if you can't find it. We just met by chance, you don't have to do this for me. Cold Plum spoke. She felt very uncomfortable with Yuhua Tianrue's enthusiasm. What are you talking about? Miss Cold Plum, don't worry. Your injury, this young master will definitely heal it. As for the friend you're looking for, Ling Xiao, don't worry. I've already sent someone to look for him. Li Dian, Zhong Maro, and Feng Hua are my elite soldiers, they'll definitely find him. Yuhua Tianrue said eagerly. Chapter 4488. Thank you. Cold Plum said plainly, if you can't find him, don't force yourself. Master might not want me to find him. In the past, Cold Plum was a girl with a cold temperament, just like her fighting style. Now, she was the colorful butterfly saintess of the savage beast region and had a cold temperament. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, she would never be nice to others. Yuhua Tianrue's expression was a bit unnatural. He was the young master of Yuhua Divine Sect. Although he wasn't his father's favorite son, his status in Yuhua Divine Sect wasn't low. It had always been those women who threw themselves at him. But recently, he was madly infatuated with the colorful butterfly saintess called Cold Plum. He wanted to use force but didn't dare to. So he could only try his best to please her. Unfortunately, it didn't seem to be effective. At this moment, a burst of anger ignited in his heart. With his personality, he really wanted to force himself on the woman in front of him. But because of her status, he could only endure it. Just as he was about to speak again, there was a commotion outside. Ling Xiao just wanted to see if he could find Cold Plum. He didn't expect to find Cold Plum in Sky Sea Pavilion's VIP reception room. Although he could see the scene with his Tai Chi eye, he couldn't hear anything. Judging by the movements of her lips, he could guess that Cold Plum was injured. And this injury was very stubborn and required extremely precious herbs to heal. Master, what's wrong? Seeing Ling Xiao suddenly stop, Dong Huangyu asked curiously. Master's friend is here, and she seems to be injured. Ling Xiao found the dagger and chased her here. It was an unintentional move, but he didn't expect to find her. It could only be said that he and Cold Plum were fated to meet. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to find her in the chaotic sand ocean. Master's friend? Then I must meet him. Dong Huangyu believed that Ling Xiao's friend was definitely not an ordinary person. Other than looking for her master, the most important reason she came out this time was to see the world. He wanted to see more of those strange people to increase his knowledge and experience. Moreover, he was her master's friend, so she wanted to get to know him even more. Ling Xiao left the shopping area on the first floor and went straight to the VIP reception room. Cold Plum was someone who had followed him since the Heavenly Dragon continent. They temporarily separated in the ancient divine tomb. It was also for her better development. Now, Cold Plum's cultivation had surpassed his. Clearly, she had received a special inheritance from the savage beast region. Saintess Cai Dai? What an interesting title. However, Ling Xiao felt very uneasy about this kind of inheritance. How could it be a good thing for his strength to increase so quickly? Furthermore, he had just vaguely sensed the existence of a second soul in Cold Plum's body. Although it was hidden very deeply, he had indeed sensed it. This shouldn't be a possession. If it was a possession, the two souls would not be able to get along so well. Even so, he was still worried. Naturally, he had to get to the bottom of things. Soon, both of them arrived outside the VIP pavilion. Aside from the original guards, there was also a group of warriors wearing the standard uniform of Yuhua Divine Sect. They were vigilantly looking around. Even a mosquito wouldn't be able to escape their eyes. There were more than 50 of them in total. The weakest among them was at the 8th level of the Divine Core Realm, which was the perfect Heavenly Core Realm. Li Dian, Zhong Maro, and Feng Hua, whom he had met before, were all here. Just as I thought, Cold Plum is with the people of Yuhua Divine Sect. This is going to be troublesome. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. He obviously couldn't force his way in. They had divine physique realm warriors as well. Even if he summoned the great devil king, he wouldn't be able to kill all of them. Besides, the base of Yuhua divine sect was right next to them. He believed there were even more terrifying existences there. Of course, the most important thing was that Yuhua Tianrue didn't seem to be doing anything to Cold Plum. Instead, it seemed like he was helping Cold Plum find herbs. No matter if he was sincere or not, he couldn't just attack her. What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll kill all of you. Get lost. Ling Xiao and Dong Huangyu were still a few hundred meters away from the VIP pavilion. Angry roars could be heard coming from the other side. Their attitude was extremely rude. Ling Xiao didn't want to go against these people. He turned to Li Dian and said, "Old friend, don't you recognize us? It's you. Why did you chase us all the way here?" Li Dian was surprised. Ling Xiao took out the dagger and waved it around. "I saw something belonging to an old friend, so I came here to have a look. I didn't expect it to really be here. My little maid seems to have a good relationship with your young master. Are you really going to stop me?" Actually, aside from Feng Hua, Li Dian, and Zhong Mao, he didn't take any of them seriously. In front of him, Heavenly Core Warriors and Extreme Core Warriors were nothing. Li Dian's expression changed. Just as he was about to say something, someone in the pavilion reacted. Ling Xiao's voice was really loud. As long as the people in the pavilion weren't deaf, there was no way they couldn't hear him. The door was opened, and the first person to rush out was a girl in purple. After being separated for so many days, the girl seemed to have become even more beautiful. She even had a celestial aura. No wonder Yuhua Tianrue was fawning over Cold Plum. With such a beauty, no matter who it was, they would definitely fall for her. Dong Huangyu was stunned. What a beautiful girl, is she master's wife? Perhaps she thought that only a beauty like this was worthy of her master. Cold Plum looked at Ling Xiao, and she was stunned. Many times in the past, she had dreamed of seeing her master standing in front of her. Now that she finally saw him, she felt like she was dreaming. She couldn't believe it. "What's wrong? You don't recognize me?" Ling Xiao let out a bright smile. His white teeth shone in a friendly light. "Master." Cold Plum couldn't hold back her excitement any longer. She threw herself at Ling Xiao. She laid her head on Ling Xiao's shoulder and cried. Cold Plum was a strong girl. When she was alone, no matter how much she suffered, she never cried. But today, the moment she saw Ling Xiao, she finally couldn't hold back her tears. This was a true display of her emotions. Anger flashed across Yuhua Tianrue's face. His eyes flashed with viciousness and killing intent. "CK, I was fawning over you, but you didn't even give me a good look. When you saw this trash, you actually threw yourself into his arms. Bit." Of course, he only thought this in his heart. He didn't dare to say it out loud. Cold Plum was the Cai Dai Saintess after all. She had inherited the power of the Saintess. Her current strength wasn't something he could fight against. Moreover, Cold Plum represented the Savage Beast region. A mere Yuhua sect didn't dare to provoke a monster like the Savage Beast region. "All right, stop crying. I heard you were injured. What happened?" Ling Xiao was most concerned about Cold Plum's injuries. "Actually, I'm not injured. Something went wrong when I was cultivating. As a result, whenever I use my true essence, my entire body hurts. I can't take it." Cold Plum felt a warmth in her heart. Master really cared about her. The first thing she did when she saw him was to ask about his injuries. Chapter 4489. Cold Plum, is this the friend you've been looking for? Yuhua Tianrue couldn't stand it anymore, so he interrupted the conversation between Ling Xiao and Cold Plum. Ling Xiao raised his head and glanced at Yuhua Tianrue indifferently. He was less than 100 years old, but his strength had already reached the second level of the Shattered Core realm. He wasn't weak, but he wasn't considered a genius either. "Why are you pretending to be confused? Li Dian and the others seem to have seen me just now." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He could tell that Yuhua Tianrue was interested in Cold Plum. However, he had other thoughts. Cold Plum was someone who had been with him since the Tianlong continent. Their relationship was very deep. He would never allow anyone to hurt Cold Plum. Hehe, brotherling, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. Those 3 people don't know you. Yu Hua Tianrui smiled awkwardly. Is that so? Ling Xiao sneered, it better be so. Cold Plum also looked at Yu Hua Tianrui and said, if I find out that you dare to attack my master behind my back, I won't be polite. Even if I have to taste the pain of thousands of arrows piercing my heart, I'll still kill you. Her expression became extremely cold. She didn't like Yu Hua Tianrui to begin with. If this guy dared to hurt Ling Xiao, she wouldn't let him off easily. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Yu Hua Tianrui was furious. Cold Plum was actually so cold to him. He wished he could kill Ling Xiao right now. But he couldn't. He still had to maintain a smile and said, if I know that this brother is the saint's friend, I'll definitely treat him well. Shopkeeper Chin, I heard that there's a restaurant in Skysea Pavilion? Of course. Shopkeeper Chin smiled and said, please follow me. Yu Hua Tianrui glanced at Cold Plum and Ling Xiao and said, I'll be the host today and treat you to a meal. Please give me face. Since someone is treating us, of course we have to go. Cold Plum was about to refuse when Ling Xiao spoke up with a smile. After all, Yu Hua Tianrui was the eldest young master of the Yu Hua divine sect. He might be able to get some information out of this guy. Since Ling Xiao had accepted, Cold Plum did not refuse. Cold Plum will listen to master. Let's go. Every time Yu Hua Tianrui heard Cold Plum call Ling Xiao master, he felt upset. But he still had to endure it. The group followed Shopkeeper Chin to the Skysea Pavilion, a place that was specially prepared for VIPs. Yu Hua Tianrui was obviously very respected here. After everyone sat down, all kinds of delicacies were served. And it was of the highest quality. In Yu Hua Tianrui's words, as long as it's something that can be bought with money, it's nothing. His guards were basically standing to the side. Only the Divine Body Realm Guard remained seated at the side. They seemed to be his personal bodyguards. Yu Hua Tianrui was still afraid of death. After all, he was not strong enough and was rather arrogant. He had offended many people in the chaotic Sand Sea. During the meal, Yu Hua Tianrui wanted to talk to Cold Plum a few times, but Cold Plum only chatted with Ling Xiao and Dong Huangyu. And it was very lively. She had completely ignored him. Yu Hua Tianrui felt bored and took his leave in advance. Of course, he had already paid the money. Since the 2 of you have finally met after a long time, let's chat first. I won't disturb you. Yu Hua Tianrui was still able to act as if nothing had happened despite the anger in his heart. It was really hard on him. Seeing that the people who should have left had left, Ling Xiao dismissed the waiter. The 3 of them sat there, eating and chatting. From Cold Plum's words, he had a deeper understanding of the Yu Hua divine sect. The Yu Hua divine sect was also founded by martial artists from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. It was considered the 3rd largest force under the Patriarch Society and the Beast Gods Alliance. It was also considered a direct subordinate force of the Patriarch Society. After all, the Patriarch Society was just a loose organization. Some things had to be decided by the 13 patriarchs together. That was too troublesome. Therefore, ordinary matters were left to the Yu Hua divine sect. This also made the Yu Hua divine sect even more arrogant. They even felt that they were the representatives of the Patriarch Society. Of course, as an organization directly under the Patriarch Society, the Yu Hua divine sect was extremely powerful. According to Cold Plum, the Yu Hua divine sect had as many as 10 divine physique echelon experts. They were very powerful. After all, whether a sect was powerful or not depended on the experts. Divine physique echelon was the upper limit now. As the young master of the Yu Hua divine sect, it was easy to understand why Yu Hua Tianrui had a divine physique echelon expert protecting him. After all, he was the sect master's biological son. Moreover, the sect master did not have many sons. It was said that there were only 3. Yu Hua Tianrui was the 2nd son. He had an elder brother and a younger brother. The most outstanding one was his elder brother. His younger brother was also very outstanding. It was just that he was still young and was not in the chaotic desert sea. He was currently cultivating in the heaven's sacred ground. Ling Xiao felt a bit of pressure in his heart. He could already feel Yuhua Tianrui's hostility towards him. This Yuhua divine sect actually had 10 divine physique echelon experts. They were not in existence like the Scarlet Sun sacred city. It was too difficult to deal with them. Cold Plum, tell me honestly, how close is this Yuhua Tianrui to you? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Cold Plum's attitude determined his attitude towards the Yuhua divine sect. Dong Huang, you only cared about eating at the side. This girl was not only a glutton, but also a ghost. Cold Plum thought for a moment and said, Master, I am now the Kadi Saintess of the Savage Beast region. Yuhua Tianrui is probably just trying to curry favor with me. That's why he wants to find herbs for me. However, these herbs are extremely difficult to find, so I don't have much hope. As for what he is thinking, I don't know. I see, I understand. After figuring out the relationship, the next step would be even clearer. But you are the Kadi Saintess of the Savage Beast region. Why didn't the Savage Beast region even send a bodyguard to you? Ling Xiao asked in shock. This. Cold Plum stuck out her tongue playfully. I snuck out by myself. They are probably going crazy from anxiety. Oh, you, don't make the people who care about you anxious. No matter what, you go back first. I still have to stay in the chaotic sand sea for a while. Just come back when you want to see me. Ling Xiao hurriedly said. I understand, Master. But Master, why did you come to the chaotic sand sea? Ever since I received the news of you coming here, I have been very worried. Cold Plum asked. Me? I'm here to find 2 things. Ling Xiao smiled and said, these 2 things are very likely to be in the 12 ruins. I came to the Heavenly Hall district to make a trip to the Heavenly Ruins. Heavenly Ruins? Cold Plum suddenly frowned and said, Master, have you obtained the Heavenly Token? Not yet. Ling Xiao shook his head. The Heavenly Token is something that must be obtained. Without the Heavenly Token, it is impossible to enter the Heavenly Ruins. I know that. Ling Xiao said. Then do you know that there is a limit to the number of people who can enter the Heavenly Ruins? Cold Plum smiled bitterly and said, not only is there a limit to the number of people, but there is also a limit to the time. So troublesome. Ling Xiao felt a headache coming on. These guys really know how to make simple things complicated. If it was up to him, he could just let them enter and hand over the people who came out. All read. Chapter 4490. To put it simply, the Board of Patriarchs represents 13 forces in the 4 regions and 9 world. In addition to the strength of the Yuhua divine cult and other subordinates. There are a total of 22 quotas. These 22 quotas represent 22 teams. There is no limit to the number of people in each team. It can be 1 person or many people, but there can be no more than 6 people. Every time the Heavenly Ruins opens, a new treasure location will be discovered. At this time, the 22 teams will enter to seize the treasures. In the end, half of the treasures obtained will be handed over, and the other half can be left behind. Isn't it 90% handed over? Ling Xiao asked curiously. 90% refers to the teams that don't belong to the Board of Patriarchs. For example, the Beast Deities Alliance. Cold Plum explained. So that's how it is. Can anyone with any strength enter? Ling Xiao asked again. No. Apart from the Eternal Ruins, there are large-scale restrictions set up in the 12 ruins. Divine Physique realm martial artists can't enter, otherwise, the Board of Patriarchs will go and obtain the treasures themselves. There is no need for the younger generation to help. Cold Plum explained. This restriction should be set up by the experts of the Eternal Desert. The Board of Patriarchs has tried all means but still couldn't break it. Then, when will the Heavenly Ruins open again? Ling Xiao asked. If it was too long, he planned to go somewhere else. There were 12 ruins, so he didn't have to hang himself on one tree. About 7 days later, Cold Plum replied. Okay, that's not too long. I have to prepare a little. Oh right, how do I apply for this quota? Ling Xiao asked. He realized that Cold Plum seemed to know everything, so he asked directly. Master, there are 2 ways to apply. One is to directly join the Golden Sky Regions team, but it's not certain whether those people will accept you. The other is to set up your own team and compete. Master, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to do it alone. Cold Plum frowned. It's fine if I'm alone, as long as I pass the test. It'll be troublesome if there are too many people. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Even if he couldn't use the Great Demon King in there, he had other ways. Master, don't forget about me. I can team up with you. Dong Huangyu swallowed the food in her mouth and hurriedly spoke. Master, it's not that I don't trust you. However, there were many experts in the chaotic sand ocean. Even divine physique echelon cultivators couldn't enter. There are also warriors in the core fragmentation realm. It's very troublesome. Cold Plum was worried about Ling Xiao. That's not right. I heard that the restriction doesn't limit strength, but age. Those under 100 years old are not allowed to enter. Dong Huangyu suddenly interjected. That's right, but it's impossible for there to be a divine body realm martial artist within the age of 100. The strongest one is probably at the core fragmentation realm. Cold Plum said after some thought. Ha ha ha, if that's the case, then it's easy. Good disciple, come with me to search for treasures. Cold Plum, do you want to join? Why don't you join us? Ling Xiao smiled. Master is indeed master. Cold Plum looked at Ling Xiao and couldn't help but sigh. In the past, Ling Xiao was fearless. Even now, he still hadn't changed. Master, let's not talk about this first. If you really want to go, I have to explain the situation of the Heavenly Ruins. The Heavenly Ruins have a nice name, but it's a name given by the later generations. It's actually very terrifying inside. There are many strange creatures inside. They're obviously walking corpses, but they still have the ability to kill. Moreover, they also have very tenacious vitality. I once saw with my own eyes that a 9th stage core fragmentation realm martial artist was sucked dry by the vines in the depths of the underground. It's that terrifying. Although Ling Xiao said that, he still had a faint smile on his face. Undying creatures? That didn't exist at all. Human martial artists who cultivated to the divine physique echelon couldn't achieve immortality. At most, their vitality would be stronger. It wasn't that those creatures couldn't die, but that people hadn't found a way to kill them. He had the Tai Chi eye, which was probably the nightmare of those creatures. What other characteristics are there? Tell me all of them. Anyway, you know my character. I have to go. Ling Xiao said with a smile. This Heavenly Ruins has a greatest characteristic, which is that time seems to cycle. It will never move forward. If you can't walk out of this cycle, you will always be trapped in the nightmare of time, never to come out. Cold Plum said. Time cycle. Hearing Cold Plum's words, Ling Xiao was stunned. Not afraid, but pleasantly surprised. What were the 2 things he was looking for? One was the remains of Sun God. The other was the remnant soul of Yu God. Sun God grasped the will of massacre and the law of space. Yu God grasped the law of time. This Heavenly Ruins was very likely to be related to Yu God. He didn't expect that his luck was so good, actually bumping into it here. Ling Xiao suddenly became excited. He had to go in this Heavenly Ruins. Anyway, there were still 7 days until the next time he entered the Heavenly Ruins. He could wait. Perhaps after coming out of this place, his strength would have an earth-shaking change. Since Master is determined to go, I'll go with you. It just so happens that the prophecy said that there will be one thing in the treasure this time. It's better than the medicinal herbs I'm looking for. After consuming it, not only can it greatly improve your cultivation aptitude, it can allow a martial artist to be reborn, and it can heal basically all injuries. Cold Plum said with some excitement. What is so magical? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. The prophecy said that it's called the eternal fruit. Cold Plum said. Prophecy, you mentioned the prophecy just now. What is this prophecy? Ling Xiao was a little puzzled. Every once in a while, some words will appear on the jade wall outside the ruins. It predicts where there is treasure and roughly what it is. This is the prophecy, Cold Plum said. So magical. Ling Xiao said with a smile, then besides this eternal fruit, is there anything else in the prophecy? There are many good things. However, there are actually only 4 things that can attract the attention of divine body realm martial artists. The eternal fruit is one of them. The second is the saint-level cultivation technique that surpasses emperor-level cultivation technique. I've never seen a saint-level cultivation technique before, but I heard that this cultivation technique can only be cultivated by divine body realm martial artists. There is a special power in the cultivation technique. If one is not a divine body realm martial artist, one will definitely suffer from a backlash. However, one thing is for sure, saint-level cultivation techniques are extremely powerful, much more powerful than emperor-level cultivation techniques. No wonder even those divine body realm old fellows are tempted. There's actually something like a saint-level cultivation technique. Ling Xiao was very emotional. No wonder there were people who kept barging into the ruins even though they were so dangerous. After all, as long as one could get such good things, they would be rich. The third thing is an emperor-level treasure. As for what it is, I'm afraid I'll only know when I see it. However, one thing is for sure. This emperor-level treasure has 10 dragon patterns. It's the highest level mortal-level emperor-level weapon. Chapter 4491. Cold Plum continued, the last item is a kind of spiritual medicine. It's different from the eternal fruit. This spirit medicine was actually artificially refined. It's called 9 Lightning Body Tempering Pill. After taking it, it can temper the body and increase one's aptitude. The effect is very magical. It can turn ordinary people into geniuses, geniuses into monsters, and monsters into monsters. So many good things. Presumably, apart from these 4 items, the rest of them were definitely not ordinary items. Looks like I have to go to this place. There might be clues about Yushin and so many treasures. It would be a pity not to go. Ling Xiao naturally knew that it was difficult, but he didn't believe that all 22 teams were equally strong. There must be weak ones. How would he know if he would succeed if he didn't try? The 3 of them finally made a decision. Let's go together. Although Cold Plum couldn't use her true essence often, her physical strength was comparable to a peak core realm expert. At the crucial moment, she could endure the pain and use her true essence. She could display even more terrifying strength. As for Donghuang Yu, it wouldn't be a problem for her to deal with a peak core realm expert. After all, there were only a few shattered core realm experts. There were even fewer shattered core realm experts under 100 years old. In that case, let's go sign up first. Cold Plum stood up and said, as the Kadi Saintess of the Savage Beast region, I still have some say in the Patriarch Society. It won't be a problem for me to sign up. Aren't you going to say goodbye to Yuhua Tianrui? Ling Xiao smiled. No need. I don't know him. He was the one who insisted on sticking to me. Cold Plum shook her head. In that case, let's go. The 3 of them left Skysea Pavilion, but before they could leave, they saw Yuhua Tianrui coming over with his guards. The eyes of the Divine Physique Echelon Realm Guard were cold and sinister. Obviously, he didn't have a good impression of Ling Xiao. However, this was normal. It would be strange if he had a good impression of him. From his point of view, Ling Xiao was trying to snatch his young master's woman. Saintess, are you going to leave without saying goodbye? Yuhua Tianrui had the intention of denouncing him as soon as he arrived. Where I go doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, does it? Cold Plum frowned. Who does Yuhua Tianrui think he is to me? But since you're here, there's no harm in telling you. Master and I have some matters to attend to. In the future, there was no need to trouble young Master Tianrui to take care of him. No matter what, thank you for your kindness. Cold Plum came to Skysea Pavilion alone to buy herbs. Yuhua Tianrui insisted on getting close. If it was not for the fact that it was not appropriate for her to use her vital essence now, she would have chased him away long ago. Why would he waste so much time talking nonsense with this fellow? Goodbye. Ling Xiao smiled. He soared into the air and flew back to the central hub of the Heavenly Hall with Cold Plum and Donghuang Yu. Bastard. Seeing Ling Xiao and the others leave, Yuhua Tianrui suddenly cursed fiercely, B*TCH who doesn't know what's good for her. Eldest young master, there's no need to be angry. If you're not satisfied, I'll kill those 3 people for you. Feng Hua said calmly. Although he felt that it would be troublesome for Yu Hua sect to rashly kill the cultivators from the Golden Sky region and the Savage Beast region. But as long as his master gave the order, he did not care. Damn it, that Cold Plum and Ling Xiao were flirting with each other. They were purposely trying to anger eldest young master. Li Dian gritted his teeth and said. Yu Hua Tianrui thought for a while and said, the other party's identity is special. It's better to be careful. Especially that Cold Plum, Cai Di Saintus, she has a great background. We can't afford to offend her. If she really gets angry, her strength might not be inferior to a divine physique echelon cultivator. Yu Hua Tianrui was not a fool after all. At least he had a brain. He did not directly give the order to kill Ling Xiao and the others. Feng Hua, send someone to keep an eye on those 3 people. I want to get information on them at all times. Cai Di Saintus. Haha. Only this kind of woman is worthy of me. Yu Hua Tianrui sneered. There was nothing he could not get in the chaotic desert ocean. So what if she was the Cai Di Saintus? Eldest young master, I've already sent someone to keep an eye on them. That Ling Xiao is the one who killed the Twin Tiger Gang's leader and obtained the Twin Tiger Divine Seal. Feng Hua said. Oh. I couldn't tell. He's that strong. Yu Hua Tianrui was too familiar with the strength of the Twin Tiger Gang's leader. They had a deal in the past. 3rd level of the Shattered Core Realm. He was actually killed by Ling Xiao. It's probably someone else's doing. The person who reported the information said that when they went, the Twin Tiger Gang's leader was already dead. Feng Hua said. No matter what, let's keep an eye on him first. If we want to kill him, we have to make sure that we kill him in one blow. Also, we can't let the people of the Golden Sky region know about it. After all, he's the champion of the Golden Battle. Yu Hua Tianrui knew that it was not easy for their Yu Hua divine sect to grow. They still had to look at the face of the Patriarch Society. And the Patriarch Society represented the 13 forces of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. He could not afford to offend any of them. Therefore, he had to be even more careful. Who? The Divine Physique Echelon Guard suddenly snorted. He looked at a place not far away. A person appeared there. It was a man with a strong build. He looked very young. His muscles were tense. His figure was also extremely tall, about 3 meters tall. His cold eyes did not belong to a human at first glance. Especially the wild aura that was released from his body. It made one's heart tremble. Someone who could make the Divine Physique Echelon Guard nervous was definitely not ordinary. In front of this person, Yu Hua Tianrui felt as if he was being stared at by a huge tiger. His entire body trembled, and he could not even stand steadily. You're not heavenly demon Yu Hua? That person suddenly spoke with a look of disdain. No wonder you're so useless. Bastard. Hearing that his master was being humiliated, a guard pounced forward. This was a martial artist at the extreme 6th level of the core realm. Even in the entire chaotic desert, he was not considered weak. He punched that person. That person did not even move. However, the guard felt as if he had been hit by a huge planet. He flew backward, and he could no longer take it. Sir, Heavenly Demon Yu Hua is my elder brother. He's currently not at home. Yu Hua Tianrui hurriedly said. I got it. Tell your subordinates to be more obedient. Don't attack anyone you meet. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. The young man grinned and jumped up, instantly disappearing into the sky like a cannonball. Someone from the Savage Beast region, could it be that his with Cold Plum? Yu Hua Tianrui was extremely glad that he did not attack Cold Plum, otherwise, he would be in deep trouble. Ling Xiao and the other 2 sat on the flying puppet and returned to the center of heaven. It did not take much time. Go and greet your people first. Otherwise, they won't know where you went. After landing, Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to save his life. There were still 7 days anyway, so there was no hurry. Okay. Cold Plum also felt that it was time to go and greet them. Heaven District had the 4 regions and 9 realms offices. The Savage Beast region's office was an exquisite courtyard. Before he entered, Ling Xiao saw two people at the door looking very anxious. Chapter 4492. Cold Plum stepped forward and explained the situation. The two men's expressions changed drastically. No. Saintess, you're from the Savage Beast region. Even if you want to enter the Heavenly Ruins, you should form a team with a warrior from the Savage Beast region, not with someone with mediocre strength. The two men noticed Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the peak Heavenly Core realm, no wonder people said he was mediocre. Their words were already considered polite. To put it bluntly, they would just call him trash. Say no more. I've made up my mind. It seemed like Cold Plum's status in the Savage Beast region wasn't low. Since she had made up her mind, the two men couldn't do anything about it. In the end, they looked at Ling Xiao helplessly and said, "Young man, our saintess is willing to form a team with you, that's your good fortune. But don't have any dirty thoughts. The saintess isn't something someone like you can have. Cold Plum, what am I to you?" Ling Xiao didn't refute, he just smiled and asked. "Master." Cold Plum didn't hesitate. The two men's expressions instantly turned ugly. "Saintess, how can you call this person master?" "Why not? It was master who saved me from someone else's evil clutches. It was master who helped me increase my strength. If it wasn't for master, I would have died long ago. Why can't I call him master?" Cold Plum said coldly. "All right, we've greeted each other, let's go." Ling Xiao was planning to stay in the Savage Beast region's office for a while, but since they looked down on him, there was no need for him to be so thick-skinned and stay. After saying that, he turned around and left. Cold Plum and Dong Huangyu chased after him. There were many inns in the center of the Heavenly Ruins, and they were all quite well built. The three of them chose an inn to stay in, then they started discussing business. "Since we've decided to form our own team, let's decide on a name first. Of course, we need to apply for the team using our sect's name. Master, give us a name, it'll make it easier to apply." Cold Plum spoke first. "Do you have any requests?" Ling Xiao asked. "First of all, the sect leader's strength should be at least at the first level of the core fragmentation realm. Secondly, the sect must have at least 3 people. Thirdly, the starting capital of the sect must be at least 100 million high-grade spirit stones." Cold Plum said. "I can fulfill all 3 conditions." Ling Xiao smiled and decided to let Cold Plum be the sect master. His cultivation had clearly surpassed this requirement. As for the funds, he could provide them. After all, it was just the registration funds. "Let's not talk about the registration for now. Cold Plum, you have to promise me something. If you can't do it, then don't go with me." Ling Xiao suddenly said seriously. "Master, don't worry. I won't use my true essence unless I have no other choice." "Good that you know." Ling Xiao nodded his head. "Since that's the case, let's call this sect Cold Moon Sect. Cold Plum's Lung, and Dong Huangyu's Yu." "But master, why isn't there a name for yourself?" Dong Huangyu asked. "What do you know? I'm an expert, so I naturally have to keep a low profile. I don't want those empty titles," Ling Xiao said with a smile. The 3 of them left their residence with a smile and walked towards the Patriarch Society's office. Although they couldn't step into the White Tower, the office was just outside, so it didn't affect them. "Eldest young master, I just received news that Fenghua moved closer to Yu Hua Tianrui's ear and reported the news from the scout. He was talking about what Ling Xiao and the others had just discussed. They're going to the Heaven Ruins." Yu Hua Tianrui's face instantly darkened. "What a bitch. I said I would help her find the eternal fruit. She didn't appreciate it, but she asked that trash to help. She didn't even see if that trash could help. Cold Plum, oh Cold Plum, you're injured now. Let's see how many times you can use your true essence. Eldest young master, what should we do?" Fenghua asked. "Chimph, I know what I'm doing. If you do this," a stupid plan began. "I'm afraid that Yuhua Tianrui doesn't know that his smart plan might harm Yuhua spiritual sect. Of course, it would first harm his life." Ling Xiao and the other 2 had already arrived at the Patriarch Society's office. Compared to the Heaven Pagoda behind them, This office naturally couldn't be compared. But compared to the other buildings, it was still built with a majestic aura. Ling Xiao and the others were definitely not the only ones who signed up. There were many others. Everyone wanted a share of the loot. After all, the treasure in the prophecy was too good. The application process was relatively simple. Submit the sect member list. And the name of the sect. Next, they just had to wait for the review. Cold Moon Sect was a relatively unpopular name. They thought that there wouldn't be a repeat. Who would have thought that as soon as the name was submitted, they would say no? There were repeats. Helpless, Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to think of another name, so he directly said, Battle Alliance. Battle Alliance was Ling Xiao's force in the 3,000 sacred cities. It was suitable to be used here. After the registration, they just had to wait for the review. The review took a very long time. Because there were too many people who signed up. Ling Xiao waited for more than an hour before he arrived. Fortunately, he wasn't in a hurry to do anything else. He only needed to cultivate there. You're not qualified, you can leave. The person in charge of the review team glanced at the registration form and said casually. He didn't even look at Ling Xiao. Reason: Ling Xiao was a stubborn person. You want to chase him away without giving a reason? Impossible. If I say you're not qualified, then you're not qualified. What reason do you need? This time, the rule is that there must be 6 people to pass the review. The person in charge asked impatiently, Do you think I'm blind? Didn't the team in front also pass the review? Ling Xiao frowned. It was obvious that they were being targeted. But he wasn't sure what the reason was. Was it because of Yu Hua Tianrue? Or was it because of the people from the Savage Beast region? Or was it because of Dong Huang Yu or him? Bastard! How dare you suspect the board of patriarchs? Scram! Otherwise, I'll beat you to death. That person stood up and said coldly. How impressive. Look at you, you're just another person's dog. Yu Hua Tianrue told you to do it, right? You can't represent the board of patriarchs. Ling Xiao asked this to see the other party's reaction. In the end, he guessed right. When this person heard the words Yu Hua Tianrue, his expression changed. You're courting death. He seemed to be angry from embarrassment and directly attacked to teach Ling Xiao a lesson. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao would be the first to attack? He slapped that person's face, causing his face to be covered in blood. This scene stunned the surrounding people. This person was so bold. He even dared to hit the staff of the board of patriarchs. Who exactly was he? Just as he was thinking, a pair of people suddenly came out of the office. The person in the lead was actually at the 9th level of the Shattered Core realm. He should be the boss of this office. What happened? He asked coldly. Mobile version update website, M. Chapter 4493. Greetings, Steward Zhong. Seeing the people who came out of the room, the arrogant person in charge from before quickly stood up and bowed. His face took on a ghastly expression. He thought that nobody would dare to refute his decision, so it would end quietly. Nobody from the higher-ups would know. However, he did not expect these people to be so stubborn. If this matter was blown out of proportion, he would suffer. What exactly happened? Steward Zhong asked with a gloomy face. Reporting to Steward Zhong, someone is causing trouble here. The person in charge tried to complain first. Hihi, how can there be such a shameless person in the Senior Statesman Society? You messed around and ruined the Senior Statesman Society's reputation, and now you're making a comeback? Didn't you say that you represent the Senior Statesman Society and can kick out whoever you want? Why aren't you acting so arrogant now? Ling Xiao sneered. Everyone, you've seen how unruly the Senior Statesman Society is. I'm sure that you'll be swindled by them in the end if you participate in this treasure hunt. Why don't you just disperse? Besides, the Senior Statesman Society has always been respected by everyone, which is why they can control District 9 steadily. Now, it looks like it's really disappointing. He wanted to blow this matter up. The Senior Statesman Society cared about their reputation the most. Once a large organization's reputation was ruined, it would be over. There were more than one organization that refused to obey the Senior Statesman Society. Everyone was waiting for the Senior Statesman Society to make a mistake. Little brother, let's talk nicely. If my subordinates make a mistake, I'll definitely punish them severely. Seeing that the crowd was discussing, Steward Zhong had to speak up. Greetings, Steward Zhong. It's actually not a big deal. Someone received benefits from someone else. They didn't let us participate in the competition because they said that we don't have enough people. What a joke. If I remember correctly, this team has at least one person and at most 6 people. Are you the one who set the rules for the Senior Statesman Society? Ling Xiao laughed. Is that true? Steward Zhong's face turned pale. It was not like this had never happened before, but it was done secretly. He could also turn a blind eye to it. But now, things had gotten out of hand. He had to deal with it even if he wanted to. Young Master Tianrui asked me to do it. I really didn't receive any benefit. The person in charge was so scared that he quickly knelt on the ground. Hehe, Deacon Zhong, since he has admitted it, what should we do now? Ling Xiao smiled. Don't worry, your name list will be submitted. As long as you pass the test, you can participate. Deacon Zhong said in a clear voice, our board of patriarchs will never do such a thing. Since this person has made a mistake, I will not let him off easily. Deacon Zhong, you better not be two-faced. Do you know who I am? Cold Plum suddenly took off her hood. Deacon Zhong's expression changed. Saintess Cai Dai. It's good that you know him. If I'm not happy, you should know what happens to a deacon like you. After Cold Plum finished speaking, she put on her hood again. Goodbye. Ling Xiao cupped his hands at Deacon Zhong. He left with Donghuang Yu and Cold Plum. Deacon Zhong looked at their departing figures with a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. The Saintess of the Savage Beast region was powerful, but this was the chaotic Sand Ocean. Yuhua Divine Sect was more important to the Board of Patriarchs. Moreover, his other identity was an elder of Yuhua Divine Sect. Master, should we go and settle the score with Yuhua Tianrui? Donghuang Yu said excitedly. Settle the score? Of course. But not now. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, let's wait and see. If someone thinks we're easy to bully, then he's not far from death. There aren't many people in this world who can live well after offending me, Ling Xiao. He wouldn't go so far as to barge into Yuhua Divine Sect for such a small matter. After all, Yuhua Tianrui had many experts by his side. Pulling one hair would affect the whole body. But if the other party went too far, then they couldn't blame him. At this moment, in an near Skysea pavilion, 2 people were talking about something. The topic was related to Yuhua Divine Sect and the Heavenly Ruins. Young Master Jin, I've asked. Heavenly Demon Yuhua isn't home for the time being, but he'll be back tonight. The one who spoke was the tall and mighty savage beast race martial artist. Sorry to trouble you, Zhenhu. The one who was called Young Master Jin was also a young man. He wore a golden robe and looked very cool. Young Master, what are you saying? If it weren't for you, Zhenhu would have been dead. Zhenhu smiled and said, it's Zhenhu's honor to serve Young Master. Then let's go to Yuhua Divine Sect tonight. If I can get the complete soul of the 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Crow, I can break through again and reach the divine physique realm. The golden-robed young man revealed a happy expression. In terms of cultivation, Sister Coldplum is 1 step ahead of me. Saintess Cai Dai inherited the power of the Saintess, so her strength will naturally increase by leaps and bounds. Zhenhu said, Young Master, as long as you get the last remnant soul of the 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Crow, you can also obtain the Beast Emperor's inheritance. Your strength will definitely increase by leaps and bounds. I wonder how Brother Long is doing. He's currently cultivating in the nest of 10,000 dragons. I hope he's fine. The golden-robed young man continued. There's also my big brother Ling Xiao. I heard he also came to the chaotic Sand Sea. I really hope we're fated to meet. We haven't seen each other in a long time. That's right, this person was Little Gold. He was once Ling Xiao's good brother. Ling Xiao helped him reconstruct his body and transform into the Golden Crow. He obtained the remnant soul of the 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Crow and the devouring demon fetus. Later on, he also went to the savage beast region like Cold Plum. This time, he came to the chaotic sand sea for the remnant soul of the 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Crow. There was a difference between having support and not. Ling Xiao's talent was more outstanding than these people, but now Cold Plum and Little Gold's cultivation had surpassed his. They had improved by leaps and bounds. However, if Ling Xiao knew about it, he wouldn't be jealous. Instead, he would be happy. His cultivation speed was extremely fast. If he fell behind, he could quickly catch up. If his brother's cultivation was inferior to him, then they would have to encounter such a fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, it would be difficult to catch up or even surpass him. Soon, it was night time. Yuhua Divine Sect was brightly lit. The security was tight. According to them, even a mosquito couldn't fly in. Not to mention, the Sky Sea Pavilion was right next to it. The guards there were equally terrifying. Moreover, there were divine physique realm experts overseeing it. It was extremely difficult for an ordinary person to fish in troubled waters. The sect master of Yuhua Divine Sect was currently cultivating in seclusion. Divine physique realm martial artists usually wouldn't interfere in such small matters to avoid wasting time. Now, Yuhua Divine Sect was controlled by the Godson. The Godson was Yuhua Tianrui's big brother. He wasn't called Young Master, so Yuhua Tianrui was called Eldest Young Master. The Godson was more glorious than the Young Master. His status was higher and his power was greater. All of this was obtained by Heavenly Demon Yuhua with his outstanding talent and strength. Mobile version website, M. Chapter 4494. Yuhua Heavenly Demon treated his younger brother Yuhua Tianrui pretty well, sending a divine body realm martial artist as his younger brother's guard. This person's name was Wu Tianshou. Reaching the first level of the divine body realm, he had already used up all his potential and aptitude. No matter how much he cultivated, it was useless. Therefore, Wu Tianshou pursued glory, wealth, and power. He looked like a bodyguard, but he was very free. Yuhua Heavenly Demon himself didn't need a bodyguard. His cultivation had already reached the 9th level of the Shattered Core realm. Coupled with the treasures on him, he could even fight against a 1st-level divine body realm martial artist. He was much stronger than his younger brother Yuhua Tianrui. Yuhua Heavenly Demon had just returned from work, and saw that Yuhua Tianrui's palace was brightly lit, and music could be heard from time to time. He smiled faintly. "Younger brother, if you're always like this, big brother will also protect you forever." After saying that, he turned around and went back to his palace. Yuhua Divine Sect really made it look like a palace. The place they lived in was called the Palace. Yuhua Tianrui's palace was called Tianrui Palace. At this moment, he was throwing a tantrum inside. A few dancers had already been killed, but the crazy him was still wantonly destroying things. Because the news came, his little tricks were already exposed. Ling Xiao and the rest weren't disqualified. After a long time, he stopped. His eyes were filled with viciousness. "Ling Xiao. He, I can't afford to offend Yuhua Heavenly Demon, but can't I afford to offend you, a mere Ling Xiao? Cold Plum, you bitch, now that you're arrogant with me, I'll get you on my bed sooner or later. Feng Hua, go to my big brother, borrow someone from him. I must kill Ling Xiao, kill that trash. Eldest Young Master, there's no need to trouble your godson to kill Ling Xiao, I can do it." Feng Hua said faintly. He was a 3rd-level Shattered Core realm martial artist after all. Killing Ling Xiao shouldn't be a problem. No. He took the title of godson and made me a young master who lived in a drunken stupor. I'll listen to him, but he has to do something for me. Go and borrow shadow for me. This sharp dagger should be plunged into Ling Xiao's throat. Yuhua Tianrui was actually a very understanding person. It was precisely because he understood it all too well that he was also in great pain. It was better to live a muddle-headed life. Shadow was an assassin under Heavenly Demon Yuhua. Although his strength was on par with Fire Beacon, he was an assassin. Assassins were generally stronger than martial artists of the same level. Moreover, he still had the treasure bestowed by Heavenly Demon Yuhua. He had killed a 5th-level Shattered Core warrior before, so this perfect Heavenly Core warrior should be a piece of cake for him to kill. Also, Fire Beacon, the 3 of you follow as well. If that shadow fails, you guys can attack again. I don't think this Ling Xiao is an ordinary person. To be able to gain the favor of Cold Plum, I'm afraid he's not as weak as he looks. Although Yuhua Tianrui had always called Ling Xiao a good-for-nothing, he was still a good-for-nothing. However, in his heart, he did not dare to underestimate the enemy. Understood. Fire Beacon obeyed and walked outside. Right at this moment, an extremely frightening aura suddenly appeared. No, there were 2 auras. Different from last time, there was a young man in a golden robe. Don't be afraid, we're just asking, where is Heavenly Demon Yuhua's residence? Xiao Jin asked with a smile. Over there. Once again, Fire Beacon and Yuhua Tianrui felt like they couldn't breathe. This time, no one dared to attack recklessly. Only the divine physique realm Wu Tianshou stared at Xiao Jin and Sword Tiger with a cold expression. Thank you. Xiao Jin smiled and followed Sword Tiger towards Heavenly Demon Yuhua's residence. Wu Tianshou followed them as well. Wu Tianshou was a bodyguard assigned by Heavenly Demon Yuhua to Yuhua Tianrui, but he knew very well in his heart. He only had one master, and that was Heavenly Demon Yuhua. Therefore, if Heavenly Demon Yuhua was in danger, he naturally had to help. These 2 men are so terrifying. That tall and mighty beast warrior is already terrifying enough. That young man in the golden robe gives off an even scarier feeling. Just by standing there, he looks like he's in hell. Can you tell how strong they are? Yuhua Tianrui asked. The difference in strength between him and those 2 was too great, so he couldn't sense it. That tall young man is probably already at the 9th level of the Shattered Core realm. His strength is on par with the Godson. As for that young man in the golden robe, to be honest, I can't see through him. A 9th level Shattered Core realm martial artist shook his head and said, it feels like his strength is only around the 1st level of the Shattered Core realm. But that's not right. Because the 1st level of the Shattered Core realm doesn't have such a terrifying aura, even I feel trembling. Forget it, we can't afford to offend such a person. Yuhua Tianrui simply waved his hand and said, let my big brother handle this troublesome matter. He's the godson. At the same time, Xiao Jin and Sword Tiger had already met Heavenly Demon Yuhua. In the room, there were only Heavenly Demon Yuhua, Wu Tianshou, Xiao Jin, and Sword Tiger. Heavenly Demon Yuhua was like his name, he had an evil demonic aura. He exuded a domineering aura from head to toe. It was no wonder that Yuhua Divine Sect's godson was him and not the 2nd or 3rd brother. We don't seem to know each other, right? Heavenly Demon Yuhua could be considered bold. He actually let in an expert that he didn't know. Don't we know each other now? Moreover, in a transaction, what matters is goods and money. It doesn't matter if we know each other or not, right? Xiao Jin smiled. Transaction? Heavenly Demon Yuhua smiled and said, I like transactions. Tell me, what do you want? Godson is indeed a straightforward person. Xiao Jin smiled and said, Godson, you should have been to the Heaven Ruins more than once, right? We noticed that in the prophecy, the remnant soul of the Netherworld Golden Crow appeared. What we want to buy is the information. Is the remnant soul of the Netherworld Golden Crow inside? If it is, sell the coordinates to us. Godson, you can name a price, as long as the price is right. Heavenly Demon Yuhua smiled and said, of course I've seen it. It's just that the Netherworld Golden Crow is surrounded by terrifying Netherworld Golden Light. Ordinary people can't get close at all. So no one has gotten it after a few times. If you can give me a satisfactory price, I don't mind telling you. The 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Crow might be useful to many people. But to Heavenly Demon Yuhua, it was useless. A piece of information could be exchanged for a generous sum of money, so why wouldn't he do it? Moreover, the 2 people opposite him didn't look old, but their strength couldn't be underestimated. They definitely had an extremely deep background. He didn't want to offend them. The reason why Yuhua Divine Sect could stand for so long was because they were careful. Godson, please name a price. Xiao Jin smiled and said. Heavenly Demon Yuhua smiled and said, how about this, my request isn't too much. Either you give me a Saint Class 9th level cultivation technique, or you give me a 9-Dragon Mark Emperor weapon. You can choose. Kid, you're asking for too much. To be honest, we only came to you for convenience's sake. If you don't know what's good for you, we'll find it ourselves. Jianhu sneered. Chapter 4495. Peak Emperor Tier Cultivation Technique, or an Emperor Tier weapon without dragon patterns. That's our limit. Xiao Jin said calmly. That was a ruthless bargain. He, an Emperor Tier weapon with 1 dragon pattern. Yu Hua Heavenly Demon laughed. Deal. Xiao Jin stood up and said, I'll prepare the things as soon as possible. I hope my godson can prepare the map. By the way, I don't like being lied to. If my godson thinks I'm easy to bully and makes a fake map, I don't mind making Yu Hua sect disappear from the chaotic sand ocean. With that, Xiao Jin and Jianhu turned and left. They came and left mysteriously. Seeing the two of them leave, Wu Tianshou grinned. Godson, do you want me to kill those two? Forget it. These two people have extremely deep backgrounds. Try not to provoke them if you can. Heavenly Demon Yu Hua said with a faint smile. But they threatened you. Wu Tianshou said again. There are many people who threaten me. How can I kill them all? Yu Hua Heavenly Demon said, Go and protect my second brother. They want to kill me. Do you think I, Yu Hua Heavenly Demon, will be scared? Yes. Wu Tianshou left. It made sense. In the chaotic sand ocean, other than the Beast God Alliance, no one dared to touch Yu Hua sect. After all, Yu Hua sect was the local tyrant. Except for Yu Hua sect. Jianhu laughed. Young Master Jin, are you really going to give that dog an Emperor Tier weapon? Even without dragon patterns, an Emperor Tier weapon is still very precious. We don't even have that many. The most important thing is to be honest. Since we agreed, we can't go back on our word. But whether he can live to enjoy it is still unknown. Xiao Jin smiled. An Emperor Tier weapon in exchange for the 9 Serenity Yellow Springs Golden Crow is still a good deal for me. That's true. Jianhu scratched his head. As long as we get the exact coordinates, with our strength, getting the 9 Serenity Yellow Springs Golden Crow is a certainty. Don't underestimate the geniuses of the chaotic sand ocean. Xiao Jin reminded, arrogance will only lead to your death. If we can find the boss, that'll be great. With him, we have full confidence. Boss? Is it the Ling Xiao that young master has been talking about? Jianhu asked, is he really that strong? Why have I never heard of it? Logically speaking, I've heard of all the amazing youngsters in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. You'll know when you see him. Xiao Jin smiled and said, anyways, I hate teaming up with those guys from the Savage Beast region. None of them are capable, but they are trying their best to ostracize me and Big Sister Cold Plum. Young Lord is right. Sword Tiger smiled and said, then I look forward to being able to team up with the boss you speak of. In truth, Jianhu wasn't really convinced of this. He understood young Master Jin's ability and talent. This Ling Xiao is actually more outstanding than young Master Jin. Is this possible? No matter what, he had to see it. Seeing was believing. As they spoke, the two of them entered the inn. Originally, with their statuses, it wouldn't be a problem for them to live in the Savage Beast Realm's office. It's just that I don't get along with those people, so I came here to hide and relax. Naturally, Ling Xiao did not know that Xiao Jin had come to the chaotic desert. At this moment, they had already arrived at their residence. Wait a moment. The three of them sensed a dangerous aura at the same time. In the next moment, their surroundings turned completely dark. The three of them felt as if they had been sucked into a black hole. Ling Xiao's face darkened. This aura was extremely similar to the cultivators from Yu Hua Divine Sect. He hadn't caused trouble for Yu Hua Divine Sect yet, but they actually sent an assassin. The two of you don't have to do anything, I'll do it. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed killing intent. Not only was it targeted at the assassin this time, but it was also targeted at Yu Hua Tianrue. It was obvious that this assassin was related to Yu Hua Tianrue. The black shadow covered the entire world. Even the eyes of a cultivator couldn't see anything. It was simply pitch black. This was some kind of secret technique. The secret technique that assassins liked to use the most. Hehe, so exciting, master. Not only was Dong Huangyu not afraid, she even laughed excitedly. Little girl, you're quite capable. Ling Xiao noticed that the moment Dong Huangyu was enveloped in darkness, her body was surrounded by water vapor. This water vapor seemed to have eyes. As long as someone approached, it would immediately report to its master and counterattack. Ling Xiao relied on the Tai Chi Eye, but Dong Huangyu also had a special method. Cold plum, don't do anything. Ling Xiao swung his hand and put cold plum into the Dong Sheng Emperor ring. Cold plum couldn't use her true essence. Otherwise, she could easily kill such an assassin alone. Master, this Yu Hua Tianrui is really stupid. If he wants to kill an assassin, he should just send a divine body realm cultivator. Sending a third-level core-shattering realm cultivator is really boring. Dong Huangyu said it casually, but in a one-on-one battle, she was definitely not a match for a third-level core-shattering realm cultivator. However, with her master, she believed that her master would have a way. The two of them didn't lean against each other, but were about 10 meters away. This was also the largest range of Dong Huangyu's water vapor. This way, no matter which side the other party attacked, the other person could help. He's here. In Ling Xiao's eyes, a man in black suddenly appeared in the darkness like a ghost. His body blended perfectly with the surrounding darkness. This darkness became his perfect cover. If not for the Tai Chi Eye, Ling Xiao really didn't dare to imagine what would happen next. This person held a dagger in his hand. The dagger was even black without any light. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it at all. The dagger directly pierced toward Ling Xiao's dantian. It seemed like the other party wanted to kill him in one strike. Flight light. Ling Xiao didn't make a move at first. Instead, he pretended not to see the other party. He lured the other party to attack. When he was about 3 meters away, he suddenly drew his sword. A sword light pierced through the air. It instantly stabbed the assassin. Under normal circumstances, if one didn't predict the sword move in advance, it was basically impossible to avoid the flight light sword move. This assassin was no exception. He was stabbed by the sword light. He turned into a cloud of black smoke and disappeared. The next moment, he reappeared. Good lad, you can actually see me in my shadow space. But it's only interesting this way. If I killed you so easily, how boring would that be? The assassin stood in the air and laughed in disdain. The man was very short, only about 1 meter tall. It was because of this that he was even more dangerous as an assassin. Dwarf. Dwarfs were a race. The people in that race were all short, and the tallest among them wouldn't exceed 1.2 meters. They were proficient in assassination and were the most terrifying assassins. A long-winded assassin will always be the assassin who dies the fastest. Ling Xiao saw the other party and could determine that the other party was at the 3rd level of the Shattered Core realm. He instantly entered the unbounded heavenly rat beast soul transformation. However, he didn't release the Tyrant Heaven's martial soul. Such an opponent was very challenging for him. He might not be able to kill the other party alone, but with Dong Huangyu around, the situation was different. Chapter 4496. You are really as arrogant as he said. Since that's the case, there's no need to continue playing. You can die now. Let me tell you, my name is An Ying. Don't forget it after you die. An Ying revealed a sinister smile and disappeared into the darkness again. Stupid guy, don't you know that Yu Hua Tianrui is here to send you to your death? You are only at the 3rd level of the Shattered Core realm and you dare to kill me? Don't you know that I killed the leader of the Twin Tiger Gang? Ling Xiao used his Tai Kai Eye to capture the other party's location and continued to use words to confuse the other party. What? As expected, the other party was disturbed. His figure was exposed. Kill. This voice came from Dong Huangyu. The water vapor suddenly turned into a sharp blade and pierced toward An Ying. Whether it was the angle or the speed, it was very tricky. An Ying couldn't dodge in time and could only wave his dagger to block. Assassins usually worshipped the strongest killing power and neglected the cultivation of the physical body. Hence, he couldn't let any attack land on him. Whether it was Ling Xiao or Dong Huangyu, They both had the ability to hurt him. However, when the defense started, he had already lost. After blocking Dong Huangyu's attack, Ling Xiao's attack had already arrived. Compared to Dong Huangyu, it was faster, more terrifying, and more tricky. Damn it! And Ying didn't expect that his small mistake would cause him to fall into their joint attack. Although the continuous attacks didn't hurt him for the time being, he couldn't find a chance to counterattack. That feeling was very depressing. I shouldn't have talked nonsense. And Ying regretted it. As an assassin, if he could avoid talking nonsense, he would try his best not to. He should just kill. But he really talked too much nonsense and made the most stupid mistake. Damn it. Do the two of you think you can deal with me like this? Today, I will definitely kill you. You dare to snatch the young master's woman? You are courting death. And Ying roared. Ling Xiao did not waste his breath, continuing to launch attacks without stopping. Although he had never cooperated with Dong Huangyu before, but maybe because they were master and disciple, they had incomparable tacit understanding. They didn't even need to talk. They just needed to attack. If you have the ability, then fight me one-on-one. How can you let a woman help you? Shadow retreated as he fought. His strength was sufficient to ensure that he wouldn't be injured under the attacks of Ling Xiao and Dong Huangyu. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He still didn't say anything. He was well aware of the other party's strategy. It was nothing more than to make him angry and lose his cool. Once he lost his cool, there would be problems with their cooperation, and the other party would start their counterattack. The three of them fought in the dark shadows. No one noticed that the bloodthirsty aura in the air had been released. Ling Xiao released the bloodthirsty plague. No matter what he said, this shadow was a strong opponent. The bloodthirsty plague was the safest method. It could weaken the opponent unknowingly. The battle between the three of them changed from the sky to the ground. But he still couldn't leave this space. It could be seen that Umbra's space was quite powerful. During the battle, Ling Xiao also paid attention to his obedient disciple, Dong Huangyu. This little lass Dong Huangyu was even more impressive than he had imagined. Her martial soul was actually a jellyfish. It didn't sound like much, but she could use water and lightning at the same time. At this moment, her body was enveloped by water vapor and there were electric currents flowing in the water vapor. The fusion of electricity and water formed a terrifying corrosive power. This little lass's talent is really shocking. Ling Xiao felt more and more surprised as he watched. He felt very proud that he had once taken this little lass as his disciple. He had originally thought that if Dong Huangyu couldn't hold on, he could just use the Great Demon King once. No matter what, he couldn't let his obedient disciple get injured. But honestly speaking, he was also feeling very depressed now. After coming to the chaotic sand sea, the cultivators here were all stronger than the previous. He couldn't be as carefree as he was in the 3,000 holy cities. He really didn't want to use the Great Demon King so easily. Hence, he needed to increase his strength faster. While thinking about this, Ling Xiao didn't stop his attacks. The three of them fought until the sky turned dark. Although Umbra was clearly suppressed, he wasn't injured at all. If this continued, they might be the ones to lose in the end. I can't let this continue. Umbra frowned. He had hoped that the two of them would make a mistake so that he could find an opportunity. But now, it seemed that it was impossible for them to make a mistake. He could only fight for it himself. Umbra clone. At the next moment, Umbra coldly snorted and his body actually split into three. One of them attacked Ling Xiao while the other two attacked Dong Huangyu. Clearly, Umbra's goal was very clear. He wanted to kill Dong Huangyu first before going all out to deal with Ling Xiao. He used clones to deal with Ling Xiao and not his main body. But his combat strength was 90% of his main body's. He wasn't easy to deal with. Peak Emperor tier martial technique? Ling Xiao frowned and glanced at Dong Huangyu. Facing Umbra's all-out attacks, Dong Huangyu was already suppressed. You want to stop me? Dream on. Laked blood. With the Dongsheng God Demon sword in hand and the unbounded heavenly rat in his beast soul transformation state, coupled with the terrifying laked blood sword technique, a sword flew out. A huge sword chi turned blood red and even tore apart the darkness. The attack landed on the clone. The clone's strength was absorbed by Ling Xiao. It was very difficult for Ling Xiao to kill Umbra's main body, but it wasn't a problem to deal with a clone. At the same time, Dong Huangyu was in a passive situation. She actually used a terrifying divine technique. The huge jellyfish transformed into a fairy-like beauty and appeared behind her. A palm struck out. It actually caused Umbra to feel fear. He hurriedly used his clone to block it. In the end, the other clone was also destroyed into pieces. You are really tenacious. Umbra really didn't expect that his clone would be destroyed by Lin Fan even though he had already used it. Although Dong Huangyu looked like she was panting and her true essence had reached its limit, Lin Fan didn't seem to be affected by it at all. However, Ling Xiao didn't seem to be exhausted at all. How troublesome. Disciple, open your mouth. Ling Xiao shouted. Dong Huangyu obediently opened her mouth. A pill was shot directly into her cherry mouth. It instantly melted. The medicinal effect spread throughout her body. More than half of the true essence she had lost was instantly recovered. What a magical pill! Dong Huangyu was incomparably excited. She was now increasingly aware that even if her cultivation had surpassed her master's, her overall strength was still far inferior to his. Her master was her master. Different meant the same. Umbra's expression became increasingly unsightly. It wasn't easy for him to weaken Dong Huangyu. He didn't expect that a single pill would allow her to recover. How troublesome. It's time to end this. They had already fought for a total of 10 minutes. The bloodthirsty plague also lasted for 10 minutes. Ling Xiao felt that it was time to end the battle. Disciple, don't attack first. Let me do it. I will find a chance to end him. Ling Xiao suddenly pounced towards Umbra alone. You are simply courting death. Umbra was overjoyed. If the two of them continued to work together, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Come and read M. Chapter 4497. Idiot, you dare to deal with me alone, you really don't know how to write the word death. Shadow looked at Ling Xiao excitedly. Facing Ling Xiao alone, he had absolute confidence in winning. Shadow sneered. His body became thinner and thinner. In the darkness, it looked like a pitch-black dagger. Most of his body had turned into darkness and merged with the surrounding space. Only that dagger released a dense killing intent. Kill. A cold voice suddenly sounded. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. He knew that he was no match for the other party, but he still wanted to fight alone. Because he wanted to break through. With his current strength, it was impossible to gain an advantage in the ruins of heaven. If the great Devil King's trump card was stopped, he would completely lose his life. So, he had to become stronger. He didn't dodge. He didn't retreat. Since he wanted to fight head-on, he would never retreat. Fist of the Demon God. His body bloomed with black and white light. It condensed into a huge fist mark. It blasted towards Shadow, who was rushing over. Disciple, remember, don't casually make a move. Use your strongest move to find an opportunity to kill him in one blow. Ling Xiao secretly transmitted his voice. At the same time, the fist of the demon god and the sharp dagger collided in the air. The stalemate lasted for a moment. The fist mark was torn apart by the dagger. Then it collapsed. Ling Xiao's expression didn't change. He didn't expect the fist of the demon god to be able to stop the other party. It was enough to delay the time. Void-shattering finger. A terrifying aura instantly bloomed from Ling Xiao's body. Behind him, a huge shadow of the sun god appeared. That wasn't a martial spirit, that was the sun god who truly controlled slaughter and space. The most terrifying god in the era of the Black Tortoise Continent's descendant king. At that moment, the space between heaven and earth seemed to be in chaos. A finger count. It was as if the sun god had the power to tear the void. Passing through layers of space, it actually shattered the terrifying dagger. It stabbed towards Shadow's body. That terrifying power caused Ying to feel extremely threatened. The power of the void-shattering finger could actually affect space. Ling Xiao finally practiced this move to the second level, shattering the void. After reaching this level, the effect of the void-shattering finger had completely changed. In the past, the void-shattering finger was at most equivalent to a beam of light, and could only attack the opponent by surprise. But now, the void-shattering finger had the ability to shatter the void. Just now, it was not a direct attack that destroyed the dagger. Instead, it shattered the space where the dagger was. The dagger naturally shattered. And Ying could feel the terror of this finger. He desperately urged his true essence to resist. He did not expect Ling Xiao's attack to be so powerful that it could make him feel the threat of death. Damn it! How dare a piece of trash like you hurt me? With a furious roar, An Ying clasped his hands together and a terrifying sword chi burst out. It collided with the power of the void-shattering finger. However, at this moment, the space shattered. The sword chi shattered. An Ying cried out in shock. After desperately trying to block the attack a few times, his body was still pierced through by the void-shattering finger. He was sent flying. As a result, the dark shadow space shattered. This exposed the battle between the three of them. The long street was already in a mess. This was originally an inn, so there were quite a few people staying here. The earth-shattering battle outside attracted many people to come out and watch. There were not many battles in the center of heaven. Every time it appeared, it would attract countless people to watch excitedly. This time was no exception. The advancement of the void-shattering finger and injuring An Ying could be considered an accident. It was an accident that Ling Xiao did not expect. He could only say that he was too lucky. However, although An Ying was injured, he did not die. The injury instead aroused his ferocious nature, causing him to become incomparably violent. It's not time yet. Dong Huang Yu wanted to follow up with another attack, but she was stopped by Ling Xiao. His Tai Kai Eye could accurately capture An Ying's vitality. At this moment, although An Ying was injured, it was not a big problem. If he attacked now, he would not be able to succeed in one strike. However, Ling Xiao still followed up with another attack. Countless fists of gods and demons came crashing down from the sky. Countless fists crazily smashed on the ground. Like raindrops. The crowd saw a shocking scene. The midget assassin's body was constantly bouncing up and down from the fists. The scene was quite shocking. Isn't that An Ying? Yes, he is an assassin from Yuhua Divine Sect. There is actually someone who dares to fight with an assassin from Yuhua Divine Sect here. How courageous. And he seems to have the upper hand. Upper hand? Bullshit. An Ying has not even released his martial soul. Yes, his martial soul is too terrifying. The endless fists of gods and demons ended. An Ying's body was bleeding profusely. However, this crazy guy still managed to stand up. One had to admit that this guy was really tenacious. The most terrifying thing was that his body was actually rapidly growing. Strange long hair grew out from his body. Sharp claws grew out from both of his hands. The face of a thunder god, the mouth of a monkey, a gorilla. Ling Xiao was stunned. An Ying's body released a terrifying wild aura. That huge body of about 10 meters tall showed the terrifying power contained in his body. This should be his martial soul transformation. Ling Xiao thought. He was not from the beast race, but his combat strength was not inferior to the beast race. Unexpectedly, kid, you should be proud. You actually made me use my martial soul transformation. I have not used this martial soul transformation for 10 years. Because most of my enemies are unable to escape from my pursuit. You are not bad. You are really not bad. An Ying laughed wildly as a dark energy was released into the surroundings. The frenzied power sealed off the area within 100 meters. This guy clearly did not intend to let Ling Xiao and Dong Huang Yu escape. Master, let me do it. Cold Plum had been watching from the Dongsheng Emperor Ring. At this moment, she finally felt the danger and felt that she had to make a move. Stay here obediently. Don't think that you can look down on Master just because your cultivation is stronger than his. There is no need for you to deal with such a weakling. Ling Xiao smiled. The strength of his opponent made him incomparably excited. He felt that he was a little crazy now. When encountering danger, the first thing that came to his mind was not fear, but excitement. Incomparable excitement. Master, I have a way to kill him, but I need him to be immobile. And it's best if he suffers more injuries, otherwise, it will be troublesome. Dong Huang Yu said. Ling Xiao smiled. He didn't expect this lass to have such a trump card. It seemed that she really had many tricks up her sleeve after following him. This is simple. Even if he couldn't defeat An Ying, Ling Xiao could still suppress An Ying for a while. Who are these two young men? I don't know them, but I am sure that they are dead for sure. An Ying never misses when he makes a move. And this time, he even used his martial soul transformation. These two young men are really powerful. They are actually not afraid in such a situation. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. They felt that coming out today was worth it as they could see an exciting battle. Ling Xiao floated up. The power of the Tyrant Heaven martial soul was released. His eyes suddenly became deep, like a black hole, containing the endless power of the universe. Chapter 4498. Ling Xiao floated in the air. The wings of the unbounded heavenly rat spread out. He looked at the giant chimpanzee coldly. Ah! Shadow suddenly roared and smashed his fists on the ground. In an instant, the ground within 100 meters collapsed. Countless warriors fell into it. Everyone was dumbfounded by the terrifying destructive power. The fear in their hearts grew stronger. Ling Xiao looked at this scene indifferently. He held the Dongsheng demon god sword in his hand. The shadows of 9 giant beasts appeared behind him. The 9th level of the 12 divine beasts technique. This was the most powerful martial technique he could use now. As the shadows of the giant beasts appeared, a strong wind blew around him. Unnecessary elements wreaked havoc in the air. The 9th level of the 12 divine beasts technique. As his cold voice sounded, the 9 giant beasts roared ferociously at the same time. Then, they turned into a force and blasted towards Shadow below like a falling meteor. You want to suppress me with this? An Ying revealed a cruel smile. Although Ling Xiao's move was powerful, it was not as strange as the void-shattering finger. So, he was not afraid. A crazy roar came from his mouth. The sound spread out in all directions, and all the buildings within 100 meters exploded with a bang. Many warriors were bleeding from their 7 orifices because they were not strong enough. They fled frantically. At this moment, the power of the 9th level of the 12 divine beasts technique had already blasted down. It collided with the roaring force. Inch by inch. It's useless. Your attack can't hurt me at all. Shadow bent his legs as if he was going to jump up and attack Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He took out an imperial jade seal. On the imperial jade seal, 2 fierce tigers shone with a pure white luster. The dragon pattern on it was particularly eye-catching. This was Ling Xiao's real killing move. The Emperor weapon had a strong suppressive effect on warriors below the divine physique realm. Shadow was only a 3rd stage core fragmentation realm warrior. He definitely could not block it. When the chimpanzee formed by Shadow was about to shatter the power of the 9th level of the 12 divine beasts technique, the twin tiger divine seal was activated. A giant divine seal appeared in the sky. White light instantly filled the sky. Many people could no longer see clearly. He activated his Jin Yuan and controlled it with his soul power. The divine seal suddenly became even bigger, like a millstone that covered the sky. It had a radius of about 10 meters and could completely cover the dark shadow. Roar. The roar of a ferocious tiger could be heard. 2 white lights were released from the divine seal and rushed towards the dark shadow. The roar reverberated throughout the night, waking up countless martial artists. Monarch armament. And it even has a dragon tattoo. Isn't that the twin tiger divine seal? Could it be that the leader of the twin tiger gang was killed by him? The crowd was startled. The twin tiger divine seal was an emperor armament that people were quite familiar with. After all, the twin tiger gang's leader often used it. Many people's eyes were filled with greed. It was an emperor weapon. It was rumored to be a treasure for divine body realm martial artists. Although divine core warriors could use it, they wouldn't be able to unleash the full power of the emperor weapon. Kill. Ling Xiao roared. 2 ferocious tigers were madly biting at Shadow. An Ying had no choice but to resist with all his might. His hopes of counterattacking were dashed once again. Damn it! How can you have an emperor armament? How is this possible? Shadow was scared. Ling Xiao without an emperor armament was already terrifying enough. With an emperor armament, wouldn't he be even more terrifying? But, can you kill me? You're still not strong enough, you can't unleash the true power of the emperor armament. Shadow gritted his teeth. He believed that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. As long as he could survive this attack, victory would be his. Do you think you'll win as long as you can survive this attack? The question is, can you survive this attack? A grin emerged on Ling Xiao's face. The potential in his body was crazily unleashed. The energy in his cultivation ocean was constantly increasing. Before this, it was only 50%. After coming to the chaotic desert, after going through a few battles, his energy had increased to 60%. And now, in just a short period of time, his energy had increased by another 10%. It was now 70%. Furthermore, this power was still increasing. The more energy Ling Xiao released, the more control he had over the twin tiger divine seal. The bodies of the two ferocious tigers were becoming bigger and bigger. The pressure on Shadow was increasing as well. At this moment, Shadow suddenly discovered a terrifying matter. He had unknowingly lost a lot of his true origin. Even a lot of his essence blood had been absorbed. Something seemed to be crawling in his body. Bastard, what did you do? Shadow said angrily. Haha, you only realized it now? What a slow-witted idiot. Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully. Now you know fear, right? Unfortunately, it's too late. Crack. Ah. Shadow cried out in pain as blood flowed out of his palm. Damn it. One wrong step, and all the steps were wrong. If he had known this would happen, he would have used more despicable means to assassinate Ling Xiao. It wouldn't happen again. Unfortunately, it was all too late now. I can't accept this. You think you're the only ones with Emperor armaments? Shadow had no choice but to take out the item that he had been unwilling to take out. It was a black dagger. The moment he took it out, his eyes flashed with viciousness. First, he used the dagger to stab himself in the chest. Then, he flew out. Ling Xiao wanted to dodge, but the dagger was too fast. It stabbed into his heart in an instant. At the same time, the dagger released a terrifying curse energy. His body couldn't move at all. Another Emperor armament. And its Emperor armament, Demon Curse Dagger. If you want to attack the enemy, you have to hurt yourself first. No wonder Umbra waited until now to use it. There were still people in the crowd who knew what was good for them. Ha 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 ha. Die, die. Shadow thought that he had killed Ling Xiao and laughed wildly. You dare to hurt my master? I'll kill you. Donghuang Yu's voice suddenly rang out. Shadow didn't think much of it. But suddenly, he felt that he couldn't move at all. What? He was shocked to find that Donghuang Yu was holding a mirror in her hand. The mirror's light covered him and he couldn't move at all. Not only that, the mirror released a terrifying heat as if it wanted to melt him. Two dragon patterns Emperor armament. Who is this woman? How can she have such a terrifying Emperor armament? Everyone was stunned. It was rare to see Emperor armaments, but today, they actually saw 3 of them. Little girl, your Emperor armament is really terrifying. It's a pity that your cultivation is too weak. You won't be able to kill me. Shadow's body was still struggling. Gradually, he was able to move. The mirror's deterrence power was decreasing. Donghuang Yu's expression was cold and she had no intention of retreating. In this world, her family didn't treat her as well as her master did. She couldn't watch her master die. I'll definitely kill you. Definitely. Donghuang Yu bit her teeth and her blood dripped onto the mirror. The light actually turned blood red. Chapter 4499. What? An Ying exclaimed in surprise. The blood-red light caused the might of the mirror to become even more terrifying. An Ying felt that his body was rapidly melting. If he didn't think of a solution now, he would be dead for sure after his body melted. Right now, he was at the shattered core realm. His dantian automatically split and returned to his body. Once his body was destroyed, his dantian would definitely be destroyed as well. The remaining inner core would definitely be destroyed. As for Donghuang Yu, because she used too much strength, her face turned pale. However, The terrifying might of the mirror made Feng Hua and the other two who were hiding in the dark not dare to make a move. If Dong Huangyu shone the mirror at them, they would definitely die even faster. They didn't have An Ying's ability. Curse Demon Dagger, come back. An Ying originally wanted to wait for Dong Huangyu to exhaust her true essence. That way, he would naturally be able to win. But now, it seemed that he didn't have the time. He gritted his teeth. Regardless of whether Ling Xiao was dead or not, he had to use the Curse Demon Dagger again. Swish. A black dagger pierced through the air. An Ying sneered. Little girl, you can die too. He stretched out his hand and caught the Curse Demon Dagger. He didn't sense anything wrong. At this moment, almost everyone thought that Ling Xiao was dead. Ling Xiao didn't move at all. If he wasn't dead, how could there be no reaction? An Ying stabbed the Curse Demon Dagger into his own heart. He endured the intense pain. But at that moment, his expression changed drastically. This dagger. Ah! A shrill scream came out from Shadow's mouth. He discovered in horror that the Emperor weapon that he spent so much effort to imprint his soul mark on no longer belonged to him. The dagger released a terrifying curse power. He kept tormenting An Ying, making him wish he was dead. How is it? It feels good to be tortured by your own treasure, right? For the dead Ling Xiao, An Ying slowly stood up. Disciple, take your treasure. Ling Xiao flashed and appeared beside Dong Huangyu. It's been hard on you. If not for your treasure, I wouldn't have the time to take his Curse Demon Dagger. Master, you're not dead. That's great. After saying this, Dong Huangyu fainted. He wasn't injured, but he had used up too much energy. Ling Xiao fed a healing pill to Dong Huangyu before keeping her into his Dongsheng Emperor ring. Cold Plum, take care of her for me, Ling Xiao warned before turning to look at An Ying. At this time, Shadow was still suffering in pain. Now, it's time for you to pay for everything you've done. Ling Xiao was very angry now, but at the same time, he was in a good mood. The Curse Demon Dagger pierced his heart. Tormented by the curse. This allowed his celestial devil Black Tortoise physique to break through to high-level 10th Order Emperor realm. Not only that, but his cultivation had also broken through at that moment. In order to expel the power of the curse, the potential in his body was released crazily. At the same time the curse was expelled, it also allowed his cultivation level to rise to the extreme realm of core. In other words, he was a 9th divine core warrior. Right now, he could feel that his body was filled with surging energy. Powerful, extremely powerful. Even without using any treasures, he could still kill An Ying. You can't kill me. I'm An Ying. I'm from Jade Flower Divine Sect. Finally, An Ying felt panic. The Curse Demon Dagger was taken away from him, and its power was even greater than when he unleashed it. He didn't understand why this was happening, but he was sure that he was in trouble now. Ling Xiao, stop. Right at this moment, Feng Hua, Zhong Maro, and Li Dian finally stood out. Oh, it's the three of you. Quick, kill him. When An Ying saw the three men, he immediately saw hope. He immediately shouted out in joy. Stop. If I stop just because you asked me to, what kind of person would I, Ling Xiao, be? Ling Xiao sneered. He continued walking towards An Ying. His steps were slow. Every step he took was torture for An Ying. The shadow of death kept growing in his body. You're courting death. Let's attack together. Ling Xiao didn't give them any face at all. Feng Hua was instantly enraged. The three of them jumped up together and charged towards Ling Xiao. To save An Ying. But more importantly, to get the treasures. At a certain moment, Ling Xiao suddenly turned around. There was a mocking look in his eyes. I'll send the three of you to hell first. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure had already disappeared. Kai. A sword light bloomed. Li Dian's dantian was pierced. Ling Xiao's cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the core realm, and he had even activated the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. How could these three men be his match? Something's wrong, Feng Hua exclaimed when he noticed that Ling Xiao's strength had become much stronger than before. But it was too late. Escape light. The sword light pierced through the night sky again. The onlookers didn't see how Ling Xiao attacked. They only saw Zhong Mao's corpse falling from the sky. When it landed on the ground, it was already dead. Feng Hua turned around and ran. Running now? Can you run? Void-shattering finger. Ling Xiao sneered and pointed his finger. The space where Feng Hua was twisted and torn apart. Even Feng Hua himself was turned into fragments in the void. In the blink of an eye, 3 people were killed. The crowd was stunned. Was this still the person who was suppressed by An Ying? Could it be that he had a breakthrough in cultivation during the battle? An Ying had been watching the battle between Ling Xiao and Feng Hua and the other 2. He was so eager for Ling Xiao to be killed. The current him had to resist the power of the curse. He couldn't escape at all. But reality was too cruel for him. Feng Hua, Zhong Maro, and Li Dian were all killed in an instant. His hope was also shattered at that moment. You have company on the road of death. Ling Xiao's mouth bloomed into a bright smile. He punched. At this moment, An Ying was extremely weak. The god's fist was enough to send him to the afterlife. After the huge body was hit, it shattered. Even his inner core was completely shattered. Dead. Many people looked at this scene and couldn't believe that it was real. An Ying, Feng Hua, Zhong Mao, Li Dian. No matter which one, they were all very famous people in the Heaven Hall district. With Yu Hua divine sect backing them up, they were able to do whatever they wanted and did a lot of terrible things. But no one dared to cause trouble for them. Today, they're all dead. Is my disciple all right? After killing the enemies, he absorbed their true qi. Ling Xiao felt that his cultivation Ci's energy had increased by a lot. After crossing that threshold, it was relatively easy to improve. She slept very well, she's fine, Cold Plum said, but since you killed these 4 people, Yu Hua divine sect definitely won't let this go. Ahaha, scared of them? Ling Xiao coldly laughed. I didn't want to mess with them at first, I just thought it was too troublesome. Do they really think I'm scared of them? Sure enough, he still needs to fight to improve faster. If he didn't dare to offend people all the time, he wouldn't have improved so much. Although it was dangerous, he got another treasure today. Chapter 4500. Although the cursed demon dagger required self-harm to hurt the enemy, it was not a problem for Ling Xiao at all. His physical body recovered extremely quickly, and he also had a large number of healing pills. When he wanted to use them, he could naturally use them. Now, not counting the Eastern Victory Sky Sword and Eastern Victory Demonic Sword, he already had 3 Emperor weapons. The Twin Tiger Divine Seal with 1 dragon pattern, the Cursed Demon Dagger with 2 dragon patterns, and the 9 Revolutions Gourd. He did not use the 9 Revolutions Gourd in the battle today because he did not want to expose too much. Anyway, it was fine as long as it was enough to kill the enemy. Do you really want the Emperor weapons? Sensing the greed in the eyes of the surrounding people, Ling Xiao laughed contemptuously. The crowd was indeed greedy for the Emperor weapons on Ling Xiao. That was 2 of them. Of course, they did not know that Ling Xiao had the 9 Revolutions Gourd. Together with the girl's mirror, there were 3 of them. They had never seen so many Emperor weapons before. What are you afraid of? He's already very weak. That's right. I don't believe that he's fine after killing An Ying. He's definitely putting on an act. 3 Emperor weapons. As long as we get them, we can all become experts. Kill him. The chaotic Sand Ocean never lacked desperados. In other words, most of the people who came to the chaotic Sand Ocean were desperados. They would not become afraid just because of a few threatening words. Sometimes, greed was much stronger than fear. Thousands of people rushed towards Ling Xiao, trying to outdo each other. Ling Xiao looked at these people with contempt. The strongest among them was only at the 2nd level of the Shattered Core realm. They really did not know what death was. Sometimes, it's very difficult to live. It's very easy to die. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. He used the Twin Tiger Divine Seal. Because of the breakthrough in his cultivation, the power and range of the Twin Tiger Divine Seal had increased. In an instant, it covered an area of 100 meters. Kill. Following Ling Xiao's angry roar, the 2 tigers pounced into the crowd. In an instant, thousands of people died tragically. Only those who hid in place out of fear and didn't make a move survived. They knelt on the ground in horror. I told you not to provoke him. Ling Xiao looked at those people with disdain. The corpses on the ground all became his nourishment. Their true essences all poured into Ling Xiao's body. It's far from enough. Ling Xiao looked in the direction of Yuhua divine sect. Initially, he didn't want to cause trouble at Yuhua divine religion. But the other party insisted on forcing him. Since that was the case, he would wash Yuhua celestial sect in blood. Who cares if he's a young master? Kill him all. What he needed now was strength. After this battle, he realized that he was not strong enough. He did not even have the ability to protect his disciple. He even forced his disciple to use a killing move that he should not have used. As a result, he was still unconscious. Master, don't be rash. Even though most of the divine physique echelon martial artists in the Jade Flower divine cult are in seclusion, they are still in seclusion. But there was still Wu Tianshou. This one is heavenly demon Yu Hua. He possesses an extremely terrifying treasure that can also allow his strength to reach the first level of the divine physique echelon. Cold Plum hurriedly said. Don't worry, your master won't die. You guys just rest assured and stay inside to recuperate. Ling Xiao chuckled as he released his flying puppet and flew towards the direction of Yuhua sect. Impossible. And Ying is dead. Feng Hua and the others are also dead. Hearing this news, Yuhua Tianrui suddenly felt a wave of fear in his heart. Did Cold Plum make a move? He asked. It said that Ling Xiao killed them all by himself. Cold Plum did not make a move, but Dong Huangyu help. The person replied. Impossible. What kind of joke is this? A very panicked smile appeared on Yuhua Tianrui's face. That Ling Xiao has an emperor weapon, the subordinate said again. Emperor weapon? How can he have an emperor weapon? Yuhua Tianrui paced around the room. In the end, he stopped. Ha ha ha, what am I afraid of? He killed An Ying. Big brother will definitely not let him off. Why am I worried for nothing? That Ling Xiao can't possibly come to Yuhua divine sect to cause trouble. Yes, tell my big brother about An Ying's death. I want this Ling Xiao to die. Die. Ling Xiao had almost become Yuhua Tianrui's nightmare. If Ling Xiao did not die, Yuhua Tianrui would not be able to rest in peace. Are you looking for me? Suddenly, a voice was heard. Yuhua Tianrui shuddered and instantly hid behind his guard. Ling Xiao. It's him, it's his voice. Yuhua Tianrui, you interfered with our participation in the treasure hunt in the heavenly ruins, but I didn't find trouble with you. How dare you send someone to assassinate me? A person stood in the night sky, emitting a terrifying killing intent. Under the moonlight, he looked so cold and emotionless. Tonight, I'm going to wash Yuhua divine sect with blood, what do you think? Ling Xiao's smile was a little eerie and crazy. Hearing this laughter, Yuhua Tianrui shuddered. This lunatic actually dared to come to Yuhua divine sect, does he not know where this is? Eldest young master, don't be afraid of him, this is our Yuhua divine sect's territory. Although the higher-ups are currently cultivating in seclusion. My godson also went out to do something. But we still have senior Wu Tianshou. A person's voice sounded. Only then did Yuhua Tianrui come back to his senses. He suddenly became ruthless. Ling Xiao, you're courting death, walking into a trap. How can our Yuhua divine sect be massacred by trash like you? Today, you won't be able to return. Wu Tianshou, kill him. Soon, Yuhua divine sect's martial artists surrounded Ling Xiao from all directions. They blocked Ling Xiao's escape route. They thought that Ling Xiao would not be able to leave like this, but in reality, Ling Xiao did not plan to leave. If he wanted to leave, who could stop him? Even a divine physique echelon martial artist wouldn't be able to stop him. There are roughly 50,000 people in your Yuhua divine sect's headquarters. How many will die tonight? It was as if Ling Xiao did not see the martial artists surrounding him, and he continued to talk to himself. You're really arrogant. We have 1 divine body realm martial artist. 2 9th level core shattering realm martial artist. 7 3rd level core shattering realm martial artist. Countless core realm martial artist. With just you. Which one can you kill? Yuhua Tianrui gradually calmed down. So what if the other party had an emperor weapon? He had one too. Although his aptitude was not as good as his brother's, it was not bad either, so his father gave him two emperor weapons. One was for defense, and the other was for attack. Even if he did not rely on anyone, it was impossible for him to lose to Ling Xiao. What was he afraid of? At the thought of his cowardly appearance just now, he felt embarrassed. Today, he was not afraid of being killed by Ling Xiao, but the humiliation in his heart was hard to get rid of. Eldest young master, he's just an early-stage core realm martial artist, is there a need for this old man to make a move? Wu Tianshou drank a mouthful of wine, not interested in Ling Xiao at all. Why don't eldest young master make a move personally? I'll hold the line at the side, you should feel better killing him personally. Mobile version update website, M. Chapter 4501. Many people saw what happened in Yuhua Divine Sect. After all, this place was the focus of many people's attention. What's more, the Skysea Pavilion was right next door. Who is that? He's so crazy that he actually dared to barge into Yuhua Divine Sect's headquarters alone? I don't know. There aren't many lunatics like him these days. There were some in the past, but unfortunately, they were all suppressed. Interesting person. Unfortunately, I'm afraid he'll perish under the night sky tonight. These people watched from afar but did not dare to approach Yuhua Divine Sect. They were not afraid of Yuhua Tianrui or Heavenly Demon Yuhua. They were only worried about the divine physique realm powerhouses of Yuhua Divine Sect. One had to look at the master before beating a dog. Unless one did not want to survive in the chaotic sand sea, there was absolutely no benefit in offending Yuhua Divine Sect. I'll do it myself. At this moment, Yuhua Tianrui was thinking about Wu Tianshou's suggestion. Indeed, if he could kill Ling Xiao with his own hands, it would definitely be the best thing for him. However, he was a little worried. If he failed, he might lose his life. Ling Xiao looked at Yuhua Tianrui in disdain. He mocked, "Forget it, he still dares to fight me one-on-one. Who doesn't know that Yuhua Tianrui is a coward? Because he's afraid of his big brother, he even gave up his godson position. He even deliberately led a drunken life." Shut up. This was Yuhua Tianrui's reverse scale. He hated it when others said that he was afraid of his big brother. Although he was really afraid, he did not allow others to say it. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a sneer. His main purpose for coming tonight was to kill Yuhua Tianrui. As for the others, if they did not make a move, he would not bother to kill them. However, if they participated, he would not show mercy. You've already done it, are you afraid of others saying it? Ling Xiao mocked. Bastard. Yuhua Tianrui knew that Ling Xiao was deliberately provoking him. However, he could not suppress the anger in his heart. Moreover, Wu Tianshou was here today, and this was Yuhua Divine Sect. He did not believe that Ling Xiao could kill him. You're courting death. Yuhua Tianrui looked coldly at Ling Xiao. He really could not think of a reason why he would be killed by the other party. Moreover, his heart kept telling him to kill Ling Xiao with his own hand. In the distance, many people were watching. Was he going to retreat? Was he really going to be a coward like Ling Xiao said? Trash like you who only knows how to play with women also knows how to kill. I'm afraid you haven't even killed a chicken before. Ling Xiao mocked. Yuhua Tianrui's face turned even uglier. All these years, he had never killed anyone with his own hands. Everything was done by his subordinates. Now that he thought about it, it was a little awkward. As a martial artist who had never killed anyone before, he knew that there was no need for him to do it himself. Those who didn't know would only say that he was a coward. Ling Xiao, hand over Cold Plum and cripple your own cultivation, and I can spare your life. Yuhua Tianrui said coldly. If I hand her over, do you dare to take her? You coward, do you think you can afford to offend the savage beast region? In the end, your Yuhua Divine Sect is just a dog of the Doyen Society. Once a dog bites its master, it loses its value. Ling Xiao said indifferently. As he spoke, he observed the terrain of Yuhua Divine Sect. He prepared himself for an escape. Otherwise, if those old fellows in seclusion woke up, he would be in trouble. Is this Ling Xiao the champion of the Golden Sky region's Golden Battle? I think so. No wonder he dared to snatch Yuhua Tianrui's woman. Young people are so arrogant. But he doesn't seem to understand that this is the chaotic Sand Ocean. Even if the disciples of Golden City were here, they wouldn't dare to be so forceful against Yuhua divine sect. Moreover, he's not even a disciple of Golden City. Wu Tianshou's voice rang out again, "Eldest young master, you're our Yuhua divine sect's young master. The other party humiliated Yuhua divine sect, don't you even have the courage to attack?" This old thing was one of Yuhua Heavenly Demon's men. Although Yuhua Heavenly Demon didn't intend to kill his younger brother, Wu Tianshou was already impatient. What was the point of following this trash around? He might as well find a chance to send this trash to his death. That was why he kept urging Yuhua Tianrui to fight with Ling Xiao one-on-one. No need, it's boring to fight with this trash. Tonight, I'm here to wash Yuhua divine sect with blood. This kind of trash, let him completely fall in a drunken stupor. Ling Xiao looked at Yuhua Tianrui with contempt, then suddenly charged into the crowd. Stop. Yuhua Tianrui was also a man. If he didn't stand up after being said that, he would really lose himself. Moreover, he thought about it. He couldn't lose. In terms of combat power, he was actually stronger than An Ying. It was just that An Ying was good at assassination. He was just slightly more famous than him. Here. Yuhua Tianrui suddenly laughed, "I haven't fought for a long time, so now everyone thinks that I'm easy to bully. Wu Tianshou, don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. You want me to die. But let me tell you, if I die today, you won't live either. My big brother is someone who cares about his reputation. The divine physique realm martial artist he sent couldn't even protect me. What do you think he'll do?" Ling Xiao frowned. Perhaps he had still underestimated this fellow a little. Yuhua Tianrui was more powerful than he imagined. On the surface, he looked like a prodigal, but he was actually very smart. If not, he wouldn't have been able to live so well after losing the Godson competition. I must take him seriously. This guy might be a formidable opponent. Ling Xiao stopped underestimating his opponent. Wu Tianshou's heart trembled. He thought that Yuhua Tianrui wouldn't be able to see through his little tricks. Now, it seemed that he was really an idiot. "Eldest young master, I'm willing to kill this brat." Wu Tianshou hurriedly said. "No need, I'll let you see today that I'm not a useless person." Yuhua Tianrui shook his head. The reason why he pointed out Wu Tianshou's trick was because he was worried that he wouldn't be able to defeat Ling Xiao. Wu Tianshou would risk his life to save him. He wouldn't die in Ling Xiao's hands. Guard all the exits, no matter what. If I win today, he'll die. If I lose, he'll still die. Yuhua Tianrui revealed a sinister smile. "Ling Xiao, you just want to fight me one-on-one. I'll fulfill your wish. After all, you're someone who's about to die." Ha 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 ha. Yuhua Tianrui laughed wildly. Ling Xiao also laughed. Since he dared to come here, he had the confidence to survive. Ling Xiao instantly entered the unbounded Heavenly Rat's beast soul transformation. However, he didn't use the Tyrant Martial Soul. The Tyrant Martial Soul was a trump card. It could be used at critical moments to have a miraculous effect. The moment the transformation was completed, the aura of the beast god bloomed from Ling Xiao's body. In the void, it was as if the god of reincarnation had descended. Everyone looked at this scene in surprise. Chapter 4502. Beast God Martial Artist. No wonder he's so arrogant. What a pity. If he dies today, the Golden Heavens region will really suffer a huge loss. Yuhua Tianrui narrowed his eyes and glanced at Ling Xiao's transformation. He suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. This should be Ling Xiao's strongest battle strength. But it was still inferior to him. So what if you're a beast god martial artist? Even if the beast god descends, you'll still die in my Yuhua divine sect today. Yuhua Tianrui revealed a cold smile. Then, he activated his vital essence and a set of shining seven-colored armor appeared on his body. When the armor was activated, the cry of a phoenix could be heard. Yuhua Tianrui's body released a powerful force of the phoenix. The armor was exquisitely carved. Upon closer inspection, it was clearly the image of a phoenix. It contained a powerful force. It's actually made from a phoenix fossil. This thing might be useful to me. When Ling Xiao saw this powerful armor, he did not show any fear. Instead, he became excited. You have 2 emperor weapons on you. The twin tiger divine seal with 1 dragon pattern, the curse demon dagger with 2 dragon patterns, and I also have an emperor weapon. This is the divine phoenix armor, a defensive emperor weapon with 3 dragon patterns. You should understand. What does 3 dragon patterns mean? What does a defensive emperor weapon mean? Yuhua Tianrui sneered. There was a hint of pride between his brows. Ling Xiao frowned. There were very few defensive magic treasures. There were even fewer defensive magic treasures with 3 dragon patterns. It seemed that the sect master of the Yuhua divine sect liked Yuhua Tianrui very much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given him such a good thing. The most important thing about the divine phoenix armor was the core made from an ancient phoenix egg fossil. Although the other materials were also very outstanding, they could all be found. Only this core was definitely not something that ordinary people could find. Rainbow soaring phoenix. The Tai Chi I told him the type of ancient phoenix. This was even more precious than the monster crystal cores that Ling Xiao had obtained before. It was also more powerful. As a material for the cultivation of the 12 divine beasts technique and a treasure to improve the beast soul, it was very important. This Yuhua Tianrui is really understanding. He knows that I need these things, so he actually delivered them to me. When the divine phoenix battle armor was fully extended, it could completely envelop a person. He was as handsome as the phoenix war god. It attracted the admiration of countless onlookers. However, Ling Xiao just smiled and said, "Do you think I won't recognize you just because you're wearing a tortoise shell?" His words were just to distract the other party. If the other party knew of his intentions for the divine phoenix battle armor, it would not be easy for him to obtain it. Yuhua Tianrui was not angry. He just looked at Ling Xiao indifferently. It's useless no matter what you say today. As he spoke, a sword appeared in Yuhua Tianrui's hand. It was not an emperor artifact but a divine grade heavenly king artifact. A divine heavenly emperor artifact could not be compared to an emperor artifact. However, not everyone had an emperor armament. The divine grade heavenly king weapon was still the most powerful treasure for most divine core warriors. Kill. The instant he took out his long sword, Yuhua Tianrui turned into a bright rainbow light and shot toward Ling Xiao. It drew a beautiful rainbow in the night sky. He really is a 3rd-level shattered core realm. Ling Xiao smiled in disdain. With this kind of strength, as long as he used the Sky Tyrant martial soul, he could easily win. However, he needed to play with this guy for a while. Once he used the Sky Tyrant martial soul, it would be meaningless. Now, he needed to squeeze out all the remaining value of his opponent before killing him. Yuhua Tianrui was not weak. If it was an ordinary 3rd-level shattered core warrior, they would not dare to take this sword attack head-on. However, Ling Xiao had no intention of dodging it. He circulated his true energy and punched out with the Fiend God Fist. Boom! The Fiend God Fist collided with the tip of his opponent's sword. Ling Xiao felt like he had hit the peak of a mountain. His body was sent flying and crashed into a house. Dozens of Yuhua divine sect warriors were killed along the way. He absorbed a large amount of true energy. Yuhua Tianrui wanted to chase after him, but he was helpless. Although he was not pushed back just now, the Fiend God Fist's energy was very strange. It was so strange that he needed to spend some time to expel this energy. I didn't expect you to really have some skills. Although Yuhua Tianrui did not defeat Ling Xiao in one strike, his confidence came. To be able to send Ling Xiao flying, it was enough to show that his strength was above Ling Xiao's. This Ling Xiao has quite a big mouth, but it doesn't seem like he can do it. So he's also someone who only knows how to brag. Hehe, I think that this prodigal Yuhua Tianrui is really eye-catching. His strength is much stronger than I imagined. Yes, even without the divine phoenix armor, he's still very powerful. Everyone crossed their arms and watched the show in the sky. They were obviously disappointed with Ling Xiao's performance. They thought that it would be an evenly matched battle. They did not expect it to be like this. It was really too disappointing. Ling Xiao flew out of the ruins. He patted the dust off his body and smiled. Is this your full strength? How ridiculous. It's only enough to tickle me. He's actually not injured. Yu Hua Tianrui's gaze suddenly turned cold. Good. Very good. Let's see how many of my attacks you can take. The sword in his hand drew a circle in the air. A crazy amount of vital essence condensed into this circle. Immediately after, he pointed with his sword. Chaotic sword technique. Countless sword chi suddenly flew out from that circle. Each sword chi was extremely terrifying. Each sword chi was enough to kill a martial artist at the 3rd level of the Shattered Core realm. Endless fiend god fists. Ling Xiao still did not dodge. He released his fists crazily. The sword chi and the fist force collided continuously in the air. The terrifying impact shattered the stone slabs on the ground and flew everywhere. Ling Xiao's body kept retreating. Yu Hua Tianrui's attacks kept advancing. An excited smile bloomed on his face. At that moment, he really thought that he could win. The energy in my cultivation sea has increased to 30%. Unfortunately, it's over. Ling Xiao shook his head. I originally wanted to play with you, but now, there's no need for that. Martial Spirit Barrier. Ling Xiao, who suddenly released the Martial Spirit Barrier, disappeared in front of Yu Hua Tianrui's eyes. At that moment, Yu Hua Tianrui felt incomparably terrified. Wu Tianshou, who was outside, exclaimed, "Oh no." He hurriedly rushed over. However, the Martial Spirit Barrier blocked his way. Although the Martial Spirit Barrier could be broken from the outside. However, even with Wu Tianshou's strength, it would take at least 10 minutes to finish it. During this time, Ling Xiao would have killed Yu Hua Tianrui long ago. This unexpected turn of events shocked the crowd who were watching the show. Could it be that this kid has been pretending to be weak? But why is he doing this? Of course, they did not know that Ling Xiao was trying to squeeze out Yu Hua Tianrui's remaining value. Don't be afraid. Don't cry. It'll be over soon. Ling Xiao's cold voice reached Yu Hua Tianrui's ears. Yu Hua Tianrui almost knelt down. I can't be cool for more than 3 seconds. Chapter 4503. 9 turns gourd imprisonment. Because Yu Hua Tianrui had the divine phoenix armor, all of Ling Xiao's attacks could not directly hurt him. Therefore, Ling Xiao had already thought of a countermeasure. Once the imprisonment was released, Yu Hua Tianrui could not move at all. The divine phoenix armor could protect him from being hurt. However, the curse could not be avoided. 9 turns gourd, poisonous insect. The poisonous insect directly entered Yu Hua Tianrui's body through his mouth. No. I don't want to die. Spare me, I can give you this divine phoenix armor. Although Yu Hua Tianrui was calm and smart, he had a biggest weakness, which was that he was timid. When he encountered a little trouble, he would completely panic. For example, this time. If he could calm down, Ling Xiao might not be able to imprison him, and the poisonous insect might not be able to break through his mouth and enter his body. So he has more than one emperor weapon. What's that gourd? Everyone saw the gourd in Ling Xiao's hand. They were shocked. Because there were actually 2 dragon patterns on the gourd. Hearing Yu Hua Tianrui's shrill scream, Ling Xiao said with a smile, I really like your divine phoenix armor. As long as you give it to me, I can indeed spare your life. Eldest young master, don't believe him. With the divine phoenix armor, he can't kill you, but if you give it to him, you'll definitely die. Wu Tianshou shouted outside and knocked against the martial spirit barrier. The others also panicked and came over to help. They all knew very well that if eldest young master Yu Hua Tianrui died, that would be a very frightening thing. They would definitely be held accountable by the sect leader. At that time, even if they did not die, they would lose a layer of skin. Save me! Save me! Yu Hua Tianrui shouted desperately. Indeed, he did not dare to give the divine phoenix armor to Ling Xiao. If it was not for the divine phoenix armor, he believed that he would have been killed by Ling Xiao. Even though the poisonous insect entered his body and wreaked havoc. His body had the raging flame pill given to him by his father. This thing would not have any effect on normal days. However, when it encountered poison or poisonous insects, it would have a miraculous effect and protect its owner. Your sect leader's father is really good to you. Ling Xiao frowned. This guy was really not easy to kill. Troublesome. Yu Hua Tianrui did not realize that he had these good things. If he resisted at this moment, Ling would really be a problem. It was a pity that this idiot was already scared. All he wanted was for others to save him, and he couldn't think of fighting at all. These treasures it is it. Since I can't break, then, I might as well directly refined. SS Isis. He took out a formation refining stone. He released. A ball of energy enveloped Yu Hua Tianrui. The deviant flame was released from Ling Xiao's hands. Although it could not be used to attack directly, it was not a problem to use it for tempering. What do you want to do to me? Yu Hua Tianrui was so frightened that his face turned pale. What? He burned the soul imprint on it with raging flames. I'll take away your ownership. Ling Xiao sneered and sat cross-legged. He released the flame crazily. Yu Hua Tianrui, who was wrapped in the flame, would not die because of the divine phoenix armor's skin. However, Ling Xiao did not expect to kill him. He only focused on the soul imprint. He wanted to take the divine phoenix armor for himself. Let go of eldest young master, or I'll kill you. Wu Tianshou screamed desperately. Ling Xiao didn't even bother with him. It was as if these people would let him go if he let go. Yu Hua sect style of doing things, one could easily find out. Whoever offended them, they would definitely kill them. Therefore, Ling Xiao's idea was simple. Since he had offended Yu Hua sect, he must destroy them. Otherwise, he would never have peace. Hearing Yu Hua Tianrui's miserable screams, the crowd was dumbfounded. They could not believe it. This brat is too strange. Yeah, defeating Yu Hua Tianrui was already amazing, but he still dared to refine the soul imprint and take the divine phoenix armor. He's crazy. What a surprise. But the soul imprint on the divine phoenix armor was personally imprinted by the sect master of Yu Hua sect. It won't be easy to refine it. Even if he succeeds, it might take a few days. By that time, the big shots of Yu Hua immortal sect would have been alerted. This brat won't be able to escape. The crowd admired Ling Xiao's madness and strength, but at the same time, they could not understand his actions. Outside, Wu Tianshou and the others continued to attack the martial spirit barrier. Ling Xiao acted as if nothing had happened and focused on refining the divine phoenix armor. This was an emperor artifact with 3 dragon patterns. It was incomparably precious. Even if it was used as a battle armor, it would be excellent. This eldest young master of Yu Hua sect is really embarrassing. In fact, he could have turned the situation around. He's just too cowardly. If he was daring, he would have been killed by his brother long ago. It's very common for Yu Hua sect to fight for power and profit. My godson is back. At this moment, a voice sounded. Heavenly demon Yu Hua tore through the air. He heavily bombarded the martial spirit barrier. He was extremely powerful to begin with. Together with Wu Tianshou, he instantly consumed most of the martial spirit barrier's energy. Cracks had already appeared on the martial spirit barrier. Brat, I don't care who you are. Let go of my second brother. I can spare your life. Heavenly demon Yu Hua's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He had only gone out for a while and such a thing happened. Someone dared to barge into Yu Hua sect to cause trouble. If he did not kill this person, Yu Hua sect would become a joke in the future. However, in order to save Yu Hua Tianrui, he could only say some soft words. However, Ling Xiao still did not say a word. He could feel that the soul imprint on the divine phoenix armor had been burned until it was deformed. It was on the verge of shattering. How powerful was the heavenly fire? How could a mere soul imprint withstand it? Cat Grandpa will lend you a hand. The white jade cat that had been sleeping in Ling Xiao's clothes suddenly woke up. It let out a sharp cat's meow. Meow tilde tilde. In an instant, the soul imprint that had already loosened completely collapsed. Shatter. It's done. There was no time to think about why the white jade cat had such an ability. Ling Xiao grabbed the divine phoenix armor and put it on himself. After putting it on, It was basically impossible for a cultivator in the core-shattering realm to hurt him. Unless the other party also had an Emperor weapon of similar quality. The moment he donned the Divine Phoenix battle armor on his body, the martial spirit barrier also shattered with a sound. I didn't expect him to succeed. That flame is probably not an ordinary flame. This brat seems to be proficient in refining formations. Otherwise, he wouldn't have succeeded in such a short time, but now, he's still facing a certain death situation. The moment the martial spirit barrier broke, heavenly demon Yuhua's palm landed on Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao was sent flying. Chapter 4504. Terrifying power seeped into Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao was fine. Instead, his cultivation sea's energy increased by 10%. So far, it had reached 50%. Heavenly demon Yuhua's attack was really terrifying. If not for the Divine Phoenix armor, Ling Xiao would have been killed. Even now, with the Divine Phoenix armor, Ling Xiao was slightly injured. However, this minor injury was nothing. With the strength of his body, he could recover in an instant. Ha ha ha. Heavenly demon Yuhua, so what if you're here? You can't kill me, but I can slaughter everyone in Yuhua Divine Sec. Ling Xiao laughed wildly. 9 Revolution Gourd Apocalypse. The gourd flew in the air. A black apocalypse dragon was released from its mouth. It instantly charged into the crowd. The terrifying power of the monarch weapon with 2 dragon patterns exploded in the crowd. Countless buildings were destroyed. In these few days, nearly 1,000 people were swept into it and turned into bones. Lunatic. The onlookers felt a chill in their hearts. This Ling Xiao was really too terrifying. He said that he wanted to massacre Yuhua Divine Sect, and he actually did it. I'll kill you. As a divine body realm expert, Wu Tianshou suddenly rose into the air. His palm landed with a loud bang. The huge black palm landed on Ling Xiao's body. His cultivation sea's energy increased by 60%. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he was injured, it was still a minor injury. Compared to the gains, this injury was nothing. He could release the giant demon king to kill Wu Tianshou and heavenly demon Yuhua. However, he didn't do that. This battle had brought him too many benefits. Every time the opponent attacked, his cultivation sea's energy would increase. 9 Revolution Gourd Flying Sword. This time, a sword flew out of the 9 Revolution Gourd. The sword light instantly flew 1,000 meters. Hundreds of martial artists were instantly pierced through their dantians and died. This 9 Revolution Gourd is really useful. I have to thank Kai Yuan. If he didn't come all the way here to deliver this treasure, I'm afraid I wouldn't feel so good. Ling Xiao laughed heartily. No. I can't kill him. Yuhua gradually calmed down. With the protection of the Divine Phoenix battle armor, killing Ling Xiao was simply a pipe dream. The other party didn't care about such a small injury at all. If this continued, Yuhua immortal religion was really going to be messed up by this brat. I have no choice but to use that. Heavenly demon Yuhua revealed a cold smile. He took out a gourd from his storage ring. It was the same gourd, but its form was different. The 9 Revolutions gourd was black. But this gourd was blue. Ling Xiao. Hearing Yuhua heavenly demon call his name, Ling Xiao responded subconsciously. In the end, he felt a terrifying force sucking him in. He entered the gourd. My 9 Underworlds gourd is an emperor weapon with 4 dragon patterns. It contains 9 Underworlds water, and even a divine body realm martial artist would be turned into water by it. Since I can't kill you, I'll just melt you. It's just a pity about the Divine Phoenix battle armor. He put the stopper on the gourd. Heavenly demon Yuhua revealed a cold smile. He didn't intend to expose this thing so early. This 9 Underworlds gourd was his trump card. Even in the entire Yuhua immortal religion, there were only 2 emperor weapons with 4 dragon patterns. He had one here, and his father had another. Moreover, this thing had to be refined by the person inside, which would take 49 days. It was also troublesome. But this time, there was nothing he could do. If Ling Xiao didn't use this method, he was afraid that Yuhua immortal religion would be in a mess. After entering the gourd, Ling Xiao felt that he had entered an independent space. This place was filled with black 9 underworlds water. Even his physical body would be melted with a slight touch. Master, do you need my help? Cold Plum was a little anxious. Don't worry, any treasure, the most basic thing is the array. Master is an expert in this field. Ling Xiao was actually not confident in his heart. But he didn't want Cold Plum to worry. At the very least, he felt that a mere 9 underworlds water wouldn't be able to kill him. An emperor weapon with 4 dragon patterns, the F*CK was really willing to part with it. Perhaps even a divine physique realm martial artist wouldn't have such a thing. A godson was a godson, someone doted on him. Ling Xiao shook his head lightly. He tried to use the vertical golden light technique to escape. But it didn't work. It was obvious that his guess was correct. This should be a space built by an array. It was different from the outside world. The moment the stopper was put on, he was imprisoned here. Sigh, what a pity. Yeah, Yuhua immortal religion is a big sect after all. They actually have an emperor weapon with 4 dragon patterns. If this Ling Xiao doesn't die, he will really become a terrifying existence. But if he's sucked in, there's no hope. Many of the onlookers admired Ling Xiao. He killed his way into Yuhua immortal religion alone. Not only did he defeat Yuhua Tianrui and snatch the divine phoenix armor, but he also killed thousands of people. In the end, heavenly demon Yuhua had no choice but to use the 9 nether gourd to capture him. What are you looking at? Do you want to have a taste of this emperor weapon too? Heavenly demon Yuhua looked around coldly. Those people lowered their heads, not daring to say anything. Yuhua Tianrui was already very strong, and with this treasure, ordinary people would have to think twice if they wanted to deal with him. Of course, they were envious. Anyone who had an emperor weapon of that level would have their strength skyrocketed. Ling Xiao didn't lose to his strength, he lost to his treasure. Heavenly demon Yuhua couldn't stop others from thinking about it. He looked at Yuhua Tianrui, who was still in a daze. Trash, he said fiercely. Today, Yuhua Tianrui had embarrassed Yuhua immortal religion. Bring your young master back and take good care of him. Don't let him go out and cause trouble. He actually knew about what happened this time. He was the one who agreed to lend out Shadow. But he didn't expect that someone who was only a heavenly core warrior would be so hard to deal with. Not only did Shadow die, he even sent people to kill him. How unlucky. Let's go. Yuhua Tianrui was brought away. Heavenly demon Yuhua also brought the 9 nether gourd back to his residence. The storm was finally over. Although some people still wanted to see more, it was time for them to leave. That Ling Xiao, he's dead for sure, right? And that kid's 3 emperor weapons, I'm afraid they'll fall into heavenly demon Yuhua's hands. Sigh. That's why I said, don't be so pretentious. Of all the people he could provoke, he just had to provoke Yuhua immortal religion. That kid doesn't know what's good for him. I'm impressed by that kid's courage. If it was someone else, they wouldn't even dare to think about it. True, even if he's dead, I'm afraid he'll become a legend in the chaotic desert. He's already dead, what's the point of becoming a legend? Let's go, let's go. The crowd slowly dispersed. They all knew that once they entered Yuhua immortal religion, they wouldn't be able to leave. Even if Ling Xiao had 3 heads and 6 arms, he wouldn't be able to use them. This time, it was the end of his life. Chapter 4505. Brat, you'll suffer endless pain for these 49 days. Then, you'll die. I'll let you know that Yuhua divine sect is not to be trifled with. Heavenly demon Yuhua kept the 9 nether gourd in his storage ring and sneered. He laughed coldly. However, when he remembered that Ling Xiao was still wearing the divine phoenix battle armor, his heart ached. Heavenly demon Yuhua, listen up. I don't need 49 days. I'll be out soon. I'll kill all these bastards from Yuhua divine sect. Especially you and Yuhua Tianrui. Both of you must die. Ling Xiao's voice came from the 9 nether gourd. Heavenly demon Yuhua frowned. To be honest, he had a very uneasy feeling. That was why he wanted to kill Ling Xiao immediately. However, he couldn't do it. At the thought of this, he felt that his second brother was extremely stupid. He actually let someone take away the divine phoenix armor. He was extremely depressed. Page, go ahead and try to talk your way out. Heavenly demon Yu Hua blocked the sound. He couldn't be bothered to listen to Ling Xiao's nonsense. However, he didn't know that he had fallen into Ling Xiao's trap by doing so. Ling Xiao hoped that he would be able to block out the sound so that he could do what he wanted to do. Inside the 9 nether gourd, even the celestial demon Black Tortoise body couldn't resist the crazy 9 nether water. However, Ling Xiao was wearing the divine phoenix armor now, so there was no need to worry for the time being. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that the divine phoenix armor was being corroded by the 9 nether water. The 9 nether water seemed to have a life of its own. It was like a vicious giant snake that wanted to swallow Ling Xiao whole. No wonder heavenly demon Yu Hua said that it would take 49 days to refine me. This divine phoenix battle armor can probably last for 49 days. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. Then, he didn't care anymore. With the protection of the divine phoenix armor, he sat cross-legged in the 9 nether water. Master, do you have any ideas? Cold Plum asked. Don't worry. I've already thought of a way to get out. How can mere 9 nether water kill me? It doesn't matter even if I don't have the divine phoenix armor. Ling Xiao smiled. He already had a crazy idea in his mind. However, he was still considering the feasibility. Alright, if Master needs it, you must ask. No matter what, I will help. Don't underestimate this Cai Saintus. Cold Plum said. I know. Ling Xiao smiled and suddenly removed the divine phoenix battle armor. At that moment, the 9 underworld's water was extremely excited as it frantically pounced towards Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. Canopy Beast Soul Transformation. The Canopy Beast was a beast god martial spirit that controlled the water element. It had 2 special skills, the Water Giant and the Yellow Spring River. It was only because its power was not as strong as before that Ling Xiao had not used it recently. To him, this was an opportunity. The 9 underworld's water was similar to the Yellow Spring's water, except that it was more corrosive. But no matter how strong he was, how could he be stronger than Haishan? The 12 beast gods were the supreme deities of the Black Tortoise continent. Although they were not worth mentioning in front of the deities of the immortal Court continent. But in the Black Tortoise continent, they were the most terrifying existences. Moreover, Ling Xiao had the all-encompassing Sky Tyrant martial spirit. The pitch-black universe opened up behind him. The endless 9 underworld's water seemed to have encountered something terrifying and wanted to escape in panic. However, the power of the universe was extremely terrifying. Baby, don't run. Since you are here, don't leave. Absorb. The Sky Tyrant martial spirit formed a super terrifying black hole and sucked the 9 underworld's water in. This scene caused Lung Mai to be dumbstruck. She knew that her master's martial spirit was extremely terrifying. But she did not expect it to be so powerful. How is Master? Donghuang Yu slowly woke up and immediately thought of her master. Don't worry, he is fine. Cold Plum was very relieved. Ling Xiao could even control the 9 underworld's water. How could he be killed by the 9 underworld's gourd? The 9 underworld's water was completely absorbed by the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. Then, it was slowly released to help Ling Xiao temper his physical body and the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. Other people had to endure a torturous process to cultivate. Ling Xiao found that absorbing the energy was simply enjoyable. It was as if he was soaking in a hot spring. He watched the energy in his cultivation sea increase continuously. He watched his physical body strengthen continuously. He watched the Sky Tyrant martial spirit strengthen continuously. After a full 3 hours, Ling Xiao's cultivation finally broke through again and reached the mid-stage of the extreme core realm. The Black Tortoise physique also broke through and reached the peak of the 10th Order Emperor realm. The peak of the 10th Order Emperor realm was only 1 step away from the Saint realm. The strength of his physical body was comparable to an Emperor weapon with 1 dragon mark. Although it was not comparable to the divine phoenix armor, the strength of his physical body was already this strong. If others knew about it, they would be scared to death. The Sky Tyrant martial spirit mutated and evolved into the 9 Underworlds Sky Tyrant martial spirit. The power of the two special skills increased at the same time. The water giant directly transformed into a 9 Underworlds monster. The Yellow Spring Water evolved into the 9 Underworlds Yellow Spring Water. However, there was still a lot of 9 Underworlds water left, and it was all stored in the Mountain River world. In the Mountain River world, a 9 Underworlds Yellow Spring River was formed. In the future, his physical body could continue to be tempered by the river water. Most importantly, after being tempered by the 9 Underworlds water, the Giant Devil King had evolved into a 9 Underworlds Giant Devil King. His strength had reached the 2nd level of the Divine Physique realm. This was Ling Xiao's biggest trump card. As for the 9 Underworlds Gourd, it was now a useless item. Ling Xiao didn't need to use the 9 Underworlds Gourd to attack with the 9 Underworlds water. However, because Ling Xiao hadn't reached the Divine Physique realm, the 9 Underworlds water's attack wasn't that strong. Even so, it was still as strong as a Divine Core warrior using an Emperor weapon with 4 dragon marks. Master, why do I feel like you've become much stronger? Cold Plum asked. That's right. This heavenly devil Yuhua has suffered a double loss. I should be the one thanking him for giving me such a great gift. Ling Xiao said with a smile. This is great. Master, you're really unfathomable. You can even subdue a treasure like the 9 Underworlds Gourd. Donghuang Yu's eyes were filled with admiration. That's nothing. Ling Xiao replied with a smile. In fact, he had to thank the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul and Tian Peng Beast Soul. If either of them were missing, he wouldn't have been able to do this. Previously, when Heavenly Devil Yuhua had subdued him with the 9 Underworlds Gourd, he wanted to use the Giant Devil King to escape. But luckily, he was brave enough to give it a try. If not, he wouldn't have been able to achieve this. Master, how are we going to get out of here? The 9 Underworlds Gourd is in Heavenly Devil Yuhua's possession. If we forcefully break out of the gourd, we might alert him. Cold Plum said. Alert him? Then let's kill him. Ling Xiao sneered. Kill him. Cold Plum was dumbfounded. Heavenly Devil Yuhua was a 9th level Shattered Core Realm warrior. Even without the 9 Underworlds Gourd, Ling Xiao was no match for him. There was no need to mention Donghuang Yu. She did have the strength, but it seemed like Ling Xiao didn't want to borrow her strength. Cold Plum, don't worry. Just be a good girl and watch. When has Master ever disappointed you? Ling Xiao replied with a smile. Chapter 4506. Cold Plum opened her mouth, but in the end, she did not say anything. Thinking about it carefully, Ling Xiao had never disappointed her. Void Shattering Finger. Without the 9 Underworld water, the 9 Underworld Gourd was just an ordinary gourd. In addition, the internal formation had been broken by Ling Xiao. With a tap of the Void Shattering Finger, the 9 Underworld Gourd shattered. If Heavenly Demon Yuhua did not block the sound, he would definitely be able to hear it. Unfortunately, that idiot did not want to hear Ling Xiao's nagging and directly blocked the sound in the storage ring. Therefore, he did not even know that the 9 Underworld Gourd had shattered. At this moment, Heavenly Demon Yuhua was cultivating in his room. Although there were people outside the door, Heavenly Demon Yuhua was a proud person. When he was cultivating, he would never allow others to disturb him. However, he probably did not expect that his most powerful Emperor weapon would eventually become something that would cost him his life. Things in this world were really unpredictable. Wow, as expected of the godson of Yuhua divine sect. I'm rich this time. Coming out of the 9 Underworld Gourd, Ling Xiao glanced at Heavenly Demon Yuhua's storage ring. Good heavens, he actually had a total of 20 top-grade spirit stones. One supreme-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 10 million high-grade spirit stones. 20 yuan. That's 200 million yuan. Spirit stones were definitely what martial artists needed the most. Whether it was cultivation, refining pills, or buying things, they were all needed. Ling Xiao's blood-colored thunder god still needed spirit stones to store energy. Other than the 20 supreme-grade spirit stones. There was also a map in this guy's storage ring. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a map of the ruins of heaven. On this map, All the places that Yuhua divine sect had been to were marked. The treasures and traps inside were very eye-catching. Ling Xiao only took a casual glance, and there was actually the remnant soul of the 9 underworld Yellow Springs golden crow. This was what Xiao Jin needed the most. Ling Xiao did not look at the other medicinal herbs carefully. He stuffed them all into his Dongsheng Emperor ring. Then, Ling Xiao began to crack the formation of the storage ring. Although Yuhua Tianrui's storage ring was not bad, it was not as good as the Dongsheng Emperor ring. Therefore, it was very easy to crack it. Heavenly demon Yuhua, who was in the midst of cultivation, sensed a peculiar aura. He turned his head to look. He noticed that a figure had suddenly jumped out of his storage ring. This shock was no small matter. Yuhua Heavenly Demon's heart nearly stopped beating from fright. "It's you. Hehe, you didn't expect this, did you? Godson, I said that I would definitely kill you, and I won't go back on my word." Ling Xiao sneered. "You?" Yuhua Heavenly Demon sneered disdainfully. "Although I don't know how you escaped from the 9 Nether Gourd, I'm sure you'll be able to escape from it. But if you want to kill me with your strength, you're dreaming." Before he could finish his sentence, a terrifying giant demon appeared behind Ling Xiao. His body emitted the aura of the 9 underworlds. Divine Body Realm. Yuhua Heavenly Demon suddenly realized that he was in a very dangerous situation. He turned around and tried to escape. However, how could the 9 underworlds' great devil king, who was at the 2nd level of the Divine Body Realm, let him escape? With a light grab, the heavenly demon Yuhua was held in his hand. "Don't kill me, I can give you everything you want." Yuhua Heavenly Demon was also afraid of death. He never dreamed that he would be in such a situation where he actually had to beg Ling Xiao for mercy. "All right, then give me your life." "Kill him." Ling Xiao sneered. In order to prevent any accidents from happening, he ordered the 9 Nether Giant Demon King to take action. Poor Yuhua Heavenly Demon was also considered a formidable person. He actually died in Ling Xiao's hands without knowing anything. What a pity. After killing Yuhua Heavenly Demon, Ling Xiao put away the 9 Nether Giant Demon King. "Master, that was the 9 Nether Giant Demon King at the 2nd level of the Divine Body Realm, my puppet." Ling Xiao gave a simple explanation, then transformed. He transformed into the appearance of Yuhua Heavenly Demon. He walked out of the room. "Godson." The guard outside the door bowed and said. Ling Xiao didn't say anything and walked straight to Yuhua Tianrui's residence. There were 3 people he wanted to kill today. Yuhua Heavenly Demon, Wu Tianshou, and Yuhua Tianrui. Yuhua Heavenly Demon had already been killed. Wu Tianshou was his next target. Only by transforming into Yuhua Heavenly Demon's appearance would it be easier to kill him. "Master, why don't we just burn down this Yuhua divine sect? We'll let everyone know the consequences of offending us." Dong Huang Yu suggested. "That's a good idea, but not now. Wait until I kill Yuhua Tianrui and Wu Tianshou." Ling Xiao didn't want to alert the enemy for the time being. After completing his goal, he would raise this damn Yuhua divine sect to the ground. Soon, Ling Xiao arrived at Yuhua Tianrui's residence. He had been here before, so it was naturally very easy for him to find it. With Yuhua Heavenly Demon's identity as a cover, no one dared to stop him. Just like that, his journey was unimpeded. In Yuhua Tianrui's palace, this lunatic was venting his anger. He was venting with the poor dancer. "Damn Ling Xiao. Damn cold plum bitch. I'll beat you to death." The whip landed on the dancer's body. Although those dancers were also martial artists, they were too weak. After a few lashes, they died. F***CK, you're venting your anger on your own people after being bullied outside. What a beast. Ling Xiao looked down on this kind of person the most. They were simply shameless to the extreme. In the palace, Yuhua Tianrui's bodyguards were watching the show from the side. Some even clapped and cheered. "Eldest young master, you don't have to be so angry. That Ling Xiao was taken in by my godson with the 9 Nether Gourd. It's impossible for him to be alive. Your grudge can be considered as avenged." Wu Tianshou drank a little wine at the side and smiled faintly. "Not enough. Not enough. Far from enough. Yuhua Qianrui said crazily, I want to investigate Ling Xiao's background and kill all of his relatives. Only then can I dispel the hatred in my heart. He made me lose all my face, so I'll make him suffer so much that he'll wish he was dead. Master. Lang Yu noticed that Ling Xiao's body was trembling and couldn't help but call out. Don't worry. Ling Xiao revealed a sinister smile. He wants to kill my family. Kill my family? I'm afraid he won't be able to live. Ling Xiao said coldly. He walked towards the main hall. Look at how useless you are. That woman is venting her anger. He was currently acting as heavenly demon Yuhua, so he naturally spoke arrogantly. Why aren't you guys scramming? He looked at the dancers. The dancers felt as if they had been pardoned. They fled in a panic and left Yuhua sect. They were originally dancers outside, and Yuhua Qianrui wanted them to pass the time. Killing was killing, Yuhua Qianrui didn't care. Big brother, godson. Seeing heavenly demon Yuhua, everyone hurriedly knelt down to greet him. Ling Xiao sneered and looked at Wu Tianshou. Come here, I have a mission for you. Wu Tianshou didn't think too much about it. How could he have thought that heavenly demon Yuhua was already dead? He probably wouldn't have thought that the person standing in front of him was Ling Xiao. He hurriedly went over and knelt in front of heavenly demon Yuhua, saying excitedly, Godson has something to instruct. Come closer. Ling Xiao waved his hand, as if there was a secret mission. Chapter 4507. Kai. The East Victory heavenly sword pierced through Wu Tianshou's dantian. Wu Tianshou's eyes were filled with shock and confusion. Ling Xiao returned to his original appearance with a smile. Among these people, Wu Tianshou was the most troublesome, which was why he had to use the appearance of heavenly demon Yuhua to set him up. Then, he would sneak attack and kill him, the moment Ling Xiao revealed his true appearance. Wu Tianshou's eyes were filled with intense unwillingness and shock. Why is it you? With a sorrowful question, he fell to the ground and died in front of Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao did not plan to let him go just like that. He grabbed Wu Tianshou's neck with one hand and forcefully sucked Wu Tianshou's true essence into his body. The true essence of a powerhouse at the first level of the divine body realm was really powerful. Although it could not allow him to break through instantly, it was enough for him to squander for a while as potential. Ling Xiao, how could it be you? Where's my big brother? Yuhua Qianrui was terrified to the extreme. The person who he thought was definitely dead suddenly appeared here, and he appeared in the appearance of heavenly demon Yuhua. Oh, your great godson, he's already dead. Ling Xiao revealed a bright smile. Yuhua Qianrui was stunned at that moment. Ling Xiao seized the opportunity and suddenly made a move, directly strangling Yuhua Qianrui's neck. By the time the bodyguards reacted, it was already too late. You're lying, my big brother can't be dead. Although Yuhua Qianrui's neck was choked, he still spoke, even though he hated his big brother. However, there was no doubt that his big brother was an invincible existence in his heart. Whether he's dead or not, you'll know when you go to the underworld. What a pitiful guy, why did you have to provoke me? I've already warned you. Ling Xiao sighed. He exerted force and Yuhua Qianrui's neck was broken. His true essence was also sucked dry by Ling Xiao. His inner core dried up and he died. At the moment of his death, Yuhua Qianrui still could not believe that everything that happened was real. His big brother was dead. Now, he was going to die too. It felt like a dream. Yuhua divine religion had stood tall in the chaotic Jade Sand Ocean for so many years, but such a thing had never happened before. Never. Cold Plum and Dong Huang Yu looked at the dead Yuhua Qianrui. He could not help but sigh. Heavenly demon Yuhua and Yuhua Qianrui were notorious for being domineering in the chaotic desert. One was valiant and the other was a spoiled brat. Relying on the backing of Yuhua divine cult, the two of them had committed many atrocities. However, who could do anything to them? Even divine physique echelon experts wouldn't dare to touch them because of Yuhua divine sect. Yet today, they were actually finished off by an extreme realm of alchemy martial artist. It had to be said that this was really a bit of a weirdo. It's your turn now. Ling Xiao looked at the bodyguards around him coldly. These people were helping the tyrant, and none of them were innocent. At the same time, two figures silently entered Yuhua Heavenly Demon's residence. The guards at the door didn't even notice. When the two of them entered the room, their faces suddenly changed. Because they saw a badly mutilated corpse on the ground. It's Heavenly Demon Yuhua. Jianhu checked and said to Xiao Jin. Someone actually killed Heavenly Demon Yuhua? And from the looks of it, the people from Yuhua Divine Cult don't know? Xiao Jin frowned. Search and see what's in the storage ring. Jianhu and Xiao Jin started searching the room. One of them checked the storage ring while the other checked the things in the room. A few minutes later, the two of them looked at each other. Nothing. It was probably taken away by someone else. Who was it that made a move before us? Xiao Jin looked at the corpse on the ground and couldn't help but sigh. Yuhua Divine Cult can be considered the third most powerful force in the chaotic desert. Now that Heavenly Demon Yuhua has been killed, I'm afraid the chaotic desert will start a bloody storm. It's just that I really want to meet the person who killed Heavenly Demon Yuhua. Young master, it seems a bit chaotic outside. Let's leave quickly. Jianhu reminded, there are still some old fellows in Yuhua Divine Cult who are in seclusion. If they find out, it'll be troublesome. Let's go. Xiao Jin nodded and left Heavenly Demon Yuhua's residence. Just like how they came, they disappeared without a trace. It was as if the guard didn't see them at all. Except for Heavenly Demon Yuhua's room. Xiao Jin suddenly stopped in his tracks. In the distance, a terrifying aura was released. Then, the Black Nine Underworld's water flooded many of Yuhua Divine Cult's buildings like a flood. Who is it that gave me such a terrifying feeling? Even I'm trembling. Xiao Jin's expression was a bit ugly. Yes, young master. With such a terrifying pressure, it must be a divine physique echelon expert. Jianhu also said in fear. Let's go. Don't get involved in this. Xiao Jin reminded and immediately flew out of Yuhua Divine Cult. The Nine Underworld's water was extremely terrifying. In an instant, it engulfed many of Yuhua Divine Cult's buildings. Any building that was touched by it would instantly rot and collapse. Many Yuhua Divine Cult's martial artists couldn't escape in time and were buried in the terrifying Nine Underworld's water. Help! Someone killed the eldest young master. Terrified voices resounded in the sky. Oh no, my godson is also dead. Probably because they heard the shouts outside, someone wanted to report to Heavenly Demon Yuhua. In the end, they found out that his godson was also dead. This time, it was really chaotic. The entire Yuhua Divine Cult had never encountered such a thing. Godson was killed, first young master was killed. This was simply a nightmare. Ling Xiao walked out of Yuhua Qianrui's palace. In the palace, all the bodyguards were killed. Today, he wasn't here to fight, he was here purely to kill. Therefore, he borrowed the power of the Nine Underworld's great demon king. The power that Xiao Jin felt was precisely this. Ling Xiao openly controlled the Nine Underworld's water. If God blocked him, he would kill God. If Buddha blocked him, he would kill Buddha. Master, it's time to go. With such a big commotion, those old things of Yuhua Divine Cult should come out. Cold Plum reminded. Yes, it's time to go. After killing Yuhua Heavenly Demon, Yuhua Qianrui, and Wu Tianshou, Ling Xiao had vented enough. As for those underlings, he wasn't interested. In an instant, he withdrew all the Nine Underworld's water. Ling Xiao entered the Shadow Warrior form and fled out of Yuhua Divine Cult. He also felt that a powerful aura was recovering. After all, Yuhua Divine Cult was the third force in the chaotic desert sea. It was impossible for them not to have any experts. Ling Xiao didn't want to fight with them for the time being. It just so happened that those who knew him and saw him were already dead. Moreover, he was a martial artist at the middle stage of the extreme core realm. Probably no one would believe that he killed those two. A large area of Yuhua Divine Cult's buildings collapsed. Screams were heard. The Black Nine Underworld's water raged wildly. It was impossible for others not to know about this commotion. The martial artists who lived nearby all rushed over, but for the time being, they only dared to watch from afar, wanting to know what happened. At this moment, No one thought that this terrifying commotion was caused by the person who was taken away by Yuhua, heavenly demon with the 9 underworlds gourd. No matter how good one's imagination was, they couldn't imagine it. Everyone read. Chapter 4508. Ling Xiao had yet to leave Yuhua divine sect. Suddenly, he sensed an extremely familiar aura. That feeling was so familiar. He missed it so much. Just like when he first met Cold Plum. Xiao Jin. Ling Xiao revealed a look of ecstasy. It couldn't be wrong, it must be Xiao Jin. Although his aura had become stronger, his essence had not changed. Ling Xiao believed that he could not be wrong. What's wrong, master? Cold Plum was unable to circulate her vital essence at this moment, so her perception of her surroundings was naturally reduced. Did Xiao Jin also come to the chaotic sand sea? Ling Xiao asked. I really don't know. Although we're both in the savage beast region, we're not in the same place. When I came to the chaotic sand sea this time, I didn't see him either. Cold Plum shook her head and said, but I heard that Xiao Jin wants to go to the chaotic sand sea to look for the remnant soul of the 9 nether yellow springs golden crow. Then it can't be wrong. Ling Xiao touched his Dongsheng Emperor ring. He instantly understood. Xiao Jin must have appeared here for that map. However, he did not expect him to kill Yuhua heavenly demon and Yuhua Tianrue. He probably got nothing. Xiao Jin felt very depressed. He came to Yuhua divine sect tonight for the map and did not want to kill anyone. Now, he was treated as a ferocious beast for no reason. He was even surrounded. What the hell? Xiao Jin and Zhenhu did not want to expose their identities, so they wore masks. They stood back to back and looked coldly at the experts of Yuhua divine sect who were chasing after them. Did you kill my godson and eldest young master? A voice came from afar. Someone took the blame for me. Ling Xiao frowned. If it was any other time, he would not care. However, this person was very likely to be Xiao Jin. How could he let his good brother take the blame while he escaped? Ling Xiao turned and flew in the direction of the voice. If it was really Xiao Jin, even if he had to expose his greatest reliance tonight, he would still save them. In one's life, there weren't many people who could make friends with their lives. If there was one, he had to guard it well. Moreover, Xiao Jin had saved his life many times. Is it Xiao Jin? He thought to himself as he blended into the crowd and flew over. Cold Plum and Dong Huang, you didn't stop him. Cold Plum knew about the relationship between Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin. This last Dong Huang, you didn't seem to know fear at all. She was simply audacious. The exit of Yuhua divine sect. He was already surrounded by a group of experts. Fortunately, no divine body realm martial artists had appeared yet. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. He had the ability to solve such a situation. Although the people in the lead were all 9th level core-shattering stage experts, they were still very strong. However, with the existence of the 9 underworlds giant demon king, he had nothing to fear. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at the people who were surrounded. At this moment, there were a lot of people around. There were quite a lot of onlookers. Therefore, he was not afraid of being discovered. Moreover, he had already changed his appearance. Even if others saw him, they wouldn't know it was him. It's really him. Ling Xiao finally saw the people in the encirclement clearly. One was Xiao Jin. The current Xiao Jin was stronger than before. He exuded a cold and terrifying aura. Little guy, you've become more handsome and stronger. I wonder if you'll still call me boss when you see me? Ling Xiao smiled. He was relieved that Xiao Jin was fine. He didn't know the other person. He was a tall and burly beast race martial artist. His strength couldn't be underestimated. He wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he prepared to observe the situation. If it really didn't work, he would just put the two of them into the Dongsheng Emperor ring and escape. It wasn't a good thing for Xiao Jin to interfere at this time. This should be his training. These two people are wearing masks. Could they be famous people? Nonsense, if they weren't famous people, how could they have killed heavenly demon Yuhua? These people didn't mention Yuhua Tianrue at all. It was as if Yuhua Tianrue was trash not worth mentioning. That's right, I think so too. Recently, There have been more and more martial artists gathering in the chaotic sand sea. It's normal to have such powerhouses. It's just that they're too crazy, right? They even killed heavenly demon Yuhua. Can Yuhua divine sect's lineup stop them? Who knows? Just like who would have expected that heavenly demon Yuhua would be killed tonight? This is simply too shocking. Looking at these two people, they seem very calm. They're probably very strong. Yuhua divine sect isn't to be trifled with either. Among that group of people, there are at least 3 9th-level shattered core realm existences, everyone discussed as if waiting to watch a show. At this moment, Xiaojin spoke. Friends of Yuhua divine sect, we didn't kill heavenly demon Yuhua. Although we did enter his room, when we got there, he was already dead. Xiaojin clearly didn't want to be the scapegoat. He wasn't afraid, but he couldn't take such a huge blame for no reason. That would be too unfair. That's right. It's even more impossible for Yuhua Tianrue to be killed by us. When we entered heavenly demon Yuhua's room, they already started fighting. Jianhu also said. Now that things have come to this, you still want to deny it. How could the people of Yuhua divine sect listen to their explanation? Unless our eyes are scared out of their wits, how could we have seen wrongly? We'll naturally investigate whether you killed him or not, but now, you must follow us back to be interrogated. Everyone, don't go too far. Do you really think we're afraid of Yuhua divine sect? We just don't want to be misunderstood. If you want to fight today, we'll accompany you. Xiaojin's eyes flickered with a terrifying golden light. Jianhu also exuded a violent aura. Facing so many powerhouses of Yuhua divine sect, the two of them were not afraid at all. Hehe, Yuhua divine sect, you guys are really blind. At this moment, a voice came from the crowd. It was filled with ridicule and coldness. Ling Xiao didn't want Xiao Jin to be the scapegoat. If he was the one who killed him, then he was the one who killed him. How could he let his good friend take the blame? Who dares to be impudent there? Simply boasting shamelessly. Yuhua divine sect was unlucky enough tonight. They definitely wouldn't let any of the suspects go. It was fine if Yuhua Tianrue was dead. But even heavenly demon Yuhua was dead. This was simply a disaster. If they couldn't find the murderer, they would all be buried with him. Don't you recognize me? Ling Xiao walked out of the crowd. He was arrogant and condescending. Looking at the people of Yuhua divine sect, he revealed his original appearance. It's him. How could it be him? The surrounding crowd was stunned. Ling Xiao's appearance was something they never expected. Shouldn't this person be captured by the 9 Nether Gourd? Why did he appear here? Moreover, his strength seemed to have become stronger. Who is he? There were also people who didn't recognize Ling Xiao. I think his name is Ling Xiao, a martial artist from the Golden Sky region. Someone explained. That's not the point. The point is that this kid was clearly captured by heavenly demon Yuhua before. Do you guys think this guy broke the 9 Nether Gourd and then killed heavenly demon Yuhua? Everyone read. Chapter 4509. No matter what others said, Ling Xiao appeared alive. He stood in the air and looked down at the people of Yuhua divine sect. He said coldly, the people of Yuhua divine sect are not only blind, but also idiot. Let me tell you, I killed Yuhua heavenly demon and Yuhua Tianrue. If you want revenge, look for me. Framing an unrelated person is too laughable. What? The moment Ling Xiao said this, the crowd was in an uproar. Previously, everyone was just guessing. They did not expect Ling Xiao to admit it. Boss. At this moment, Xiao Jin, who had been shocked for a long time, finally rushed towards Ling Xiao excitedly. Is it really you, boss? During this period of time, Xiao Jin had been thinking about his boss day and night. He did not have a girlfriend, so naturally, he thought about Ling Xiao the most. You still remember me, kid? Ling Xiao was very happy. To be honest, after being separated for a long time, feelings easily faded. Moreover, Xiao Jin went to the savage beast region. It was unknown if he was affected by the savage beast race. Ling Xiao's mind was still filled with wild thoughts. Until he heard Xiao Jin call him boss, he was satisfied. Of course, in this life, I can forget anyone but you, Boss. Xiao Jin smiled very happily. On the other side, Zhenhu scratched his head. I didn't expect young Master Jin's boss to be so young, but his cultivation doesn't look like much. He's actually at the intermediate stage of the extreme core stage. However, he's quite loyal to actually dare to stand out. Zhenhu would not look down on Ling Xiao, but he did not quite believe what Xiao Jin said before. Xiao Jin said that his boss was stronger than him. But now, it seemed that was not the case. So they're in cahoots. No matter who they are, they must be killed today. A 9th-level shattered core martial artist released a terrifying aura. The other two also attacked at the same time. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, almost everything was enveloped under their terrifying aura. The three of you, it's best if you surrender immediately. Otherwise, if we attack, we'll definitely tear you into pieces. One of them roared angrily. His voice was like a thunderclap, causing many people to feel a headache. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, then do it. At most, I'll just kill a few more people from your Yuhua Divine School. Ling Xiao's face was full of disdain. Xiao Jin also took off his mask, revealing an arrogant expression. Both of them were very young. The age of his soul was only around 19 years old. He was younger than any of the enemies present, yet he showed no fear in the face of being surrounded. Boss, let me do it today. Consider it a gift for you, Xiao Jin said with a smile. Fine, but if you can't hold on, just shout. With boss here, no one can hurt you. Ling Xiao was not boasting when he said this. The 9 Underworld's Great Demon King was currently at the 2nd level of the Divine Physique Echelon. He believed that even in the chaotic desert sea, there were not many people with such a cultivation level. It would be easy for him to protect Little Gold. Yes. Xiao Jin nodded. His golden robe shone brightly. His eyes turned golden at the same time. Cold and merciless, his terrifying aura contended against the many experts of Yuhua Divine School. What's your strength like? Let me see. Ling Xiao smiled. When he was in the Heavenly Fiend Ghost region, he knew that Xiao Jin's status in the Savage Beast region was not low. However, he had to see how strong Xiao Jin was with his own eyes. Although Xiao Jin was young, his terrifying strength made many Yuhua Divine School cultivators tremble in fear. He should be the one who killed the godson. That Ling Xiao is just bluffing. He doesn't have the ability to do so. Yuhua Divine School cultivators were not fools. They could sense who was stronger between Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin. Therefore, they would rather believe that Heavenly Fiend Yuhua was killed by Xiao Jin than Ling Xiao. This young man probably has an extraordinary background. To be able to kill the godson, he must be at least at the 9th level of the core fragmentation realm. It's unbelievable that he has reached such a cultivation level at his age. He probably has a strong background. I can sense the aura of a demonic beast. He probably came from the Savage Beast region. An expert of this level with such talent must be from the Beast Palace, one of the 3 sacred lands of the Savage Beast region. The Saintess Palace only has female disciples. The Divine Dragon Palace only has dragon descendant. The situation in the Savage Beast region and the Golden Sky region was slightly different. The Golden Sky region only had the Golden City. The Savage Beast region had 3, the Beast Palace, the Saintess Palace, and the Divine Dragon Palace. Don't care so much. Even if he's from the Beast Palace, we can't let him off easily for killing the godson. That's right. Kill. Yuhua Divine School cultivators hesitated for a long time before finally making up their minds to attack. 3 9th-level core fragmentation realm experts attacked at the same time. The space seemed to be distorted and pressed towards Xiao Jin. The 3 of them should be veteran 9th-level shattered core experts, regardless of aura or combat strength. They were all above Heavenly Fiend Yuhua. Heavenly Fiend Yuhua was still too inexperienced. If not for the treasures, it would not be easy to suppress these experts. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. Although he had killed 9th-level core fragmentation realm martial artists and even divine body realm martial artists before, he had relied on the Giant Devil King's power. Now that he did not use the Giant Devil King's power, he felt as if the sky was about to collapse. It was simply suffocating. Sword Tiger. Protect my boss. Xiao Jin was still worried about Ling Xiao after all. Ling Xiao's cultivation level made people lose confidence. Yes. Sword Tiger received the order and went to Ling Xiao's side. He released his aura to fight against the three experts. With him by his side, Ling Xiao did feel much better. In terms of cultivation level, there's still a huge gap between me and Xiao Jin. It's really different to be a disciple of the Beast Palace. After I'm done here, I have to go to the Golden City as soon as possible, Ling Xiao thought to himself. At this moment, the battle suddenly turned into a treasure. Xiao Jin turned into a ray of golden light as sharp as an arrow. It instantly pierced through the space prison formed by the three experts. Kill. Xiao Jin's golden fist emitted a dazzling light as if it was the light of the sun. It directly attacked one of the experts. In a 1 versus 3 battle, the only thing Xiao Jin could do was to defeat them one by one. It would be difficult to face all three of them at the same time. Xiao Jin's speed was extremely fast. It was not impossible for him to separate the three of them. Ling Xiao watched the battle. He nodded in satisfaction. As a member of the Beast clan, Xiao Jin's physical strength was not inferior to his at all. It was probably at the level of an emperor weapon. However, he was not sure how strong it was. He would only know in battle. Devouring the devil fetus and the golden crow's remnant soul, Xiao Jin's talent is not much worse than mine. Ling Xiao did not feel jealous at all. He only felt comforted. It was just like when he met Donghuang Yu. In the Beast Palace, Xiao Jin believed that Xiao Jin could devour many treasures. The more he devoured, the stronger he would be. Of course, the most important thing was still things with heat. This was probably the direct reason why Xiao Jin's strength had skyrocketed. Chapter 45:10. Little Gold's main attack was close combat. Coupled with his strong physical body and the mysterious 9 underworld yellow spring golden light, it could catch the enemy off guard. Speed was his forte. Coupled with the pair of golden wings on his back, he could easily do things that others couldn't do. Regardless of whether it was aerial combat or ground combat, it was extremely powerful. The Golden Crow clan originally belonged to the Beast clan. Although no real golden crows had been discovered in recent times, they were either remnant souls or fossils. Even if they had a little bit of golden crow bloodline, they would be regarded as a genius. In terms of bloodline, it was probably not inferior to the Beast God bloodline or the Black Tortoise bloodline. Of course, other than the Beast God bloodline, Ling Xiao's most terrifying thing was the Sky Tyrant martial soul. There was no way to compare the two of them. Based on Little Gold's speed, physical body, and ingenious control of heat, it seemed that he could suppress a 9th-level Shattered Core martial artist. The three of them were 9th-level Core Fragmentation Realm martial artists, and only then were they able to fight evenly with him. This was under the condition that Little Gold didn't use the 9 underworld yellow spring golden light or the devouring devil fetus. Ling Xiao even suspected that his ability was probably on par with a divine body echelon cultivator. As expected of an elite disciple of the Beast Palace. It would be too disappointing if he couldn't reach this level. Ling Xiao smiled. He was very satisfied with Little Gold's performance. Not only was Ling Xiao very satisfied, but the surrounding crowd was also very surprised by Little Gold's martial skills. Rumor has it that the Beast Palace still has the Golden Crow clan's cultivation technique. Unfortunately, no one has ever been able to cultivate it. Why does this young man's cultivation technique look so similar to the Golden Crow clan's cultivation technique? Now that you mention it, it's true. I heard that the Beast Palace found a few young people who awakened the Golden Crow bloodline. They're going to focus on nurturing them. Could he be one of them? If that's true, then it's interesting. Although the Yuhua divine sect is quite powerful in the chaotic desert sea, they still have to rely on others. They can't afford to offend the three forces of the savage beast region. Listening to the crowd's discussion, Ling Xiao found out that Little Gold wasn't the only one in the Beast Palace with the Golden Crow bloodline. However, he believed that Little Gold was the purest. Little Gold was a special life form formed from a human soul, a Golden Crow remnant soul, and the devouring devil fetus. The Golden Crow bloodline in his body was the purest. Furthermore, He was the only one who could continuously perfect the Golden Crow bloodline. Boom! Suddenly, Little Gold appeared behind a 9th-level core-shattering stage martial artist. Sharp claws suddenly formed and slammed down. The martial artist at the 9th level of the shattered core stage fell to the ground and was embedded in a deep pit. Everyone from Yuhua Divine Religion exclaimed in shock. Wasn't this young man a little too strong? He was definitely not an ordinary person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to achieve so much at such a young age. He might even be a disciple of one of the Savage Beast region's higher-ups. They were now caught in a dilemma. It was simply impossible to get off the tiger. If they stopped attacking, Yuhua Divine Religion would become a joke. His godson, the eldest young master, had been killed. If they didn't even dare to take revenge, what would that make them? If they continued, regardless of the outcome, they would offend the Savage Beast region. From now on, Yuhua Divine Religion would have a hard time. Little brother, we can also tell that you are a prince of the Beast Imperial Palace, right? Our Jade Flower sect does not wish to become enemies with the Beast Emperor Palace. So, as long as you hand over Ling Xiao, this matter can be written off. It was impossible to write it off. These people obviously wanted to stall for time and wait for the Divine Body Realm powerhouse to come out of seclusion. At that time, they wouldn't have to bear any responsibility. Little Gold glanced at Ling Xiao and sneered. Originally, today's matter had nothing to do with me. But you want to deal with my boss. You have to get past me first. I advise you people to quit while you are ahead. Yuhua Tianrui and Heavenly Demon Yuhua's deaths were their own. Avenge them. Does Yuhua Divine Religion really want to be eradicated? Arrogant. We are just giving you a chance because of the Beast Imperial Palace. I didn't expect you to be so ignorant. Since that's the case, we won't hold back anymore. The 9th-level core-shattering stage powerhouse who was slapped to the ground got up. He glared at Little Gold fiercely. Looks like you're not afraid of being beaten. Who do you think you are? You're just a dog of the Patriarch Society. How dare you hoot in front of Master? You really don't know what's good for you. They hadn't seen each other for a while, but Little Gold's mouth had become much sharper, infuriating the martial artists of Yuhua Divine Religion. Today, I'll let you see the strength of the Beast Imperial Palace's prince. Little Gold's lips curled into a sneer. His body suddenly became almost transparent. Then, the transparent color quickly turned red. Blazing light instantly burst out. The temperature within 1,000 meters rose abruptly. The entrance of Yuhua Divine Sect was melted down in an instant. Some of the martial artists of Yuhua Divine Religion who were too close were instantly roasted. The air was filled with the smell of burning. Golden Crow Divine Ability Emperor Flame. The spectating martial artists were all glad that they were 1,000 meters away. Otherwise, many people would have died when Emperor Flame appeared. Looking at the martial artists of Yuhua Divine Religion, except for those in the core-shattering stage, they were all burned to death in an instant. This was how terrifying Emperor Flame was. The current Little Gold was like a blazing sun. It was releasing deadly heat. Not only was it dazzling, but it was also blazing. The earth and air seemed to have completely melted. Ling Xiao looked surprised. Little Gold has finally grown. Compared to before, he could only release the 9 Underworld Yellow Springs golden light. He's obviously stronger now. It seems like I was right to bear the pain and hand Little Gold to those people from the Savage Beast region. He believed that Cold Plum's strength after releasing her true origin would not be any weaker than Little Gold. Long Chen should be the same. He was really glad for his friends. Of course, no matter how strong Emperor Flame was, he could not hurt Ling Xiao. Although he did not specialize in cultivating flames, his resistance to flames was extremely strong. After a while, Little Gold returned to normal and looked coldly at the pathetic martial artists of Yuhua Divine Religion. This is the price for going against the Beast Imperial Palace. Are you still not satisfied? Little Gold sneered. Other than the 3 9th-level core-shattering stage martial artists, the rest were already thinking of retreating. What could they do in the face of such a powerful martial artist? Other than admitting defeat, they could not think of any other possibility. However, It was difficult to do so. Don't be afraid. We have more people, let's attack together. One of the 9th level core shattering stage martial artists shouted loudly. It helped the martial artists of Yuhua divine religion expel some of their fear. It reignited their fighting spirit. Therefore, thousands of people attacked Little Gold from different directions. Everyone's attacks merged into the attacks of the 3 9th level core shattering stage martial artists. Sometimes, having more people was not without benefits. At the very least, they could use the battle formation to pass the power of the cannon fodder to the powerhouses and unleash a greater effect. Kill. 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 The martial artists of Yuhua divine religion shouted in unison. 3 powerful forces surged toward Little Gold at the same time. Chapter 45:11. 3 terrifying forces attacked Xiao Jin at the same time. Each of them was extremely powerful. Each of them had the power to destroy everything. Are you serious? Then don't blame me for being rude. Xiao Jin's face turned cold. The Flame Emperor used it again. However, this time, it was even more terrifying than the previous one. The scorching heat instantly turned into meteorites and charged towards the 3 attacks. Boom. 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 Thousands of people attacked together. They were not as powerful as the Flame Emperor's 3 Grand Sun primordial flames. The Yuhua divine sect martial artists wailed and howled. Another 1,000 people were burned to death. The 3 9th level shattered core martial artists were also charred black from head to toe, and they emitted a faint fragrance of meat. Your courage is rare, but it's futile. Xiao Jin smiled faintly. I'm in a good mood today, so I don't want to kill. However, don't push me too hard. If you push me too hard, even I'm afraid. Didn't this guy start a massacre? A voice came from the crowd. Idiot, that's just the aftermath of the attack. It's not really a massacre. I can see that this guy is probably one of the top princes in the Beast Imperial Palace. Yuhua divine sect has really kicked an iron plate this time. What are they going to do? Yuhua divine sect must have an emperor weapon, right? As the crowd guessed, the 3 of them took out 3 emperor weapons. They did not seem to have any dragon inscriptions. However, emperor weapons were still emperor weapons. An emperor weapon without dragon inscriptions was more outstanding than a divine-grade heavenly emperor weapon. The emperor weapons in their hands were different. One of them had an umbrella. One of them had a zither. One of them had a mirror. I don't care who you are. Since you killed our godson today, you can't live. The 3 of them stood up again, their faces ferocious. You're very powerful to force us to use our emperor weapons. However, we must keep you here today. Otherwise, we won't be able to face the sect leader. These 3 people's monarch weapons were actually 3 treasures that were compatible with each other. Heavenly demon Yuhua had found them in the heaven ruins. They were originally a set. He had given them 3. They often practiced attacking together. Now, they were basically one person. The combined power of the 3 treasures was comparable to an emperor weapon with 1 dragon pattern. They simply couldn't believe that a young martial artist like Xiao Jin could be a divine physique echelon expert. Thus, he had to be captured or killed today. The 3 of us will trap this brat. The rest of you, attack that brat Ling Xiao. A 9th level core shattering stage martial artist shouted. Yes. The other martial artists felt as if they had been granted amnesty. Facing Xiao Jin, they didn't have any courage to continue fighting. However, they were not afraid of Ling Xiao at all. In fact, he was very excited. These people can also see that little Jin values Ling Xiao very much. As long as they could capture or kill Ling Xiao, everything would be settled. Everyone, listen up. Who is willing to help our Yuhua immortal sect take down Ling Xiao? Yuhua divine sect will reward you handsomely. At the very least, there will be a monarch weapon with 1 dragon mark. These people were cunning enough. They instigated the surrounding martial artists to attack Ling Xiao together. Zhenhu couldn't protect him. He would have a greater chance of killing Ling Xiao. Hehe, looks like someone thinks I'm a pushover. Ling Xiao smiled. A hint of ridicule flashed across his eyes. Even if he didn't rely on the 9 Nether Giant Demon King, with his current strength, It should be easy to deal with a 6th-level core-shattering stage martial artist. Powerful treasures, coupled with a powerful martial soul. Coupled with a terrifyingly powerful physical body. Ling Xiao was even more terrifying than Xiao Jin. It was just that these people couldn't see it. "Young Master Ling, please hide behind me," Jianhu suddenly said. Xiao Jin asked him to protect Ling Xiao, so he naturally didn't dare to slack off. "Thank you, but it's just a few cats and dogs. They can't hurt me," Ling Xiao said indifferently. Jianhu was stunned for a moment. He thought to himself, "You're only at the intermediate stage of the core realm. Your ability to talk big is much stronger than your strength." He obviously didn't believe Ling Xiao's words, so he planned to attack later. Otherwise, if something happened to Ling Xiao, how sad would young Master Jin be? Ling Xiao didn't explain anything. He knew very well that strength wasn't obtained by talking, but by fighting. He didn't even look at the Jade Flower sect martial artists who were rushing over. Instead, he was very interested in the Emperor weapons of the 3 9th-level core-shattering stage martial artists. Generally, this kind of strange-looking thing had the most unique power. The three of them surrounded Xiao Jin in midair. One of them held a mirror and pointed it at Xiao Jin. At that moment, Xiao Jin felt that her body was incomparably heavy, and she couldn't move. Another person played a guzheng, forming a sound storm. It completely enveloped Xiao Jin. Just the aftermath of the sound entered the ears of the onlookers, and some of them went crazy. The most terrifying one was the person who used the umbrella. When the umbrella opened, the world was dark as if all the light had been absorbed. The temperature in the darkness was also dropping rapidly. Ling Xiao looked at Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin looked indifferent. He was relieved. There was no need to interfere in Xiao Jin's battle. "Xiao Jin, quickly take care of those 3 old men. You don't have to worry about things here," Ling Xiao reminded. "Got it, boss." Xiao Jin smiled. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying aura was released from Xiao Jin's body. Her entire body was wrapped in golden light, and it began to change. Originally, she only had a pair of golden wings, and she didn't look like a human. Now, her hair had turned golden, and golden feathers appeared on her body. In an instant, her entire head had turned into the head of a golden crow. Her height didn't change, but there was a blazing aura in her every move. Her strength was obviously much stronger than before. This was Xiao Jin's beastman form. He hadn't fully shapeshifted, but he was already so powerful. The 3 Emperor weapons shouldn't be able to do anything to her. The terrifying aura made the 3 9th-level core-shattering stage martial artists tremble. However, fear couldn't make them retreat. If they couldn't get something from Xiao Jin today, they would probably die. Instead of dying like that, they might as well die with a bang. Yuhua Immortal Religion had also gathered a group of fugitives. These people might not be afraid of Xiao Jin. Even if they knew that they might die, they would still risk their lives. While the 3 9th-level core-shattering stage martial artists were dealing with Xiao Jin, the rest of the Yuhua Divine Sect martial artists had already pounced on Ling Xiao. In the end, Sword Tiger made a move and they were easily stopped. Although Sword Tiger wasn't as terrifying as Xiao Jin, he should be a 9th-level core-shattering stage martial artist. Ordinary martial artists were naturally no match for him. At this moment, a few desperados charged out from the crowd. They were all 3rd or 4th-level core-shattering stage martial artists. They had heard Yuhua Divine Sect's call. It was definitely worth it to make a move for an Emperor weapon with 1 dragon pattern. By the time Sword Tiger realized it, it was already too late. These people suddenly attacked because they wanted to kill Jianhu and Xiao Jin while they were distracted. Mobile version update website, M. Chapter 4512. Be careful. Jianhu exclaimed. However, in the next moment, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Those martial artists that pounced at Ling Xiao were all turned into corpses in an instant. In the void, only a red sword light could be seen. It was so sharp. That kind of sharpness. Jianhu finally knew that young Master Jin's evaluation of Ling Xiao wasn't just a casual boast. The young man stood proudly in the true void sect. It was as if he didn't care about anyone. He wasn't afraid of anyone. As long as he was 3 feet away, he could slaughter everything. Who else wants to come? Ling Xiao sneered with the East Victory Sky Sword in his hand. Many people who wanted to attack immediately cowered in fear. Core Fragmentation Realm martial artists were already the top existences below the divine physique echelon. Yet, 3 or 4 of them were killed by Ling Xiao just like that. Who else would dare to provoke him? At least you know what's good for you. Ling Xiao smiled contemptuously, put away the East Victory Sky Sword, and released the Twin Tiger Divine Seal. The 2 tigers roared and charged into the crowd of Yu Hua Divine Cult. The people who were fighting with Zhenhu were sent flying at almost the same time. There were countless casualties. A bunch of trash. Ling Xiao didn't look at those people anymore. Instead, he continued to watch Little Gold's battle. At this moment, Little Gold was suppressed by the 3 Emperor artifacts and couldn't move. He was being tortured and destroyed. Little Gold, with your strength, aren't you fighting with those 3 trash for too long? Ling Xiao said indifferently, isn't your temper a little too good now? Did your temper change after going to the Beast Emperor Palace? Boss, they are Yu Hua Divine Cult's martial artists after all. It's not good to kill them. Little Gold said. What's not good about it? Ling Xiao asked. Yu Hua Divine Cult is a subordinate force of the Patriarch Assembly. We have to give them some face. Little Gold explained. What's the point of having a disobedient dog? He's going to bite you to death. Do you still expect to reform him? Ling Xiao didn't want Little Gold to be too kind. In a place like the Beast Race, kindness would only bring harm to you. Young Master Jin, Boss Ling Xiao is right. Have you forgotten how those people bullied you? Zhenhu roared. He agreed with Ling Xiao's words. Little Gold's appearance was obtained by him after enduring countless humiliation and suffering. Perhaps it was because of this that he had become a little mellow and did not have so much sharpness. Little Jin, Boss wasn't by your side before. You've been wronged, but you have to endure it. But Boss. If yous. Ling Xiao said loudly. Got it, Boss. Xiao Jin's eyes flickered with coldness as soon as he finished speaking. His entire body suddenly emitted a brilliant light. It was the terrifying 9 Underworlds Yellow Springs golden light. Was Ling. Boss is right. I'm too naive to expect you to change your mind. The mirror shattered with a loud sound. Little Gold turned into a golden light and hit the person holding the guzheng. His body was pierced through. Before the person holding the umbrella could react, a golden light shot out. The umbrella was pierced through, and the person's head was also pierced through. Although the 3 of them were dead, the 3 Emperor armaments were destroyed. The 3 of them were seriously injured. If there were no accidents, they wouldn't have the strength to fight anymore. Boss. Little Gold flew to Ling Xiao's side, as if he was asking for credit. In the end, you can't be ruthless. If you don't kill them, they'll go crazy. Ling Xiao sighed. They should have lost the ability to fight. Little Gold said. Is that so? Today, Boss will teach you a lesson. A cultivator who hasn't died will always have the chance to turn the tables. You're lucky that you haven't been unlucky during this time. But a person can't be lucky forever. So, if you put everything on luck and chance, it's tantamount to courting death. Ling Xiao said seriously. It was because of their deep relationship that he said all this to Little Gold. Otherwise, he wouldn't care about Little Gold's life or death. Sword Tiger looked at Ling Xiao and Little Gold with a dumbstruck expression. My God, young Master Jin is actually so obedient in front of this Ling Xiao. He's even more obedient than before the Beast Emperor. He really didn't understand how charming this Ling Xiao was. Don't say he was surprised. The surrounding crowd was surprised as well. Little Gold was enough to surprise them, but it was such a strong and talented youth. He was actually so obedient to Ling Xiao. They felt as if their worldview had been turned upside down. Ling Xiao had just finished speaking when the 3 heavily injured 9th-level core-shattering stage martial artists actually stood up. Moreover, they swallowed a medicinal pill at the same time. This medicinal pill caused their bodies to become completely red. At the same time, it caused their combat strength to rise madly. Boss was actually right. Little Gold frowned. He indeed intended to spare the lives of these people, mainly because he felt that these people were rather brave. They were clearly aware that they weren't a match, yet they still fought desperately. But now, he didn't admire them in the slightest. The current him only felt rage and displeasure. Again and again, and again and again, these people were like venomous snakes that pestered people. If you don't kill them, they'll take the opportunity to bite you. They consumed a bloodthirst pill. It's able to increase their combat strength by 10 times for a period of time, but the price is extremely great. After it ends, their cultivations will fall greatly, even becoming crippled. Ling Xiao said indifferently, "Little Gold, now you see, not killing them will only make them even crazier. And you won't let them let you go. Ha ha ha, you're right. Even if we pay with our lives today, we'll kill all of you. We'll take revenge for our godson, take revenge for the eldest young master." The glow of the bloodthirst pill became more and more resplendent, and it even revealed slight madness. Ling Xiao looked indifferently at the 3 people. He turned his head and said to Little Gold, "If you still don't want to do it, I'll help you." Little Gold shook his head, "Boss, I can't always live under your protection. I should also take some responsibility. Strength shouldn't just be strength, but also the strength of the soul, the strength of the spirit. It's good that you can think like this. Go, kill those 3 lunatics." Ling Xiao said with a smile. "Yes." Little Gold floated in the sky, his eyes filled with coldness. The bloodthirst pill that the other party consumed was indeed terrifying. 3 martial artists at the 9th level of the Shattered Core realm had their attacks increased by 10 times at the same time. Then they condensed together, which was an increase of 30 times. It was definitely not easy to deal with. However, would Little Gold be afraid? Perhaps he was still a little hesitant before, but now, he wouldn't hesitate anymore. Jade Splendor Light, destroy everything. Jade Splendor God, kill everything. As the 3 people's voices sounded, the terrifying red light on the 3 people condensed together in the sky. It formed a blood-red Jade Splendor God. Heaven and earth shook. The martial artists further away also sensed the changes here. Although there were constant battles in the Heaven District. But such a powerful attack had not been seen for a long time. Mobile version website, M. Chapter 45:13. He felt that this attack could even severely injure a martial artist in the 1st level of the Divine Physique Echelon. Countless people rushed over to watch the show. The image of the Jade Essence God became more and more real. "Although I admire you, you don't know what's good for you. Just like what Boss said. I have to give you an end. Don't worry, I'll let you die a quick death." It was as if he didn't notice the Jade Essence God in the sky and just talked to himself. Finally, the Jade Essence God was completely formed. Jade Essence God, kill the person who dares to blaspheme the divine sect's dignity. Die. The voices of the 3 9th level Shattered Core martial artists sounded at the same time. The huge Jade Essence God descended from the sky and pounced on Little Gold. It streaked across the sky like a huge red comet. Even the air was emitting crimson flames from the friction. The terrifying Jade Essence God was dozens of meters tall. Even a martial artist in the Divine Physique Echelon wouldn't dare to take it head-on. Otherwise, they would definitely be severely injured. What a terrifying attack. Even if Little Gold is extremely talented, I'm afraid he'll die from it, right? Who knows? Look at his expression. He's not afraid at all. The onlookers also had 2 different opinions. One thought that Little Gold would definitely die. The other thought that Little Gold's strength wasn't as simple as it seemed. Maybe he could block it. With different guesses and judgments, the onlookers nervously looked at the final battle in their hearts. Ling Xiao's expression was still calm. If Little Gold couldn't even block such an attack, then he really wasted his time in the Beast Palace. One had to know that Ling Xiao had climbed from the bottom of the Golden Sky region to where he was now. However, Little Gold was different. He was directly recruited into the Beast Palace as a special talent. Although he might have suffered a little, he gained more benefits. If he didn't have today's achievements, Ling Xiao would really suspect that he had been slacking off for so long. Little Gold didn't disappoint Ling Xiao. There wasn't a trace of nervousness on his face. The onlookers' worries seemed so unnecessary and ridiculous. Little Gold's body gradually changed. His skin gradually turned dark. Even his wings became pitch-black flesh wings. Demon. Ling Xiao smiled. The golden crow and the devouring demon fetus were Xiao Jin's two most powerful origins. The devouring demon fetus was even more terrifying than the golden crow. After all, it could even devour the golden crow. As strong as the god of jade splendor was, it was no match for the devil-devouring fetus. Devour. A cold voice resounded through the entire universe. Everyone trembled in fear when they saw the demon-like black figure. Even the 3 9th-level core-shattering stage martial artists who were prepared to give up their lives felt the aura of despair. What's that? I don't know. But it feels very scary. My heart keeps beating crazily. Jade God approached Little Gold. A gigantic mouth suddenly appeared in the void. He took a bite. He swallowed the huge jade flower god in one gulp. The frenzied energy abruptly stopped. It was as if nothing had happened. Countless people were dumbfounded. This was too much of a cheat. How could it swallow such a powerful attack in one gulp? Is he all right? It won't explode, right? Burp. While everyone was guessing, Little Gold burped. Then, the black color dissipated, and he returned to his original appearance. How delicious. Everyone was silent for a long time. At the same time, they had the same thought, what the hell? They did not know that the devil-devouring fetus was connected to a world of nothingness. In that world, any energy could be digested. Of course, the strength of Little Gold's devouring ability depended on his strength. If that attack had been from a divine physique echelon expert, Little Gold would not have been able to devour it completely. However, he could still devour a part of it. After devouring, the energy would slowly become a part of Little Gold's strength. This was the reason why his strength had improved so quickly. 9 Underworld Yellow Spring Golden Light. This time, Little Gold did not show any mercy. After devouring the opponent's last attack, he opened his mouth and spat out a dazzling light. In an instant, the light penetrated the 3 9th-level core-shattering stage martial artists. Their bodies, including their dantians, were completely destroyed. Even the buildings of Yuhua Divine Sect were destroyed by this ray of light. The people could not help but sigh. Yuhua Divine Sect had provoked someone they should not have. What a powerful attack! If he had used this attack from the beginning, all the martial artists in Yuhua Divine Sect would have died. Exclamations rose and fell in the crowd. Everyone was amazed by Little Gold's strength. There were also people who were confused about Ling Xiao's identity. Little Gold was so powerful, but he had to listen to Ling Xiao's words. If Ling Xiao was just an ordinary person, they would never believe it even if they were beaten to death. Prince Little Gold is really something. He just came to the chaotic desert not long ago and is already taking it out on Yuhua Divine Sect. However, no matter what, he's still a dog of the Patriarch Society. Don't you think you're going overboard? Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd. Judging from the voice, they were not afraid of Little Gold at all. Even if Little Gold had released such a powerful attack earlier, they were not afraid. Ling Xiao turned his head to look at the crowd. There were many young martial artists standing there. The oldest one was not more than 100 years old. Needless to say, these people should be the elites from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Now, they could be considered the elites of the Patriarch Society. He did not pay much attention to them. After all, these people did not have much interaction with him. However, the moment he took a casual look, his eyes revealed incomparable surprise. Wang Quan Tianxia. Ling Xiao clearly remembered that it was Wang Quan Zhenghua and Wang Quan Tianxia who went to the western region to capture Yufanghua. These 2 people wanted to destroy his country. In the end, the terrifying black demon in his body killed Wang Quan Tianxia. Wang Quan Zhenghua, who was chasing after him, fled frantically. How did this person who was already dead come back to life? Right. What was destroyed at that time should only be his physical body. In the past, Ling Xiao did not know that even if a martial artist's physical body was destroyed, he could still be resurrected. Now that he saw Wang Quan Tianxia, he understood everything. However, Wang Quan Tianxia, who he could only look up to in the past, was no longer so mysterious in front of him. In the past, he had relied on Black Demon's power to destroy his physical body. This time, he wanted to rely on his own power to kill Wang Quan Tianxia. It was this person who took away his beloved woman and destroyed his country. If he had not just come into contact with the mysterious power at that time, everything would have been irreparable. Therefore, his hatred had never lessened. Even if he had changed the consequences, the sins that the other party had committed would not change. A murderer would not be free of sins just because he was lucky enough to be saved by someone. Ling Xiao's eyes released a cold light. Wang Quan family, I want you to know the consequences of snatching my woman. End of chapter. Chapter 45:14. It was an interesting thing. There was still fate between people, but it was fate with Xiao Jin. It was an ill-fated fate with Wang the World. Ling Xiao was happy to see Wang the World because he could finally come into contact with someone of that level. He didn't have to be treated like an ant like before. He had been working hard for this day. Finally, he didn't waste any time. What's wrong, Master? Cold Plum asked curiously. I met an acquaintance, but he's also an enemy. Ling Xiao smiled and said, don't worry, everything will be resolved. Compared to the past, when he felt insignificant and helpless in front of King of the World, today, Ling Xiao had great confidence and strength. He even had powerful friends. What was he afraid of? Currently, Wang the World was wearing a black robe embroidered with golden threads. He was really handsome and eye-catching. The arrogance in his body simply couldn't be stopped from flowing out. His eyes were filled with arrogance, as though no one here was worthy of being compared to him. He was indeed from the Eternal Emperor region, recognized as the strongest place in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Ling Xiao was very interested. If Wang Quan under the heavens saw him, what kind of expression would he have when he saw the person who had once destroyed his physical body? He didn't make a move immediately, because he wasn't in a hurry. Since he had already seen him, would it be too late to take revenge? More importantly, His Majesty the King had brought along powerful bodyguards this time. They were all in the divine physique echelon. He had already provoked Yuhua sect, and it was obviously unwise to provoke the Eternal Emperor region. Actually, he had an idea. He wanted to kill this bastard in front of the martial artists from the Eternal Palace. That would be more satisfying. Of course, he had to rely on his own strength. If he relied on the 9 Underworld Great Demon King, wouldn't it be the same as before? How boring would that be? People always had to change a little. Boss, what's wrong? Little Gold flew over, looked at the group, and asked. Nothing, I just met an enemy. Ling Xiao smiled. Boss, if you want help, just say the word. Little Gold said. Okay. Ling Xiao didn't reject and only nodded. Then, the two of them looked at the proud young people. Although they weren't the top geniuses of the 9 worlds, such as Huang Jinlan, Yang Shuyi, Wang Quan, and Tian Ming, they weren't the top geniuses of the 9 worlds. But they were still in the 2nd tier. He could be considered a first-rate genius. They came from the 4 regions and 9 worlds, and each of them could look down on the world. Not only was he talented, but his reputation and status were also extremely high. These people were all at least at the 8th level of the core-shattering stage. There were even terrifying existences half a step into the divine physique echelon. Even though the so-called half-step wasn't the true divine body realm, it meant that one had grasped a portion of divine origin. His abilities in all aspects would be greatly improved. Little Gold, how is your relationship with the martial artists of the Savage Beast region? Ling Xiao looked at these people with interest and asked. There are enemies and friends, but there are more enemies. Xiao Jin said calmly. They are all jealous of young Master Jin's talent, so they are targeting young Master Jin. Jianhu interjected. I understand now. No wonder those people from the Savage Beast region had such ugly looks on their faces, as if everyone owed them money. Ling Xiao pursed his lips in disdain. A total of nearly 100 people finally arrived at the scene. They seemed very unhappy when they saw the mess Yuhua Divine Sect was in. Wang Quan glanced at the geniuses from the Savage Beast region and said calmly, this prince from the Savage Beast region is really arrogant. Yuhua Divine Sect is a dog raised by the Patriarch Society in the chaotic desert. If you hit a dog, you have to look at its owner. What are you going to do about this? One of them was clearly a genius from the Beast Palace. He immediately pointed at Xiao Jin's nose and scolded, "Prince Xiao Jin, you may be one of the Beast Emperor's chosen princes. But this kind of behavior will ruin the reputation of the savage beast region. Do you know your crime? Who do you think you are? What right do you have to convict me?" Xiao Jin glanced at that person disdainfully and said, "You'd better mind your own business. Be careful not to get yourself killed one day when you go out." After saying that, Xiao Jin even flashed a sinister smile. That person's face instantly turned red. He said angrily, "No matter what, I will definitely report this to the higher-ups. Just wait for your punishment." Xiao Jin's smile became even more disdainful. "Hehe, a child who only knows how to snitch. Go, go. It's best if you run into your mother's arms and report while drinking milk." Little Gold, this fellow, was really getting better and better at insulting people. That person was so angry that he almost vomited blood. After holding it in for a long time, he didn't know what to say. Suddenly, King of the World saw Ling Xiao. At first, he didn't believe that Ling Xiao was still alive, but after taking a closer look, how could he not remember the enemy who had destroyed his physical body? Even if he turned into ashes, he would still recognize him. "You recognized him?" Ling Xiao looked at King of the World with a smile. King of the World's current cultivation seemed to be even stronger than before. Who would have thought that the destruction of his physical body would be a blessing in disguise for him? No wonder he seemed to be the leader of this group of people. "It's you." Wang Quan's originally calm expression became extremely ferocious at this time. "I will kill you." In the next moment, he charged towards Ling Xiao. He wanted to tear this guy apart. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to exact his revenge. Boom! Wang Quan under the heavens attack was blocked by someone. It was Little Gold. "I will kill whoever dares to touch my boss." He glared at King of the World fiercely. His cold eyes revealed a cruel radiance. This gave King of the World a fright. "Prince Little Gold, you are really crazy. Do you think you can act so recklessly just because you are the prince that the Beast Emperor values? Are you trying to start a war with the Eternal Emperor region? Who is that kid that you are protecting? For him, you are going against King of the World. Are you really going to ignore the rules set by the Patriarch Society? Cut the crap. If you want to fight, you can come at me together. Let's see if I'm afraid of you." Little Gold sneered. His words were already overboard, but those people didn't dare to make a move. After all, Little Gold was the prince of the Beast Emperor. In addition, Little Gold's strength was probably at the top of this group of people. Even King of the World might not be able to suppress him. Who would dare to provoke him? "Brat, do you really think that the one surnamed Jin will be able to protect you? He can protect you for now, but he can't protect you forever." King of the World glanced at Little Gold. He didn't continue to attack. Because he knew that it was useless to attack at this moment. This person looked at Ling Xiao coldly and said, "You better be alive and well. After the heavenly ruins, it will be your death." After saying that, King of the World turned around and left. He definitely wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but he had to do it when Little Gold wasn't around. Right now, he was just retreating for the sake of advancing. "Hey, idiot. Didn't it feel good when I destroyed your physical body? It's my fault that you were able to survive. Don't worry, I won't be so careless this time," Ling Xiao said with a contemptuous smile. Mobile version update website, M. Chapter 45:15. Ling Xiao looked at Wang Quan under the heavens and laughed in disdain. Wang Quan under the heavens trembled. When he thought of the terrifying existence that he saw that day, he felt fear all over his body. I'm actually afraid of an ant like that. What a joke." Wang Quan under the heavens shook his head and left without looking back. He was actually feeling very complicated right now. That ant that he could casually crush to death back then had now come to the chaotic desert ocean. This really shocked him. He kept asking himself, how did this brat cultivate? However, he still couldn't get an answer. Forget it, who cares how he cultivated? I'll just kill him. Let's go too. Ling Xiao looked at Xiao Jin and said indifferently, the chaotic desert ocean is indeed interesting. Following which, Ling Xiao, Xiao Jin, and Zhenhu left while talking and laughing. They didn't put those geniuses of the 4 regions and 9 worlds in their eyes at all. Xiao Jin, this is for you. When they arrived at Xiao Jin's residence, Ling Xiao gave the map in his storage ring to Xiao Jin. I think it will definitely be of help to you. That's great, boss. We went to Yuhua Divine Sect for this map. I was even willing to use an Emperor weapon to exchange for it. I didn't expect that it would be so easy to get it. Xiao Jin said excitedly. Is that so? Then give me an Emperor weapon. All right. Damn, don't you know the meaning of a joke? Ling Xiao was speechless. Xiao Jin actually gave him an Emperor weapon. Zhenhu was also stunned for a moment before he shook his head and smiled bitterly. This young Master Jin was really too good to his boss. He would take a joke seriously. The relationship between the two of them must be really good. All right, let's not talk about this nonsense. Order a table of food and wine. Let's have a good drink. We won't rest until we're drunk. Ling Xiao said excitedly. Oh right, let me introduce 2 friends to you. As he spoke, he released Cold Plum and Dong Huangyu from the Dongsheng Emperor ring. Holy maiden! Sister Cold Plum. When the 2 of them saw Cold Plum, they were both shocked. I won't introduce Cold Plum. I believe that you guys are more familiar with her than me. This girl is my disciple, my only disciple. Her name is Dong Huangyu. Ling Xiao pointed at Dong Huangyu. I'm so envious. Xiao Jin sighed. But Ling Xiao Jin. He glanced at Dong Huangyu, feeling a little envious. However, Dong Huangyu's aptitude was truly outstanding. Also, there seemed to be a unique energy in her body that caused even him to feel fear. The few of them chatted for a while and got along well. When it came to drinking, they enjoyed themselves to the fullest. After 3 rounds of drinking, they all returned to their rooms to rest. Anyway, the courtyard of this inn had been reserved by Xiao Jin, so they could rest as they wished. Around 3 in the morning, rustling sounds suddenly rang out in the courtyard. Ling Xiao's soul power was the strongest, so he was the first to discover it. Hence, he dashed out. That person also left immediately. He is purposely luring me out. Is he preparing to act against me? Is he someone from King Power? Or someone from the Jade Flower Divine Sect? Ling Xiao smiled. He knew that there was a tiger in the mountain, but he still chose to go there. His current cultivation was clearly unable to keep up. Coincidentally, there was someone who sent him to increase his experience. There was no reason for him not to keep him. As for a trap, would he be afraid? Ling Xiao laughed coldly and chased after him. This person kept running to a secluded place. Finally, he arrived at a place where few people would go. Suddenly, he released a cold killing intent. He even crushed a talisman. It was a trapping talisman. The effect of this talisman was to trap a person, not allowing them to escape. It was similar to Ling Xiao's martial spirit barrier, but its effect wasn't as good. Clearly, this person wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Why do you have to go through so much trouble? Since you asked me to come, it's not like I won't come. Just reveal your true face. In any case, I'm going to be a dead man. Isn't that right? Ling Xiao laughed. You are really bold. You know that I want to kill you, but you actually came out. That person was shocked. But he quickly regained his composure. In this world, there were some people who didn't know the difference between life and death. At this moment, Little Gold, Sword Tiger, Cold Plum, and Dong Huangyu all rushed over. PH, so what if you rushed over? You still can't help him. That person laughed coldly. The secret of the trap talisman is that once the people outside attack, the effects of the talisman will be affected. The cultivator inside will be affected. Of course, you won't care about me, but won't you care about him? Bastard. Little Gold frowned. This was a little difficult to deal with. There's no need to be angry. Since you are here, then just stand there and watch the show. Ling Xiao laughed. Although his current strength was inferior to Little Gold and Cold Plum's, he still had the advantage. But in terms of overall strength, He could play Cold Plum and Little Gold to death. This idiot actually wanted to kill him? He really didn't investigate anything clearly before coming. You really have guts. That person laughed coldly and took off the mask on his face. Savage Beast Clan? Ling Xiao was stunned. He didn't seem to have any enmity with the Savage Beast Clan. Moreover, Little Gold was the prince of the Beast Palace, and Cold Plum was the saintess of the Saintess Palace. Was this guy stupid? Obviously, Cold Plum and Little Gold were also very surprised. I know you are very surprised. That person's body gradually turned into a werewolf, and his body suddenly became much bigger. His cold eyes became even more sinister and terrifying. I'm afraid you don't know. Heavenly Demon Yu Hua, who was killed by you, is my man, the werewolf warrior said coldly. Your man? I don't understand. Ling Xiao shook his head. He is someone I love deeply, and the two of us have already pledged our lives to each other. However, all of you killed him, so all of you deserve to die. Unfortunately, I'm not a match for Little Gold or Sword Tiger. So, it's not bad to be able to drag you, the weakest piece of trash, to die with me. The werewolf warrior roared. Ling Xiao was a little embarrassed. A man liked another man. This was a rare thing in the Black Tortoise continent. Moreover, it was despised by ethics. Forget it, it had nothing to do with him anyway. It was just that the other party wanted to kill him, and this had something to do with him. And it had a lot to do with him. You can go. I don't want to kill you, and I can understand your determination to take revenge, so I'll give you a chance to live. Ling Xiao rarely let people come to kill him, but the one in front of him was clearly just an infatuated werewolf. He was too embarrassed to kill him. Ha 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 ha. Ling Xiao, you really know how to talk. Do I need you to let me go? With your strength? Can you hurt me? You really think too highly of yourself. The werewolf laughed wildly. If you're a man, then fight fair and square. Only when you die or I die will this matter be considered over. My head hurts. Ling Xiao frowned. Forget it, since you want to die, I'll play with you. It's just that I really didn't expect that Heavenly Demon Yu Hua would have such a loyal lover. Chapter 45:16. The Wolf Clan martial artist in front of him was not weak. He had reached the 6th level of the Shattered Core Realm. Although it was nothing compared to Little Gold. But to Ling Xiao, it could really put some pressure on him. To be honest, Ling Xiao had a good impression of this person. After all, it was not easy to be so infatuated these days. But the other party was clamoring to kill him. No matter how much he liked him, he could not stretch his neck and let him kill him. The other party's murderous intent was very strong. Little Gold, just watch. I can deal with this kind of trash. Ling Xiao also had his own persistence. If he could take it down, he would not easily let others do it, let alone let the 9-nether giant Demon King do it. Just as he was thinking. Suddenly, the Wolf Clan martial artist attacked. As expected of a Savage Beast Clan martial artist, his speed was quite fast. In just a moment, he was already in front of Ling Xiao. The corners of his mouth suddenly opened, revealing a cruel smile. His sharp nails were as terrifying as daggers. He stabbed fiercely at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao dodged easily. In terms of speed, the other party was not as good as him. Thinking about it, he was really emotional. Back then, even the first level of the Shattered Core Realm martial artist gave him a headache. Now that he was at the 6th level of the Shattered Core Realm, he did not take him seriously. Sometimes, he had to praise himself. This breakthrough speed really made those geniuses with super backgrounds go crazy with jealousy. Those people could only have a temporary advantage, but he would catch up with them soon. He might even surpass them. Your ability to lie has reached the point of perfection. Are you Heavenly Demon Yu Hua's lover? Who sent you here? Ling Xiao asked coldly as he dodged. Although it was just a feeling, he believed in his judgment. Oh, you saw through me. You're right. Heavenly Demon Yu Hua and I are not lovers, but business. You killed him and ruined our young master's business. He's very unhappy. So he sent me to kill you. The Wolf Clan martial artist's attacks became faster and faster. He was crazy and excited, as if as long as he could tear apart the opponent in front of him, he would be extremely excited. I see. Damn it, you actually wasted my feelings. Ling Xiao was enraged. If I don't chop you into pieces today, my name isn't Ling Xiao. At this point, his eyes revealed a terrifying murderous aura. Everyone hated it when others lied to them. Ling Xiao was no exception. To think that he had been touched for a while. What a waste. Since that was the case, all the more he had to get rid of this bastard. Moreover, he wanted to squeeze every last bit of value out of him. Because in his heart, he was extremely eager to improve his strength. Now, if he wanted to defeat Little Gold, he had to use the 9 Underworld Giant Demon King. However, even he felt displeased that he had one like this. Therefore, he had to continue improving. At the very least, he had to reach the first level of the core fragmentation realm before he could defeat Little Gold with his own strength. As the boss, he couldn't be worse than his little brother. Regardless of whether or not Xiao Jin had received great support from the Beast Emperor Palace. It didn't matter whether Cold Plum had inherited the inheritance of the Saintess. In any case, the truth was that they were stronger than him. If he wanted to protect them, he had to become stronger. Previously, he had relied on the strength of a 9 Nether Troll King to kill Yu Hua. He really didn't feel good about winning. However, this Wolf Clan cultivator was the strongest cultivator he had dealt with alone. He could be considered a stepping stone for him to improve his strength. Suddenly, he transformed into the beast soul of the unbounded heavenly rat. His entire body emitted a cold and terrifying aura. With the Dongsheng godly demon sword in hand, he was like a combination of a god and a demon. Kill. He stopped running and decided to kill his opponent. Oh, I thought you would run for the rest of your life. I didn't expect you to have some guts. But this can only be called stupid. The Wolf Clan warrior laughed disdainfully. He also waved his sharp claws and attacked. If you can hurt me, it's my loss. How arrogant he was. However, in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. 12 Divine Beast Technique. A terrifying giant beast condensed around Ling Xiao. A violent and barbaric aura bloomed. It made the Wolf Clan warrior inexplicably terrified. Are you afraid now? It's too late. The violent giant beast bombarded the Wolf Clan warrior's claw mark. The claw mark shattered with a sound. The Wolf Clan warrior was terrified. He hurriedly circulated his true essence and defended with all his strength. You can't kill me, you lowly trash. The Wolf Clan warrior roared and instantly transformed into a huge demonic wolf. The terrifying demonic wolf increased his strength by 10 times in an instant. The terrifying aura that filled the air was close to the 7th stage of the Shattered Core realm. He couldn't tolerate being suppressed by such a trash. If this spread out, where would his face be? At this moment, he switched from defense to offense. A violent attack blasted toward Ling Xiao. Sky Wolf Claw. Ling Xiao smiled contemptuously. He didn't block the opponent's attack at all. The power of the opponent's move was merely the power of a high-level 10th level Emperor Realm martial skill. But his physical defense had already reached the peak of 10th level Emperor Realm. He allowed the opponent's claws to bombard his body. Ling Xiao grinned. This is impossible. Seeing that Ling Xiao was unscathed, the Wolf Clan warrior was terrified to the extreme. A fear that came from the depths of his soul suddenly emerged. Void-shattering finger. Void-shattering. The Wolf Clan warrior wanted to escape. But there was no chance. Ling Xiao displayed the void-shattering finger and used the power of the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. At that moment, the space was compressed. Then, it shattered. The Wolf Clan warrior's body also turned into powder. It was as if his bones were crushed into powder by a strong force. What a powerful void-shattering! Ling Xiao was shocked. With this move, the enemy wouldn't even be able to leave a complete corpse. The only pity was that the opponent's storage ring was also shattered. It seemed that it was best not to use this move in the future unless it was a dangerous situation. It was too painful. Why are you all looking at me like that? After the Wolf Clan warrior was killed, Ling Xiao absorbed his true essence. He felt that the energy in his cultivation sea had increased a little. He wasn't far from the next breakthrough. But when he turned around, he found that Cold Plum, Dong Huangyu, Xiao Jin, and Jianhu were all shocked. Only then did he ask, "Master, where is your limit?" Dong Huangyu was the most surprised. When she first met Ling Xiao, it was quite difficult for Ling Xiao to fight against Li Dian, who was in the first level of the Shattered Core realm. In the blink of an eye, only a day had passed. She didn't expect that Ling Xiao could actually kill a 6th level Shattered Core realm warrior like slaughtering a chicken. Xiao Jin and Cold Plum were also shocked. Although their cultivation levels were higher than Ling Xiao's today, but they had the full support of the top forces. They could get whatever resources they wanted. They also had the guidance of famous teachers. In addition to their outstanding aptitude, they had such achievements. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was completely different. He had reached where he was today entirely with his own efforts. Without resources, he could only find them himself. Although he had a powerful master, the Yuan Venerate was only in soul form and couldn't provide him with many resources. He had to work hard alone. End of chapter. Chapter 45:17. Xiao Jin had always been grateful and in awe of Ling Xiao. This was because he was well aware of Ling Xiao's terrifying potential and ability. Everyone who wanted to kill him was killed by him in the end. Everyone thought that he was easy to bully, but in the end, they found out that he was the most terrifying person, the one that they couldn't offend the most. Xiao Jin and Cold Plum blushed with shame. They had the best resources and the strongest masters. However, they weren't much stronger than Ling Xiao, who climbed up step by step. It wasn't that they weren't strong enough, but that Ling Xiao was too terrifying. If you guys keep looking at me like that, I'll be embarrassed. Let's go back. Ling Xiao smiled and the few of them returned to their residence. Because of this matter, no one was sleepy anymore. Thus, they started to discuss about the Heaven Ruins. Xiao Jin originally wanted to team up with Sword Tiger. Now, he could directly join Ling Xiao's Battle Alliance team. There was no problem at all. Now that Xiao Jin and Sword Tiger are added, our team will only be stronger. Dong Huangyu smiled. That's right. 3 people became 5. If only that brat Long Chen was here as well. In the chaotic sand ocean, he saw Cold Plum and Xiao Jin, but he still didn't see Long Chen. To be honest, he missed him. Boss, don't worry. Long Chen is a true descendant of the primordial dragon. In the Savage Beast region, he's like a treasure in the Divine Dragon Palace. His strength will only be stronger than me and Sister Cold Plum. Xiao Jin knew that Ling Xiao was worried about Cold Plum, so he said that. It's good that you're fine. Seeing you guys become stronger, I feel that my decision back then was right. If you guys followed me, you might not have such a development. Ling Xiao sighed. Boss, don't be so emotional. Let's quickly add Sword Tiger and my name to the team before the team evaluation ends. Xiao Jin said. Alright, after so much trouble, the sky is already bright. Let's go take a look. Ling Xiao stood up. Last time, those idiots actually dared to make things difficult for us. This time, our team is even stronger. They won't dare to mess around anymore. Even now, Dong Huangyu was still brooding over yesterday's matter. The matter of Yuhua divine religion was, after all, a big deal in the chaotic desert ocean. Although there was a lot of killing here every day. However, half of Yuhua divine religion was destroyed. His godson, young master, and many experts were killed. This matter was definitely not a small matter. However, in this rumor, people seemed to take the initiative to ignore Ling Xiao, and forced this big case to be Xiao Jin. After all, in their eyes, Ling Xiao was just an insignificant kid. Xiao Jin was powerful enough. Just like that, Ling Xiao did an incredible thing, and many people didn't know about him. Even those who were present at the scene did not see much of Ling Xiao's action. When the 5 of them arrived at the Board of Patriarchs Heaven Ruins office, everyone's attention was on Xiao Jin. Everyone was impressed by Xiao Jin's strength. She killed 3 9th stage Shattered Core experts by herself. She was really a heaven-defying genius. People suspected that Xiao Jin was already a divine physique echelon expert. Otherwise, how could she be so strong? Everyone stepped aside to make a path for him. The person who received Ling Xiao was the deacon from the previous office. A 9th stage shattered core expert. Our team's evaluation is over, right? Ling Xiao asked. That person glanced at Ling Xiao, but his gaze quickly fell on Xiao Jin and Cold Plum. A prince of the Beast Palace. A saintess from the Saintess Palace. They actually listened to this kid. Who was this kid? He couldn't figure it out. He smiled and said, of course, they've passed the evaluation. Is it okay to add their names to our team? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Of course. Cold sweat flowed down the deacon's forehead. Of course, he already knew what happened in Yuhua divine religion. Any one of the 3 9th level core shattering stage experts was stronger than him. Therefore, it was as easy as flipping her hand for Xiao Jin to kill him. After all, this was the prince that the Beast Emperor had personally chosen. It was said that the old man put in a lot of effort for this prince. He loved him very much. Even if Xiao Jin killed him, he wouldn't be able to get any justice and could only die in vain. Very good. Ling Xiao smiled, then pointed in a direction. Why is that person still there? The deacon's expression changed instantly. The person Ling Xiao was talking about was the person in charge of the evaluation that day. Hearing Yuhua Tianrui's order, he didn't let Ling Xiao and the others pass. Ling Xiao was a vengeful person. How could he let this guy go so easily? Everyone, he just made a mistake. The deacon was a little embarrassed. Tell him to get lost. Ling Xiao said coldly, I'm already being merciful by not killing him, but you still dare to keep him. Do you really think we're easy to bully? Little brother, where it's possible to make mistakes, one should spare them. Let's just forget about this matter. Forget about it. Are you sure? Ling Xiao smiled, but it was a scary smile. Why are you looking at me? Can't you hear my boss's order or can't you do it? I'm just telling him to get lost, not killing him. Does he have someone backing him up? Xiao Jin sneered. Well, how about this? I'll let you pass the final evaluation and enter the heaven ruins directly. Let him go. The deacon frowned and said. Do we need you to get in through the back door? Ling Xiao said indifferently, I just want him to get lost. The deacon's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and he sighed helplessly, I'll tell you the truth. His father is a higher-up in the Patriarch Society, a divine body realm expert. I advise you not to provoke him. Although Prince Jin is a half-step divine body realm expert, he hasn't reached the divine body realm yet. Although Saintess Cai Dai has reached the divine body realm, she's still injured. As for the 3 of you, you're no match for a divine body realm expert. I can't provoke his father, and neither can you. Did you hear that, idiot? So what if he's a prince of the Beast Palace? So what if she's the Cai Dai Saintess? In the end, you're just terrifyingly talented. But in terms of strength, you're far from my father's level. That person laughed maniacally and walked over. Deacon, you heard my father's words too. Why don't you do as he says? What did he say? Asked Ling Xiao. Hehe, my father told you that the next time we meet, he'll cripple you and chase you out of the chaotic sand ocean. That person said smugly. I understand. Ling Xiao glanced at the deacon. This person probably wanted to do as he said, but Xiao Jin's appearance changed his mind. He couldn't afford to offend anyone. Cripple us? What a great idea. Ling Xiao sneered and suddenly attacked. The person in charge with a good father was instantly sent flying by Ling Xiao with a punch. This punch had completely crippled this person's cultivation. You're crazy. The deacon turned pale with fright. All right, let's cut to the chase. When will the evaluation begin? Ling Xiao didn't plan to kill that piece of trash, so he returned to the main topic. Mobile version update website, M. Chapter 4518. You must be joking. With Saintess Cady and Prince Jin, your team will naturally pass the test. You just have to wait for the Heaven's Relic to open. The deacon smiled. He wasn't going in through the back door. With Little Gold's strength, passing the test was as easy as flipping his hand. Thank you. Ling Xiao smiled and left with Little Gold and the others. Your Highness, you're back? When Ling Xiao arrived at Little Gold's residence, he suddenly saw a few familiar faces. But at the same time, he also realized how ignorant he had been. These were the 5 people who took Little Gold and the others away from the Archean divine tomb. In the past, Ling Xiao thought that their strength was at most in the divine pulse realm. However, today, he realized that their strength was much more terrifying than he imagined. It seemed that they were indeed affected by the laws in the Archean divine tomb, and their strength was greatly weakened. The strongest person was actually a half-step divine body realm existence, just like Little Gold. He had a pair of horns on his head and was very tall. His cold eyes were filled with a sense of bewitching confidence. This person was called Xuelei. He was a bull demon martial artist. Beside Xuelei was Zhu Guang, whose figure wasn't any weaker than Xuelei's. There were strange patterns all over his skin. As a tiger martial artist, his strength was only slightly weaker than Xuelei's. They were both in the half-step divine body realm. The third person was called Xian Mu. This person was a little special as he was a tree spirit. His strength was slightly weaker as he was only in the 8th stage of the shattered core realm. The fourth person was called Lan Mao. She was the only female in the group and looked extremely seductive. She was a snake martial artist in the 9th stage of the shattered core realm. The fifth person was called Yin Yang. He was an eagle martial artist in the 9th stage of the shattered core realm. His eyes made people uncomfortable. Ling Xiao vaguely remembered that there should be 6 of them. The last one was called Zi Lin. He was a flood dragon who had awakened the flood dragon bloodline and was very rare. He was probably also in the half-step divine body realm and was the most terrifying of the 6. You dare to show up? Xiao Jin's pupils suddenly constricted, revealing a strong sense of hatred. Prince Little Gold, what are you doing? If it weren't for us, you wouldn't have reached the Savage Beast clan and wouldn't have the status you have today. Eon Light sneered. When Ling Xiao saw his expression, he knew that things were not that simple. Back then, when these people took Xiao Jin, Cold Plum, and Long Chen away, he agreed. Because he knew it would be beneficial to the 3 of them. However, he had no idea what happened after that. It must be very bitter. Bullshit. You guys did treat us well at the beginning because we were the key to your achievements. But later on, as our strength continued to grow, you felt that you could no longer control it. Thus, they targeted us in every way they could. Sister Cold Plum's injury is related to you, right? Long Chen was almost ambushed by you. Needless to say, I almost died in your hands. Thank him. PH, I wish I could kill all of you right now. Xiao Jin was furious. This made Ling Xiao realize that Xiao Jin's hatred for these people was extremely deep. Moreover, Cold Plum's injuries were actually related to these people. This made Ling Xiao feel a strong sense of hatred. We meet again. Ling Xiao suddenly spoke. The 5 of them seemed to be very surprised. Surprised that he knew Ling Xiao? So they turned their heads and looked carefully for a long time. How can it be? Lan Mao was the first to think of Ling Xiao's identity. Isn't this kid the guy from the immemorial divine tomb? He even killed our companions. It's him. Yes, it's him. The others finally recognized Ling Xiao. They were extremely shocked. They really did not expect that Ling Xiao really came from the western region to the 4 regions and 9 worlds, and even to the chaotic desert sea. How did you do it? Xuelei asked in shock. It doesn't matter how he did it. When we were in the immemorial divine tomb, we couldn't use our nomological strength. But here, nomological strength will no longer restrain us. This kid killed our people, so we must not let him go. Eon Light said sinisterly. Yes, we must kill him. Lan Mao also smiled and said, Prince Jin actually teamed up with such a trash. How interesting. Say that again. Let's see if I dare to kill you. Xiao Jin's golden eyes flickered with cold killing intent. Ling Xiao was the person he respected the most. He would not be polite to anyone who dared to insult Ling Xiao. Lan Mao shrank back. The stinking brat they could bully in the past had grown to a point where they could no longer control him. To be honest, Lan Mao was somewhat afraid of Xiao Jin. Otherwise, she would have attacked Ling Xiao right now. Prince Jin, we're not here to quarrel with you today. We'll ask you one last time. Do you want to join our team? Shui Lei said coldly. No need. You may not remember what you did in the past, but I won't forget it. Go back and tell Zilin. If we meet in the heavenly ruins, we'll be enemies. Xiao Jin flatly refused. Fine. Since you've decided, it doesn't matter how we persuade you. Let me ask you one more thing. The other team in the Savage Beast region is missing a wolf warrior. I have some relations with him. Have you seen him? Shui Lei asked again. Killed him. This time, it wasn't Xiao Jin who answered. Instead, it was Ling Xiao. I killed him. You? Ha 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 ha, with just you? Shui Lei sneered disdainfully. Then he looked at Xiao Jin and said, You're good at killing beasts. You're good. Even if the Beast Emperor loves you, you can't do whatever you want. Don't try to scare me with that. If he dares to kill my boss, I'll kill him. Xiao Jin sneered. In his eyes, he didn't belong to the Savage Beast region. He was only kind to the beast race martial artists who had treated him well. But if someone wanted him to attack Ling Xiao, he would not tolerate it. Good, very good. You better be careful in the heavenly ruins. We were able to take you away from the immemorial divine tomb, so we have the ability to kill you. Shui Lei said to the others, Let's go. Fighting outside would cause too much of a commotion. Even if they killed Xiao Jin, the Beast Emperor would be displeased. It wouldn't do them any good. It was better to do it in the heavenly ruins. Even the Beast Emperor wouldn't know. Shui Lei, it's time to do it. Those three brats are about to shit on our heads. Zhu Guang said viciously. Of course we're going to do it. But we need to plan it in detail. We can't let the Beast Emperor know. Otherwise, we'll have to face the consequences. Shui Lei nodded. Damn it. If we knew we'd bring back such trouble, we would have killed them. Lan Mao said coldly. You can't say that. If we didn't use this credit, we wouldn't have the status we have today, and we wouldn't have gotten so many resources. Now, it's time to give it up. Xianmu smiled. That's right. There are gains and losses. When it's time to give it up, we have to give it up. Hawkeye said with a vicious expression. Watching those people leave, the tense atmosphere gradually dissipated. Chapter 45:19. Everyone entered the house. After sorting out the situation, the Savage Beast region was recognized as the third strongest force in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. They already had so many geniuses. There were 4 half-step divine physique echelon cultivators. There was even Cold Plum in the divine body realm. However, Cold Plum was injured and couldn't use her full strength. Then, wouldn't the second strongest heaven and the first strongest Eternal Emperor region be even stronger? Do you know anything about the Eternal Emperor region? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. He believed that kingly under heaven wouldn't let him go. It was necessary for him to understand the Eternal Emperor region's strength. The Eternal Emperor region is very scary. As the most powerful force, there were 7 half-step divine body realm martial artists among the martial artists who had come this time. Kingly under heaven isn't the strongest, but he's still one of the 7. That's right, boss. You probably don't know yet, but there are so many geniuses here. Since there are so many geniuses here, the Patriarch Society has relaxed the limit. A team can have a maximum of 10 people. Xiao Jin reminded him. Damn, that's insane. Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile bitterly. 7 half-step divine body realms? This was just the surface data. It was no secret that the martial artists hid their strength. Who knew if there were any divine body realms among the 7? The Heavenly Hall ruins were restricted by age, not cultivation. Even a divine physique echelon cultivator would definitely be able to enter. However, the stronger the enemy, the more excited he felt. If there weren't any strong enemies, he would feel lonely. Xiao Jin, there are only 5 days left before we enter the Heavenly Hall ruins. I want to leave for a while. Ling Xiao's idea was simple. Yu Hua divine cult wanted to kill him, but they didn't because of Xiao Jin. Although this was safer, it couldn't improve his strength. He needed to constantly fight in order to continue improving. Anything could happen in 5 days. It's dangerous, boss. Xiao Jin said worriedly. Xiao Jin, before I met you guys, I was also like this. Yuhua divine cult only has a dozen divine body realms. Most of them are guarding the Heavenly Hall ruins. How would they have the time to kill me? Those who want to kill me are mostly core realm and core fragmentation realm experts. I can deal with them. Ling Xiao smiled. Seeing that Xiao Jin still wanted to say something, Ling Xiao directly said, I've already made up my mind. Just help me take good care of my obedient disciple. As for Cold Plum, you can choose to stay here with Xiao Jin and the others, or you can choose to temporarily return to your residence in the Saintess Palace. This time, Ling Xiao really didn't plan to bring a single person. Otherwise, how could he use himself as bait to attract those people to chase after him? After saying this, he turned around and left without looking back. 5 days later, gather here again. After a long time, a voice sounded. Little Gold sighed and said, Boss's temper is still the same as before. Forget it, let's do as he says. Ling Xiao's plan was surprisingly successful. After he left Xiao Jin and the others, the people who were chasing after him had arrived. Within a day, he experienced over 100 battles of various sizes, killing to his heart's content. However, he was also exhausted. The harvest was naturally huge. The energy in his cultivation sea had finally increased to 80%. He was also obviously more proficient in the use of the godfiend Black Tortoise body. The next day, Ling Xiao encountered a strong enemy. He was targeted by a martial artist at the 7th level of the Shattered Core realm. As he had fought too many times before, he was exhausted at this time. Even medicine couldn't recover, so he planned to temporarily hide. Ling Xiao, who was looking for a place to hide, discovered that a wedding was being held. So he turned around and blended into the crowd, coming to a room. In the room, the bride was crying. There was only one person in such a large wedding room. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and didn't speak. His movement technique was excellent. Even if he walked in the room, the bride wouldn't hear him. However, the bride cried more and more sadly. Ling Xiao really had a headache. So he casually asked, the wedding night is a joyous event in life. Why are you so sad? Who? The bride actually didn't scream. Originally, Ling Xiao was ready to cover her mouth. Just a passerby. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Just as the bride was about to speak, an angry shout suddenly came from outside, the wedding is stopped. Everyone gather in the courtyard, including the bride. When the bride heard this voice, she suddenly understood everything. If you trust me, hide here. She only said one sentence and went out. About 10 minutes later, the sound of cursing and swearing could be heard. The bride returned to the room. The red veil was already gone. A fair but sorrowful face was revealed. You really didn't leave. I still trust you more, Ling Xiao said with a smile. As he smiled, he ate the snacks on the table. You helped me, I'll help you too. Tell me what you want to do the most now, and I'll help you do it. The bride glanced at Ling Xiao, wanted to say something, but then shook her head. Forget it, hurry up and run. Offending Yuhua divine sect won't end well. Just like me. Speaking of this, the bride became more and more sad. From the looks of it, you seem to have a grudge with Yuhua divine sect. Ling Xiao smiled. I won't hide it from you. I also have a grudge with them. If you trust me, you can tell me. Whether I can help you or not, we'll talk about it later. The bride hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. The story was very simple. The girl and her lover were both young martial arts geniuses, so one day, they went to the chaotic desert together. Unfortunately, reality wasn't as good as they imagined. The girl was fancied by someone. This person was an old man who had lived for nearly 300 years, and his strength had reached the 3rd level of the core fragmentation realm. The old man had 3 sons, all of whom had joined Yuhua divine sect, and one of them was working beside the sect master. Very impressive. The old man's strength wasn't much, but his son was capable. Relying on his son's power, he killed the girl's lover and wanted to forcefully take the girl. It was under such circumstances that Ling Xiao broke into the bridal room. The reason why the Yuhua divine sect's martial artists left so quickly was because the old man's son had enough face. Now the old man wanted to forcefully take the girl. He wanted to take her as his concubine, and his 100th concubine at that. It couldn't be helped, martial artists were generally stronger in that aspect, and mortals couldn't compare to them. 100 concubines wasn't a big deal. The story was a bit melodramatic. But life was even more melodramatic. Ling Xiao had seen this kind of thing many times in reality. In the Black Tortoise continent, using strength or power to forcefully take someone else's wife and daughter, this wasn't news at all. But since he encountered it, and it was related to Yuhua divine sect, he might as well intervene. This bride could be considered to be his benefactor. If he was really discovered just now, if he didn't use the 9-nether giant demon king, he would really be killed. If he used the 9-nether giant demon king, he might attract the divine physique echelon experts of Yuhua divine sect. Chapter 45:20. That's simple. I'll help you get rid of that shameless old thing, but after that, I'm afraid you'll have to leave the chaotic sand sea. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and said. Since this matter was related to the Yuhua divine sect, he naturally had to interfere and cause trouble for them. Young hero, thank you for your kindness, but forget it. That person is a martial artist at the 3rd level of the core-shattering realm. Of his 3 sons, 2 are at the 5th level of the core-shattering realm, and 1 is at the 6th level of the core-shattering realm. They're all extremely powerful existences. You're no match for them at all. The bride smiled bitterly and shook her head. In fact, when she came, she was in high spirits. But now, her will had long been depressed. She saw that Ling Xiao did not hide his cultivation base and was only at the middle stage of the extreme core stage, so she did not want to implicate Ling Xiao. However, the more the bride did not want to trouble Ling Xiao, the more Ling Xiao felt that it was meaningful for her to help him. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside. It was about time to disturb the bridal chamber. Ling Xiao entered his shadow warrior form. The bride did not notice and thought that he had left. She looked a little disappointed. Forget it, I don't expect him to do anything. It's worth it to help someone before I die. The bride smiled bitterly. The door was pushed open, and a group of people walked in. The one in the lead looked the oldest. He should be the bridegroom. This guy was drunk. He was supported by his 2 sons. There was another son walking beside him with an arrogant face. He was probably the servant who served tea to the Yuhua divine sect's leader. Damn, a dog is so smug. There was a group of people following behind. Many of them were wearing the Yuhua divine sect's uniform. Clearly, they were giving face to these 3 people. Ayo, Daddy, your luck with women is not bad. One of the people supporting the old man smiled and said, such a beautiful young lady, even your son is envious. I want to hug a beauty and spend a good night with her. If you like, wouldn't it be great if we father and son could have fun together tonight? The drunkard laughed. From the looks of it, he didn't seem to be drunk. Ling Xiao sighed. No wonder the bride was crying. Marrying such a person, perhaps he would get tired of her and send her to a brothel. Father, you can't favor one and discriminate against the other. Big brother and I also want to enjoy ourselves. Another son said excitedly. All right, the 4 of us will take care of this girl tonight. To tell you the truth, this girl was unwilling at first. Her lover was made into a meat bun by this old man and was prepared to let this girl eat it. The drunkard's words were getting more and more ridiculous. The more he spoke, the more indignant he became. Ling Xiao didn't like this kind of thing to begin with. Now that he was indebted to this woman, he was even more displeased. You animals. The bride was finally angry. The reason why she did not commit suicide was because she thought that even if she married this old man as a concubine, she would still be able to find a way to escape. However, he didn't expect this family to be so shameless. How could she bear it? A dagger was placed against his neck, and a dark red color appeared on it. Mph, you still want to commit suicide? The son who was walking alone let out a cold snort. With a point of his finger, the dagger shattered into pieces. At this moment, the bride was in complete despair. She couldn't even commit suicide. What should she do? When she thought about her fate, she almost collapsed. Her true yuan had been sealed, and she couldn't detonate her inner core. Also, biting one's tongue to commit suicide was impossible for a divine core warrior. In front of her was a path of no return. A path of no return filled with darkness. Damn it, you really are a bunch of snakes and rats. Why are there so many evil people like you in this world? Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded out from outside the room. He thought it would be bad for the girl's reputation if he came from the bridal chamber, but if he came from the outside, there wouldn't be such a problem. The bride's despairing heart was suddenly filled with hope, as if it was soaked in a drop of spring of life. Although the hope was just as slim, but it was better than nothing. At the last moment of her life, there were still people who were willing to lend her a helping hand. She was satisfied. Young master, please leave. You're no match for them. I'm already satisfied that you're here. Although she said that, the bride still hoped that a miracle would happen. Ling Xiao walked out from the crowd and entered the bridal chamber. He looked at the father and sons with disdain. Who the hell are you? How dare you meddle in our family's business? The drunkard walked in front of Ling Xiao and burped. The smell of alcohol made Ling Xiao furrow his brows. Ling Xiao immediately threw a kick at the drunkard. The kick landed at the perfect spot, and it destroyed the drunkard's manhood. The kick sent the drunkard flying, and he crashed onto the ground. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and screamed like a pig being slaughtered. You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that I like to cause trouble for the Yuhua divine sect. That's enough. A bastard like you doesn't deserve to be a man. I might as well cut off your manhood forever. Ling Xiao said with a cold sneer. The bride was stunned by what she saw. The drunkard was a martial artist at the 3rd level of the Shattered Core realm. He was actually sent flying by a casual kick. His strength was very strong. 2 of the 3 sons who were at the 5th level of the Shattered Core realm walked directly toward Ling Xiao. You dare to make an enemy of the Yuhua divine sect? Are you tired of living? The 2 of them looked down at Ling Xiao condescendingly, even though Ling Xiao sent their old father flying with a kick. They had no need to be afraid. Because the 2 of them were much stronger than their old father. Kill him for me. The drunkard was howling hysterically. The 2 of you aren't good people either. You actually want to defile your father's concubine. How shameless. Ling Xiao didn't care about the 2 of them at all. When the 2 of them heard this, their faces became very ugly. They roared and pounced toward Ling Xiao, wanting to kill Ling Xiao. The bride covered her mouth in fear. 1 5th level Shattered Core realm martial artist was already very terrifying. Now there were actually 2 of them. How could Ling Xiao possibly stop them? However, just as she was about to cry out in surprise, she saw Ling Xiao casually throw out 2 punches. These fists were suffused with white light and were incomparably fierce. The 2 sons wanted to block, but it was useless. They were hit in the abdomen and flew out. They were directly crippled. Even if they wanted to recover, it would probably take a few months. At that time, the bride would have long been far away from here. This scene made the surrounding people dumbstruck. Where did this arrogant person come from? He was actually so strong. 2 martial artists at the 5th level of the Shattered Core stage were actually crippled by him so easily. Could it be that the woman's friend came? The bride was also dumbfounded. She thought that Ling Xiao was just a mere middle-stage core realm martial artist, and his cultivation was even lower than hers. That was why she didn't ask Ling Xiao for help. Who knew that this guy was actually so strong? Before the crowd could react, Yizichan said. The 3rd son, the manservant who served tea beside the Yuhua divine sect master, suddenly attacked Ling Xiao. The moment Ling Xiao finished his attack, he launched his attack. And the distance was so close. Ling Xiao had no chance to dodge at all. This kid was waiting for this moment. End of this chapter. Chapter 45-21. The sneak attack was extremely fast. Ling Xiao did not seem to be prepared to defend at all. The Yuhua divine sect cultivators who came to attend the wedding revealed a gloating expression. However, in the next moment, they were all dumbfounded. The attack of a 6th level core shattering stage cultivator did not cause any damage to Ling Xiao. Layers of hard armor appeared on Ling Xiao's back. It had completely blocked his attack. Then, Ling Xiao turned his head to look at the person. He saw the horrified expression on the person's face. He transformed into the beast god and grabbed the person's neck with his claws, lifting him up. You want to kill me? Ling Xiao laughed sinisterly. No. No. I didn't. A 6th-level core-shattering stage cultivator was like a pitiful kitten in front of Ling Xiao. Now you're acting pitiful? F***CKU. I didn't want to kill you, but I hate you. As Ling Xiao spoke, his other hand directly penetrated the 6th-level core-shattering stage cultivator's dantian. F***CK, so dirty, your heart is black. Ling Xiao waved his hand in disdain. The bride was completely stunned at this time. Never in her wildest dreams would she have imagined that Ling Xiao would be so powerful. Bah. A bunch of trash. Bride, let's go, I'll take you away from this dirty place. Ling Xiao smiled and waved at the bride. However, at this time, the Yuhua divine sect cultivators who came to attend the wedding blocked the door. There were dozens of them. All of them were at the 3rd or 4th level of the core-shattering stage. Do you want to die too? Scram. Ling Xiao snorted and temporarily put the bride into the Dongsheng Emperor ring. He shouted sternly. You want to leave after killing our Yuhua divine sect people? Impossible. A voice came from the crowd. Ling Xiao did not waste any more time. Heaven-covering Great Palm. After being strengthened by the Fiend God energy, the heaven-covering Great Palm had reached the early 10th level of the Emperor rank. It was a piece of cake to deal with this kind of bastard. There seemed to be a thunderclap in the sky as a giant hand tore the sky apart and descended. He directly slammed into the crowd. The dozens of Yuhua sect cultivators who were blocking Ling Xiao's path did not even have the chance to regret their actions. As the giant palm fell, all of them died tragically. They were all smashed into meat paste. Then, Ling Xiao tore through the air and left. As he rose into the air, he suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a ball of flame. The entire mansion was ablaze. Ling Xiao didn't even look at him as he leaped into the distance. He planned to send the bride out of the chaotic sand ocean first. This could be considered as being extremely benevolent. Who is he? Why is he so terrifying? Outside the burning mansion, people were panicking. Don't tell me it's the Prince of Jin who has recently risen to fame. Everyone was talking about it, but no one thought that it was Ling Xiao. It was obvious that even though Ling Xiao had caused such a huge commotion, he still had not been able to do anything. People still looked down on him. Soon, he arrived outside the chaotic sand ocean. Ling Xiao released the bride and helped her remove the seal on her vital essence. I can't thank you enough for your kindness. I'm Lin Lang Yu. There's nothing to thank my benefactor for. Take this as a souvenir. Lin Lang Yu gave her personal item, a jade pendant, to Ling Xiao. Benefactor, please don't refuse. When my father gave this to me, he said that this pendant was not ordinary and that there was a universe within it. Unfortunately, I'm slow-witted and can't understand it. I'm giving it to you, benefactor. I hope that you can use it. Seeing that Ling Xiao was about to refuse, Lin Lang Yu hurriedly stopped him. All right then, I'll take it, Ling Xiao said as he put the jade pendant around his neck. Benefactor, be careful. Goodbye. Lin Lang Yu took a deep look at the chaotic sand ocean. I might come back to this place again. After saying that, she turned and left. Ling Xiao shook his head. This girl was really stubborn. She actually dared to come back to this place after suffering such a great calamity. Forget it. It had nothing to do with him anyway. As for the jade pendant, he felt that there was some strange power brewing within it. This was an unexpected gain. Ling Xiao, I knew it was you. When he turned around and was about to return to the chaotic sand ocean, a voice suddenly rang out. Damn it, 8th level of the core fragmentation realm. Ling Xiao frowned. Even if he used all his skills, he would definitely not be a match for this level of expert if he did not use the 9 Nether Giant Demon King. This person held a long spear in his hand and rode on a flying tiger. He was wearing silver armor and had extraordinary combat strength. Knowing that he was no match for him, Ling Xiao still fought with him. In the end, he even used the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. However, he was still no match for his opponent. Using the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul, he could at most fight with a 7th level core fragmentation realm martial artist. 8th level was still a little troublesome. 9 Revolution Gourd, Flying Sword. A sword light suddenly appeared. Ling Xiao had no choice but to use his Dharma treasure. The 9 Revolution Gourd with 2 dragon patterns was extremely terrifying. A sword light instantly rushed out. Before the martial artist could see what was going on, his head was chopped off. After taking advantage of the situation, Ling Xiao was not willing to hold back at all. He used all kinds of abilities again, forcing the 8th level core fragmentation realm martial artist to retreat. Twin Tiger Divine Seal. 2 fierce tigers suddenly appeared and directly pushed the martial artist to the ground. He held down Devour. This was the power of a Dharma treasure. Ling Xiao felt that if the Sky Tyrant martial soul was combined with these Dharma treasures, he would definitely be able to defeat this guy. Unfortunately, he felt that it was a little unfair. However, he did not dare to be negligent. The battle here was lively, and the aura must have been released. More martial artists from Yuhua Divine Sect would appear. He had to leave. Sky Tyrant, Void Shattering Finger. When the Twin Tiger Divine Seal restrained the opponent, Ling Xiao used the Void Shattering Finger in the state of the Sky Tyrant martial soul. A strange black hole appeared behind the martial artist and sucked him in. A moment later, it was completely torn apart. Every time he used the Void Shattering Finger, it was terrifying enough. Let's go. After killing someone, Ling Xiao did not dare to stay. He hurried to the chaotic sand sea and headed to a remote place. These days, he had to rely on such battles to improve his strength. The battle just now and the battle in the house caused the energy in his cultivation sea to increase by 10%. It reached 90%. The breakthrough was just around the corner. Stop. Not long after, he was surrounded again. This time, it was actually more than a dozen 7th level core fragmentation realm martial artists. Although each of them was not as strong as the martial artist just now. But the number was enough. There's no other way. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and directly released the 9 Nether Giant Demon King. Originally, he wanted to use the 9 Nether Giant Demon King's combat power to kill these people. Unexpectedly, a strange scene appeared. After killing the group of martial artists, the 9 Nether Giant Demon King actually flew away. F***CK. Ling Xiao was stunned. Master, what's going on? I just sensed a powerful aura leading the 9 Nether Giant Demon King away. Yuan Venerate said. Who dares to kidnap my things? F***CK. I want to see who it is. Ling Xiao was furious. Although the other party's aura was powerful and his soul power was terrifying, it did not mean that his strength was strong. Everyone read.